Chapter 28 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile GABORIAU, Part 2, Chapter 28. The abbe had been right in feeling he could trust the officers to whose care he had confided Maurice. Finding their entreaties would not induce him to leave the citadel, they seized him and literally carried him away. He made the most desperate efforts to escape. Each step was a struggle. "Leave me!" he exclaimed. "Let me go where duty calls me. You only dishonor me in pretending to save me." His agony was terrible. He had thrown himself headlong into this absurd undertaking, and now the responsibility of his acts had fallen upon his father. He, the culprit, would live, and his innocent father would perish on the guillotine. It was to this his love for Marie Anne had led him, that radiant love which in other days had smiled so joyously. But our capacity for suffering has its limits. When they had carried him to the room in the hotel where his mother and Marie Anne were waiting in agonized surprise, that irresistible torpor which follows suffering too intense for human endurance crept over him. "Nothing is decided yet," the officers answered in response to Mme. d'Escorval's questions. "The cure will hasten here as soon as the verdict is rendered." Then, as they had promised not to lose sight of Maurice, they seated themselves in gloomy silence. The house was silent. One might have supposed the hotel deserted. At last, a little before 4 o'clock, the abbe came in, followed by the lawyer, to whom the baron had confided his last wishes. "My husband!" exclaimed Mme. d'Escorval, springing wildly from her chair. The priest bowed his head. She understood. "Death!" she faltered. "They have condemned him." And overcome by the terrible blow, she sank back inert with hanging arms. But the weakness did not last long. She again sprang up, her eyes brilliant with heroic resolve. "We must save him!" she exclaimed. "We must wrest him from the scaffold. Of Maurice, of Marie Anne, no more weak lamentations. We must to work. You also, gentlemen, will aid me. I can count upon your assistance. Monsieur le Cure, what are we going to do? I do not know, but something must be done. The death of this just man would be too great a crime. God will not permit it." She suddenly paused, with clasped hands and eyes uplifted to heaven, as if seeking divine inspiration. "And the king," she resumed, "will the king consent to such a crime? No! A king can refuse mercy, but he cannot refuse justice. I will go to him. I will tell him all. Why did not this thought come to me sooner? We must start for Paris without losing an instant. Maurice, you will accompany me. One of you gentlemen will go at once and order post horses." Thinking they would obey her, she hastened into the next room to make preparations for her journey. "Poor woman!" the lawyer whispered to the abbe. "She does not know that the sentence of a military commission is executed in 24 hours. Well, it requires 4 days to make the journey to Paris." He reflected a moment, then added: "But, after all, to let her go would be an act of mercy. Did not Ney, on the morning of his execution, implore the king to order the removal of his wife, who was sobbing and moaning in his cell?" The abbe shook his head. "No," said he, "Mme. d'Escorval will never forgive us if we prevent her from receiving her husband's last farewell." She, at that very moment, re entered the room, and the priest was trying to gather courage to tell her the cruel truth, when someone knocked violently at the door. One of the officers went to open it, and Bavois, the corporal of grenadiers, entered, his right hand lifted to his cap, as if he were in the presence of his superior officer. "Is Mademoiselle Lacheneur here?" he demanded. Marie Anne came forward. "I am she, monsieur," she replied. "What do you desire of me?" "I am ordered, mademoiselle, to conduct you to the citadel." "Ah!" exclaimed Maurice, in a ferocious tone, "so they imprison women also!" The worthy corporal struck himself a heavy blow upon the forehead. "I am an old stupid," he exclaimed, "and express myself badly. I meant to say that I came to seek mademoiselle at the request of one of the condemned, a man named Chanlouineau, who desires to speak with her." "Impossible, my good man," said one of the officers. "They would not allow this lady to visit one of the condemned without special permission." "Well, she has this permission." said the old soldier. Assuring himself with a glance that he had nothing to fear from anyone present, he added in lower tones: "This Chanlouineau told me that the cure would understand his reasons." Had the brave peasant really found some means of salvation? The abbe almost began to believe it. "You must go with this worthy man, Marie Anne," said he. The poor girl shuddered at the thought of seeing Chanlouineau again, but the idea of refusing never once occurred to her. "Let us go," she said, quietly. But the corporal did not stir from his place, and winking according to his habit, when he desired to attract the attention of his hearers: "In one moment," he said. "This Chanlouineau, who seems to be a shrewd fellow, told me to tell you that all was going well. May I be hung if I can see how. Still, such is his opinion. He also told me to tell you not to stir from this place, and not to attempt anything until mademoiselle returns, which will be in less than an hour. He swears to you that he will keep his promise. He only asks you to pledge your word that you will obey him." "We will take no action until an hour has passed," said the abbe. "I promise that " "That is all. Salute, company! And now, mademoiselle, on the double! Quick, march! The poor devil over there must be on coals of fire." That a condemned prisoner should be allowed to receive a visit from the daughter of the leader of the rebellion, of that Lacheneur who had succeeded in making his escape, was indeed surprising. But Chanlouineau had been ingenious enough to discover a means of procuring this special permission. With this aim in view, when sentence of death was passed upon him, he pretended to be overcome with terror, and to weep piteously. The soldiers could scarcely believe their eyes when they saw this robust young fellow, who had been so insolent and defiant a few hours before, so overcome that they were obliged to carry him to his cell. There his lamentations were redoubled, and he begged the guard to go to the Duc de Sairmeuse or the Marquis de Courtornieu, and tell them he had revelations of the greatest importance to make. That potent word, revelations, made Monsieur de Courtornieu hasten to the prisoner's cell. He found Chanlouineau on his knees, his features distorted by what was apparently an agony of fear. The man dragged himself toward him, took his hands and kissed them, imploring mercy and forgiveness, swearing that to preserve his life he was ready to do anything, yes, anything, even to deliver up Monsieur Lacheneur. To capture Lacheneur, such a prospect had powerful attractions for the Marquis de Courtornieu. "Do you know, then, where this brigand is concealed?" he inquired. Chanlouineau admitted that he did not know, but declared that Marie Anne, Lacheneur's daughter, knew her father's hiding place. She had, he declared, perfect confidence in him, and if they would only send for her, and allow him 10 minutes of private conversation with her, he was sure he could obtain the secret of her father's place of concealment. So the bargain was quickly concluded. The prisoner's life was promised him in exchange for the life of Lacheneur. A soldier, who chanced to be Corporal Bavois, was sent to summon Marie Anne, and Chanlouineau waited in terrible anxiety. No one had told him what had taken place at Escorval, but he divined it by the aid of that strange prescience which so often illuminates the mind when death is near at hand. He was almost certain that Madame d'Escorval was in Montaignac. He was equally certain that Marie Anne was with her. And if she were, he knew that she would come. And he waited, counting the seconds by the throbbings of his heart. He waited, understanding the cause of every sound without, distinguishing with the marvelous acuteness of senses excited to the highest pitch by passion, sounds which would have been inaudible to another person. At last, at the end of the corridor, he heard the rustling of a dress against the wall. "It is she," he murmured. Footsteps approached. The heavy bolts were drawn back, the door opened, and Marie Anne entered, accompanied by Corporal Bavois. "Monsieur de Courtornieu promised me that we should be left alone," exclaimed Chanlouineau. "Therefore I go at once," replied the old soldier. "But I have orders to return for mademoiselle in half an hour." When the door closed behind the worthy corporal, Chanlouineau took Marie Anne's hand and drew her to the tiny grafted window. "Thank you for coming," said he. "Thank you. I can see you and speak to you once more. Now that my hours are numbered, I may reveal the secret of my soul and of my life. Now I can venture to tell you how ardently I have loved you, how much I still love you." Involuntarily, Marie Anne drew away her hand and stepped back. This outburst of passion, at such a moment, seemed at once unspeakably sad and frightful. "Have I, then, offended you?" said Chanlouineau, sadly. "Forgive one who is about to die. You cannot refuse to listen to the voice of one who after tomorrow will have vanished from earth forever. I have loved you for a long time, Marie Anne, for more than 6 years. Before I saw you, I loved only my possessions. To raise fine crops and to amass a fortune seemed to me then the greatest possible happiness here below. Why did I meet you? But at that time you were so high, and I so low, that never in my wildest dreams did I aspire to you. I went to church each Sunday only that I might worship you as peasant women worship the Blessed Virgin. I went home with my eyes and my heart full of you, and that was all. Then came the misfortune that brought us nearer to each other, and your father made me as insane, yes, as insane as himself. After the insults he received from the Sairmeuse, your father resolved to revenge himself upon these arrogant nobles, and he selected me for his accomplice. He had read my heart. On leaving the house of Baron d'Escorval, on that Sunday evening which you must remember, the compact that bound me to your father was made. 'You love my daughter, my boy,' said he. 'Very well, aid me, and I promise you, in case we succeed, she shall be your wife. Only,' he added, 'I must warn you that you hazard your life.' But what was life in comparison with the hope that dazzled me? From that night I gave body, soul, and fortune to the cause. Others were influenced by hatred or by ambition, but I was actuated by neither of these motives. What did the quarrels of the great matter to me, a simple laborer? I knew that the greatest were powerless to give my crops a drop of rain in season of drought, or a ray of sunshine during the rain. I took part in this conspiracy because I loved you." "Ah, you are cruel!" exclaimed Marie Anne. "You are pitiless!" It seemed to the poor girl that he was reproaching her for the horrible fate which Lacheneur had brought upon him, and for the terrible part which her father had imposed upon her, and which she had not been strong enough to refuse to perform. But Chanlouineau scarcely heard Marie Anne's exclamation. All the bitterness of the past had mounted to his brain like fumes of alcohol. He was scarcely conscious of his own words. "But the day soon came," he continued, "when my foolish illusions were destroyed. You could not be mine, since you belonged to another. I might have broken my compact. I thought of doing so, but had not the courage. To see you, to hear your voice, to dwell beneath the same roof with you was happiness. I longed to see you happy and honored. I fought for the triumph of another, for him whom you had chosen." A sob that had risen in his throat choked his utterance. He buried his face in his hands to hide his tears, and for a moment seemed completely overcome. But he mastered his weakness after a little, and in a firm voice he said: "We must not linger over the past. Time flies, and the future is ominous." As he spoke, he went to the door, and applied first his eye, then his ear to the opening, to see that there were no spies without. No one was in the corridor. He could not hear a sound. He came back to Marie Anne's side, and tearing the sleeve of his jacket open with his teeth, he drew from it 2 letters, wrapped carefully in a piece of cloth. "Here," he said, in a low voice, "is a man's life." Marie Anne knew nothing of Chanlouineau's promises and hopes, and bewildered by her distress, she did not at first understand. "This," she exclaimed, "is a man's life!" "Hush! Speak lower!" interrupted Chanlouineau. "Yes, one of these letters might perhaps save the life of one who has been condemned to death." "Unfortunate man! Why do you not make use of it and save yourself?" The young man sadly shook his head. "Is it possible that you could ever love me?" he said, simply. "No, it is not. I have therefore no desire to live. Rest beneath the sod is preferable to the misery I am forced to endure. Moreover, I was justly condemned. I knew what I was doing when I left the Reche with my gun upon my shoulder and my sword by my side. I have no right to complain. But those cruel judges have condemned an innocent man."
Baron d'Escorval?
"Yes, the father of Maurice." His voice changed in uttering the name of this man, for whose happiness he would have given 10 lives had they been his to give. "I wish to save him," he added. "I can do it."
Oh, if what you said were true! But you undoubtedly deceive yourself."
"I know what I am saying." Fearing that some spy outside would overhear him, he came close to Marie Anne and said rapidly and in a low voice:
I never believed in the success of this conspiracy. When I sought a weapon of defense in case of failure, the Marquis de Sairmeuse furnished it. When it became necessary to send a circular warning our accomplices of the date decided upon for the uprising, I persuaded Monsieur Martial to write a model. He suspected nothing. I told him it was for a wedding. He did what I asked. This letter, which is now in my possession, is the rough draft of the circular, and it was written by the hand of the Marquis de Sairmeuse. It is impossible for him to deny it. There is an erasure on each line. Everyone would regard it as the handiwork of a man who was seeking to convey his real meaning in ambiguous phrases."
Chanlouineau opened the envelope and showed her the famous letter which he had dictated, and in which the space for the date of the insurrection was left blank. "My dear friend, we are at last agreed, and the marriage is decided," etc. The light that had sparkled in Marie Anne's eye was suddenly extinguished.
"And you believe that this letter can be of any service?"
she inquired, in evident discouragement. "I do not believe it."
"But "
With a gesture he interrupted her. "We must not lose time in discussion. Listen to me. Of itself, this letter might be unimportant, but I have arranged matters in such a way that it will produce a powerful effect. I declared before the commission that the Marquis de Sairmeuse was one of the leaders of the movement. They laughed, and I read incredulity on the faces of the judges. But calumny is never without its effect. When the Duc de Sairmeuse is about to receive a reward for his services, there will be enemies in plenty to remember, and to repeat my words. He knew this so well that he was greatly agitated, even while his colleagues sneered at my accusations."
"To accuse a man falsely is a great crime,"
murmured the honest Marie Anne. "Yes, but I wish to save my friend, and I cannot choose my means. I was all the more sure of success as I knew that the marquis had been wounded. I declared that he was fighting against the troops by my side. I demanded that he should be summoned before the tribunal. I told them that I had in my possession unquestionable proofs of his complicity."
"Did you say that the Marquis de Sairmeuse had been wounded?"
inquired Marie Anne. Chanlouineau's face betrayed the most intense astonishment. "What!" he exclaimed, "you do not know?" Then, after an instant's reflection: "Fool that I am!" he resumed. "Who could have told you what had happened? You remember that while we were travelling over the Sairmeuse road on our way to the Croix d'Arcy, and after your father had left us to ride on in advance, Maurice placed himself at the head of one division, and you walked beside him, while your brother Jean and myself stayed behind to urge on the laggards. We were performing our duty conscientiously when suddenly we heard the gallop of a horse behind us. 'We must know who is coming,' Jean said to me. We paused. The horse soon reached us. We caught the bridle and held him. Can you guess who the rider was? Martial de Sairmeuse. To describe your brother's fury on recognizing the marquis would be impossible. 'At last I find you, wretched noble!' he exclaimed. 'And now we will settle our account. After reducing my father, who has just given you a fortune, to despair and penury, you have tried to degrade my sister. I will have my revenge. Down, we must fight.'" Marie Anne could scarcely tell whether she was awake or dreaming.
"My brother," she murmured, "has challenged the marquis? Is it possible?"
"Brave as Monsieur Martial is," pursued Chanlouineau, He did not seem inclined to accept the invitation. He stammered out something like this: "You are mad, you are jesting. Have we not always been friends? What does this mean?" Jean ground his teeth in rage. "This means that we have endured your insulting familiarity long enough," he replied; "and if you do not dismount and meet me in open combat, I will blow your brains out." Your brother, as he spoke, manipulated his pistol in so threatening a manner that the marquis dismounted, and addressing me: "You see, Chanlouineau," he said, "I must fight a duel or submit to assassination. If Jean kills me, there is no more to be said; but if I kill him, what is to be done?" I told him he would be free to depart on condition he would give me his word not to return to Montaignac before 2 o'clock. "Then I accept the challenge," said he. "Give me a weapon." I gave him my sword. Your brother drew his, and they took their places in the middle of the highway. The young farmer paused to take a breath, then said more slowly: "Marie Anne, your father and I have misjudged your brother. Poor Jean's appearance is terribly against him. His face indicates a treacherous, cowardly nature. His smile is cunning, and his eye always shuns yours. We have distrusted him, but we should ask his pardon. A man who fights as I saw him fight is deserving of confidence. For this combat in the public road and in the darkness of the night was terrible. They attacked each other silently but furiously. At last Jean fell."
"Ah, my brother is dead!"
exclaimed Marie Anne. "No," responded Chanlouineau; "at least we have reason to hope not. I know he has not lacked any attention. This duel had another witness, a man named Poignot, whom you must remember. He was one of your father's tenants. He took Jean, promising me that he would conceal him and care for him. As for the marquis, he showed me that he, too, was wounded, and then he remounted his horse, saying: 'What could I do? He would have it so.'" Marie Anne understood now.
"Give me the letter," she said to Chanlouineau. "I will go to the duke. I will find some way to reach him, and then God will tell me what course to pursue."
The noble peasant handed the girl the tiny scrap of paper which might have been his own salvation. "On no account," said he, "must you allow the duke to suppose that you have upon your person the proof with which you threaten him. Who knows of what he might be capable under such circumstances? He will say at first that he can do nothing, that he sees no way to save the baron. You will tell him that he must find a means, if he does not wish this letter sent to Paris to one of his enemies." He paused. He heard the grating of the bolt. Corporal Bavois reappeared. "The half hour expired 10 minutes ago," he said, sadly. "I have my orders." "Coming," said Chanlouineau. "All is ended." And handing Marie Anne the second letter: "This is for you," he added. "You will read it when I am no more. Pray, pray do not weep thus. Be brave. You will soon be the wife of Maurice, and when you are happy, think sometimes of the poor peasant who loved you so much." Marie Anne could not utter a word, but she lifted her face to his. "Ah, I dare not ask it!" he exclaimed; and for the first time he clasped her to his arms and pressed his lips to her pallid cheek. "Now, adieu!" he said, once more. "Do not lose a moment. Adieu!" Chapter 28. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 29 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile GABORIAU. Part 2, Chapter 29. The prospect of capturing Lacheneur, the chief conspirator, excited the Marquis de Courtornieu so much that he had not been able to tear himself away from the citadel to return home to his dinner. Remaining near the entrance of the dark corridor leading to Chanlouineau's cell, he watched Marie Anne depart; but as he saw her go out into the twilight with a quick, alert step, he felt a sudden doubt of Chanlouineau's sincerity. "Can it be that this miserable peasant has deceived me?" he thought. So strong was this suspicion that he hastened after her, determined to question her, to ascertain the truth, to arrest her if necessary. But he no longer possessed the agility of youth, and when he reached the gateway the guard told him that Mademoiselle Lacheneur had already passed out. He rushed out after her, looked about on every side, but could see no trace of her. He re entered the citadel, furious with himself for his own credulity. "Still, I can visit Chanlouineau," thought he, "and tomorrow will be time enough to summon this creature and question her." This creature was even then hastening up the long, ill-paved street that led to the Hotel de France. Regardless of self, and of the curious gaze of a few passers by, she ran on, thinking only of shortening the terrible anxiety which her friends at the hotel must be enduring. "All is not lost," she exclaimed, on re-entering the room.
My God, thou hast heard my prayers,"
murmured the baroness. Then, suddenly seized by a horrible dread, she added:
"Do not attempt to deceive me. Are you not trying to delude me with false hopes? That would be cruel." "I am not deceiving you, Madame. Chanlouineau has given me a weapon which, I hope and believe, places the Duc de Sairmeuse in our power. He is omnipotent in Montaignac. The only man who could oppose him, Monsieur de Courtornieu, is his friend. I believe that Monsieur d'Escorval can be saved."
"Speak!" cried Maurice. "What must we do?"
"Pray and wait, Maurice. I must act alone in this matter; but be assured that I, the cause of all your misfortune, will leave nothing undone which is possible for mortal to do."
Absorbed in the task which she had imposed upon herself, Marie Anne had failed to remark a stranger who had arrived during her absence, an old white haired peasant. The abbe called her attention to him. "Here is a courageous friend," said he, "who since morning has been searching for you everywhere, in order to give you news of your father." Marie Anne was so overcome that she could scarcely falter her gratitude. "Oh, you need not thank me," answered the brave peasant. "I said to myself, the poor girl must be terribly anxious. I ought to relieve her of her misery. So I came to tell you that Monsieur Lacheneur is safe and well, except for a wound in the leg, which causes him considerable suffering, but which will be healed in 2 or 3 weeks. My son-in-law, who was hunting yesterday in the mountains, met him near the frontier, in company with 2 of his friends. By this time he must be in Piedmont, beyond the reach of the gendarmes." "Let us hope now," said the abbe, "that we shall soon hear what has become of Jean."
"I know already, monsieur,"
responded Marie Anne.
"My brother has been badly wounded, and he is now under the protection of kind friends."
She bowed her head, almost crushed beneath her burden of sorrow; but soon rallying, she exclaimed:
"What am I doing? What right have I to think of my friends, when upon my promptness and upon my courage depends the life of an innocent man compromised by them?"
Maurice, the abbe, and the officers surrounded the brave young girl. They wished to know what she was about to attempt, and to dissuade her from incurring useless danger. She refused to reply to their pressing questions. They wished to accompany her, or at least to follow her at a distance, but she declared that she must go alone.
"I will return in less than 2 hours, and then we can decide what must be done,"
said she, as she hastened away. To obtain an audience with the Duc de Sairmeuse was certainly a difficult matter. Maurice and the abbe had proved that only too well the previous day. Besieged by weeping and heartbroken families, he shut himself up securely, fearing, perhaps, that he might be moved by their entreaties. Marie Anne knew this, but it did not alarm her. Chanlouineau had given her a word, the same which he had used, and this word was a key which would unlock the most firmly and obstinately locked doors. In the vestibule of the house occupied by the Duc de Sairmeuse, 3 or 4 valets stood talking.
"I am the daughter of Monsieur Lacheneur,"
said Marie Anne, addressing one of them.
"I must speak to the duke at once, on matters connected with the revolt."
"The duke is absent."
"I came to make a revelation."
The servant's manner suddenly changed. "In that case, follow me, mademoiselle." She followed him up the stairs and through 2 or 3 rooms. At last he opened a door, saying: "Enter." She went in. It was not the Duc de Sairmeuse who was in the room, but his son Martial. Stretched upon a sofa, he was reading a paper by the light of a large candelabra. On seeing Marie Anne, he sprang up, as pale and agitated as if the door had given passage to a spectre. "You!" he stammered. But he quickly mastered his emotion, and in a second his quick mind revolved all the possibilities that might have produced this visit. "Lacheneur has been arrested!" he exclaimed; "and you, wishing to save him from the fate which the military commission will pronounce upon him, have thought of me. Thank you, dearest Marie Anne, thank you for your confidence. I will not abuse it. Let your heart be reassured. We will save your father. I promise you. I swear it. How, I do not yet know. But what does that matter? It is enough that he shall be saved. I will have it so." His voice betrayed the intense passion and joy that was surging in his heart. "My father has not been arrested," said Marie Anne coldly. "Then," said Martial, with some hesitation, "then it is Jean who is a prisoner."
"My brother is in safety. If he survives his wounds, he will escape all attempts at capture."
From white, the Marquis de Sairmeuse had turned as red as fire. By Marie Anne's manner, he saw that she knew of the duel. He made no attempt to deny it, but he tried to excuse himself. "It was Jean who challenged me," said he. "I tried to avoid it. I only defended my own life in fair combat, and with equal weapons." Marie Anne interrupted him.
"I reproach you for nothing, Monsieur le Marquis," she said, quietly.
"Ah, Marie Anne, I am more severe than you. Jean was right to challenge me. I deserved his anger. He knew the baseness of which I had been guilty. But you were ignorant of it. Oh, Marie Anne, if I wronged you in thought, it was because I did not know you. Now I know that you, above all others, are pure and chaste." He tried to take her hands. She repulsed him with horror, and broke into a fit of passionate sobbing. Of all the blows she had received, this last was most terrible and overwhelming. What humiliation and shame! Now, indeed, was her cup of sorrow filled to overflowing. "Chaste and pure," he had said. Oh, bitter mockery! But Martial misunderstood the meaning of the poor girl's gesture. "Oh, I comprehend your indignation," he resumed, with growing eagerness. "But if I have injured you, even in thought, I now offer you reparation. I have been a fool, a miserable fool, for I love you. I love and can love you only. I am the Marquis de Sairmeuse. I am the possessor of millions. I entreat you, I implore you to be my wife." Marie Anne listened in utter bewilderment. Vertigo seized her. Even reason seemed to totter upon its throne. But now it had been Chanlouineau who, in his prison cell, cried that he died for love of her. Now it was Martial who avowed his willingness to sacrifice his ambition and his future for her sake. And the poor peasant condemned to death, and the son of the all powerful Duc de Sairmeuse had avowed their passion in almost the very same words. Martial paused, awaiting some response, a word, a gesture. But Marie Anne remained mute, motionless, frozen. "You are silent!" he cried, with increased vehemence. "Do you question my sincerity? No, it is impossible. Then why this silence? Do you fear my father's opposition? You need not. I know how to gain his consent. Besides, what does his approbation matter to us? Have we any need of him? Am I not my own master? Am I not rich, immensely rich? I should be a miserable fool, a coward, if I hesitated between his stupid prejudices and the happiness of my life." He was evidently obliging himself to weigh all the possible objections, in order to answer them and overrule them. "Is it on account of your family that you hesitate?" he continued. "Your father and brother are pursued, and France is closed against them. Very well, we will leave France, and they shall come and live near you. Jean will no longer dislike me when you are my wife. We will all live in England or in Italy. Now I am grateful for the fortune that will enable me to make life a continual enchantment for you. I love you, and in the happiness and tender love which shall be yours in the future, I will compel you to forget all the bitterness of the past." Marie Anne knew the Marquis de Sairmeuse well enough to understand the intensity of the love revealed by these these astounding propositions. And for that very reason she hesitated to tell him that he had won this triumph over his pride in vain. She was anxiously wondering to what extremity his wounded vanity would carry him, and if a refusal would not transform him into a bitter enemy. "Why do you not answer?" asked Martial with evident anxiety. She felt that she must reply, that she must speak, say something, but she could not unclose her lips.
"I am only a poor girl, Monsieur le Marquis," she murmured at last. "If I accepted your offer, you would regret it continually."
"Never!"
"But you are no longer free. You have already plighted your troth. Mademoiselle Blanche de Courtornieu is your promised wife."
"Ah, say one word, only one, and this engagement which I detest is broken." She was silent. It was evident that her mind was fully made up, and that she refused his offer. "Do you hate me, then?" asked Martial, sadly. If she had allowed herself to tell the whole truth, Marie Anne would have answered yes. The Marquis de Sairmeuse did inspire her with an almost insurmountable aversion.
"I no more belong to myself than you belong to yourself, Monsieur," she faltered.
A gleam of hatred, quickly extinguished, shone in Martial's eye. "Always Maurice," said he.
"Always."
She expected an angry outburst, but he remained perfectly calm. "Then," said he, with a forced smile, "I must believe this and other evidence. I must believe that you have forced me to play a most ridiculous part. Until now I doubted it." The poor girl bowed her head, crimsoning with shame to the roots of her hair, but she made no attempt at denial.
"I was not my own mistress," she stammered. "My father commanded and threatened, and I obeyed him."
"That matters little," he interrupted. "Your role has not been that which a pure young girl should play." It was the only reproach he had uttered, and still he regretted it, perhaps because he did not wish her to know how deeply he was wounded, perhaps because, as he afterward declared, he could not overcome his love for Marie Anne. "Now," he resumed, "I understand your presence here. You come to ask mercy for Monsieur d'Escorval."
"Not mercy, but justice. The baron is innocent."
Martial approached Marie Anne, and lowering his voice: "If the father is innocent," he whispered, "then it is the son who is guilty." She recoiled in terror. He knew the secret which the judges could not or would not penetrate. But seeing her anguish, he had pity. "Another reason," said he, "for attempting to save the baron. His blood shed upon the guillotine would form an impassable gulf between Maurice and you. I will join my efforts to yours." Blushing and embarrassed, Marie Anne dared not thank him. How was she about to reward his generosity? By vilely traducing him. Ah, she would infinitely have preferred to see him angry and revengeful. Just then a valet opened the door, and the Duc de Sairmeuse, still in full uniform, entered. "Upon my word," he exclaimed, as he crossed the threshold, "I must confess that Chupin is an admirable hunter. Thanks to him " He paused abruptly. He had not perceived Marie Anne until now. "The daughter of that scoundrel Lacheneur," said he, with an air of the utmost surprise. "What does she desire here?" The decisive moment had come. The life of the baron hung upon Marie Anne's courage and address. The consciousness of the terrible responsibility devolving upon her restored her self control and calmness as if by magic. "I have a revelation to sell to you, Monsieur," she said, resolutely. The duke regarded her with mingled wonder and curiosity. Then, laughing heartily, he threw himself upon a sofa, exclaiming: "Sell it, my pretty one, sell it."
"I cannot speak until I am alone with you."
At a sign from his father, Martial left the room. "You can speak now," said the duke. She did not lose a second.
"You must have read, Monsieur," she began, "the circular convening the conspirators."
"Certainly. I have a dozen copies in my pocket."
"By whom do you suppose it was written?"
"By the elder d'Escorval, or by your father."
"You are mistaken, Monsieur. That letter was the work of the Marquis de Sairmeuse, your son."
The duke sprang up, fire flashing from his eyes, his face purple with anger. "Zounds, girl, I advise you to bridle your tongue."
"The proof of what I have asserted exists."
"Silence, you hussy, or "
"The lady who sends me here, Monsieur, possesses the original of this circular written by the hand of Monsieur Martial, and I am obliged to tell you."
She did not have the opportunity to complete the sentence. The duke sprang to the door, and in a voice of thunder called his son. As soon as Martial entered the room: "Repeat," said the duke, "repeat before my son what you have just said to me." Boldly, with head erect and clear, firm voice, Marie Anne repeated her accusation. She expected on the part of the marquis an indignant denial, cruel reproaches, or an angry explanation. Not a word. He listened with a nonchalant air, and she almost believed she could read in his eyes an encouragement to proceed, and a promise of protection. When she had concluded: "Well?" demanded the duke, imperiously. "First," replied Martial, lightly, "I would like to see this famous circular." The duke handed him a copy. "Here, read it." Martial glanced over it, laughed heartily, and exclaimed: "A clever trick!" "What do you say?" "I say that this Chanlouineau is a sly rascal. Who the devil would have thought the fellow so cunning to see his honest face? Another lesson to teach one not to trust to appearances." In all his life the Duc de Sairmeuse had never received so severe a shock. "Chanlouineau was not lying, then?" he said to his son, in a choked, unnatural voice. "You were one of the instigators of this rebellion, then?" Martial's face grew dark, and in a tone of disdainful hauteur, he replied: "This is the fourth time, sir, that you have addressed that question to me, and for the fourth time I answer no. That should suffice. If the fancy had seized me for taking part in this movement, I should frankly confess it. What possible reason could I have for concealing anything from you?" "The facts!" interrupted the duke, in a frenzy of passion; "the facts!" "Very well," rejoined Martial, in his usual indifferent tone. "The fact is that the model of this circular does exist; that it was written in my best hand on a very large sheet of very poor paper. I recollect that in trying to find appropriate expressions, I erased and rewrote several words. Did I date this writing? I think I did, but I could not swear to it." "How do you reconcile this with your denials?" exclaimed Monsieur de Sairmeuse. "I can do this easily. Did I not tell you just now that Chanlouineau had made a tool of me?" The duke no longer knew what to believe; but what exasperated him more than all else was his son's imperturbable tranquillity. "Confess, rather, that you have been led to this filth by your mistress," he retorted, pointing to Marie Anne. But this insult Martial would not tolerate. "Mademoiselle Lacheneur is not my mistress," he replied, in a tone so imperious that it was a menace. "It is true, however, that it rests only with her to decide whether she will be the Marquise de Sairmeuse to morrow. Let us abandon these recriminations; they do not further the progress of our business." The faint glimmer of reason which still lighted Monsieur de Sairmeuse's mind checked the still more insulting reply that rose to his lips. Trembling with suppressed rage, he made the circuit of the room several times, and finally paused before Marie Anne, who remained in the same place as motionless as a statue. "Come, my good girl," said he, "give me the writing." "It is not in my possession, sir." "Where is it?" "In the hands of a certain person who will give it to you only under certain conditions." "Who is this person?" "I am not at liberty to tell you." There was both admiration and jealousy in the look that Martial fixed upon Marie Anne. He was amazed by her coolness and presence of mind. Ah, how powerful must be the passion that imparted such a ringing clearness to her voice, such brilliancy to her eyes, such precision to her responses. "And if I should not accept the conditions which are imposed, what then?" asked Monsieur de Sairmeuse. "In that case, the writing will be utilized." "What do you mean by that?" "I mean, sir, that early to morrow morning a trusty messenger will start for Paris, charged with the task of submitting this document to the eyes of certain persons who are not exactly friends of yours. He will show it to Monsieur Laine, for example, or to the Duc de Richelieu, and he will, of course, explain to them its significance and its value. Will this writing prove the complicity of the Marquis de Sairmeuse? Yes or no? Have you, or have you not, dared to try to condemn to death the unfortunate men who were only the tools of your son?" "Ah, wretch! hussy, viper!" interrupted the duke. He was beside himself. A foam gathered upon his lips. His eyes seemed starting from their sockets. He was no longer conscious of what he was saying.
"This," he exclaimed with wild gestures, "is enough to appall me. Yes, I have bitter enemies, envious rivals who would give their right hand for this execrable letter. Ah, if they obtain it, they will demand an investigation, and then farewell to the rewards due my services. It will be shouted from the housetops that Chanlouineau, in the presence of the tribunal, declared you, Marquis, his leader and his accomplice. You will be obliged to submit to the scrutiny of physicians, who, seeing a freshly healed wound, will require you to tell where you received it and why you concealed it. Of what shall I not be accused? They will say that I expedited matters in order to silence the voices that had been raised against my son. Perhaps they will even say that I secretly favored the insurrection. I shall be vilified in the journals. And who has thus ruined the fortunes of our house that promised so brilliantly? You alone, Marquis. You believe in nothing. You doubt everything. You are cold, skeptical, disdainful, blasé. But a pretty woman makes her appearance on the scene. You go wild like a schoolboy, and are ready to commit any act of folly. It is you who I am addressing, Marquis. Do you hear me? Speak. What have you to say?"
Martial had listened to this tirade with unconcealed scorn, and without even attempting to interrupt it. Now he responded slowly: "I think, sir, if Mademoiselle Lacheneur had any doubts of the value of the document she possesses, she has them no longer." This response fell upon the duke's wrath like a bucket of ice water. He instantly comprehended his folly, and frightened by his own words, he stood stupefied with astonishment. Without deigning to add another word, the marquis turned to Marie Anne. "Will you be so kind as to explain what is required of my father in exchange for this letter?"
"The life and liberty of Monsieur d'Escorval."
The duke started as if he had received an electric shock. "Ah!" he exclaimed, "I knew they would ask something that was impossible." He sank back in his armchair. A profound despair succeeded his frenzy. He buried his face in his hands, evidently seeking some expedient. "Why did you not come to me before judgment was pronounced?" he murmured. "Then I could have done anything. Now my hands are bound. The commission is spoken. The judgment must be executed." He rose, and in the tone of a man who is resigned to anything, he said: "Decidedly, I should risk more in attempting to save the baron." In his anxiety, he gave Monsieur d'Escorval his title. "1,000 times more than I have to fear from my enemies. So, mademoiselle," he no longer said "my good girl," "you can utilize your document." The duke was about leaving the room, but Martial detained him by a gesture. "Think again before you decide. Our situation is not without a precedent. A few months ago the Count de la Valette was condemned to death. The king wished to pardon him, but his ministers and friends opposed it. Though the king was master, what did he do? He seemed to be deaf to all the supplications made in the prisoner's behalf. The scaffold was erected, and yet La Valette was saved, and no one was compromised. Yes, a jailer lost his position. He is living on his income now." Marie Anne caught eagerly at the idea so cleverly presented by Martial.
"Yes," she exclaimed, "the Count de la Valette, protected by royal connivance, succeeded in making his escape."
The simplicity of the expedient, the authority of the example, seemed to make a vivid impression upon the duke. He was silent for a moment, and Marie Anne fancied she saw an expression of relief steal over his face. "Such an attempt would be very hazardous," he murmured. "Yet with care, and if one were sure that the secret would be kept."
"Oh, the secret will be religiously preserved, monsieur,"
interrupted Marie Anne. With a glance, Martial recommended silence. Then, turning to his father, he said: "One can always consider an expedient, and calculate the consequences. That does not bind one. When is this sentence to be carried into execution?" "Tomorrow," responded the duke. But even this terrible response did not cause Marie Anne any alarm. The duke's anxiety and terror had taught her how much reason she had to hope, and she saw that Martial had openly espoused her cause. "We have, then, only the night before us," resumed the marquis. "Fortunately, it is only 7:30, and until 10 o'clock my father can visit the citadel without exciting the slightest suspicion." He paused suddenly. His eyes, in which had shown almost absolute confidence, became gloomy. He had just discovered an unexpected and, as it seemed to him, almost insurmountable difficulty. "Have we any intelligent men in the citadel?" he murmured. "The assistance of a jailer or of a soldier is indispensable." He turned to his father and brusquely asked: "Have you any man in whom you can confide?"
I have 3 or 4 spies. They can be bought."
"No. The wretch who betrays his comrade for a few sous will betray you for a few louis. We must have an honest man who sympathizes with the opinions of Baron d'Escorval, an old soldier who fought under Napoleon, if possible." A sudden inspiration visited Marie Anne's mind. "I know the man that you require!" she cried. "You?" "Yes, I, at the citadel." "Take care. Remember that he must risk much. If this should be discovered, those who take part in it will be sacrificed." "He of whom I speak is the man you need. I will be responsible for him." "And he is a soldier?" "He is only an humble corporal, but the nobility of his nature entitles him to the highest rank. Believe me, we can safely confide in him." If she spoke thus, she who would willingly have given her life for the baron's salvation, she must be absolutely certain. So thought Martial. "I will confer with this man," said he. "What is his name?" "He is called Bavois, and he is a corporal in the first company of grenadiers." "Bavois," repeated Martial, as if to fix the name in his memory. "Bavois. My father will find some pretext for desiring him summoned." "It is easy to find a pretext. He was the brave soldier left on guard at Escorval after the troops left the house." "This promises well," said Martial. He had risen and gone to the fireplace in order to be nearer his father. "I suppose," he continued, "the baron has been separated from the other prisoners?"
"Yes, he is alone in a large and very comfortable room."
"Where is it?"
"On the 2nd story of the corner tower."
But Martial, who was not so well acquainted with the citadel as his father, was obliged to reflect a moment. "The corner tower," said he, "is not that the tall tower which one sees from a distance, and which is built on a spot where the rock is almost perpendicular?"
"Precisely."
By the promptness Monsieur de Sairmeuse displayed in replying, it was easy to see that he was ready to risk a good deal to effect the prisoner's deliverance. "What kind of window is that in the baron's room?" inquired Martial.
"It is quite large and furnished with a double row of iron bars, securely fastened into the stone walls."
"It is easy enough to cut these bars. On which side does this window look?"
"On the country."
"That is to say, it overlooks the precipice. The devil! That is a serious difficulty, and yet, in one respect, it is an advantage, for they station no sentinels there, do they?"
"Never. Between the citadel wall and the edge of the precipice there is barely standing room. The soldiers do not venture there even in the daytime."
"There is only one more important question. What is the distance from Monsieur d'Escorval's window to the ground?"
"It is about 40 feet from the base of the tower."
"Good. And from the base of the tower to the foot of the precipice, how far is that?"
"Really, I scarcely know. 60 feet at least, I should think."
"Ah, that is high, terribly high. The baron, fortunately, is still agile and vigorous." The duke began to be impatient.
"Now," said he to his son, "will you be so kind as to explain your plan?"
Martial had gradually resumed the careless tone which always exasperated his father. "He is sure of success," thought Marie Anne. "My plan is simplicity itself," replied Martial. 60 and 40 are 100. It is necessary to procure 100 feet of strong rope. It will make a very large bundle, but no matter. I will twist it around me, envelop myself in a large cloak, and accompany you to the citadel. You will send for Corporal Bavois. You will leave me alone with him in a quiet place. I will explain our wishes." Monsieur de Sairmeuse shrugged his shoulders.
"And how will you procure 100 feet of rope at this hour in Montaignac? Will you go about from shop to shop? You might as well trumpet your project at once."
"I shall attempt nothing of the kind. What I cannot do, the friends of the Escorval family will do." The duke was about to offer some new objection when his son interrupted him. "Pray do not forget the danger that threatens us," he said, earnestly, "nor the little time that is left us. I have committed a fault. Leave me to repair it." And turning to Marie Anne: "You may consider the baron saved," he pursued; "but it is necessary for me to confer with one of his friends. Return at once to the Hotel de France, and tell the cure to meet me on the Place d'Armes, where I go to await him." Chapter 29. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 30 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile GABORIAU, Part 2, Chapter 30. Though among the first to be arrested at the time of the panic before Montaignac, the Baron d'Escorval had not for an instant deluded himself with false hopes. "I am a lost man," he thought; and confronting death calmly, he now thought only of the danger that threatened his son. His mistake before the judges was the result of his preoccupation. He did not breathe freely until he saw Maurice led from the hall by Abbe Midon and the friendly officers, for he knew that his son would try to confess connection with the affair. Then, calm and composed, with head erect and steadfast eye, he listened to the death sentence. In the confusion that ensued in removing the prisoners from the hall, the baron found himself beside Chanlouineau, who had begun his noisy lamentations. "Courage, my boy," he said, indignant at such apparent cowardice. "Ah, it's easy to talk," whined the young farmer. Then, seeing that no one was observing them, he leaned toward the baron and whispered:
"It is for you I am working. Save all your strength for tonight."
Chanlouineau's words and burning glance surprised Monsieur d'Escorval, but he attributed both to fear. When the guards took him back to his cell, he threw himself upon his pallet, and before him rose that vision of the last hour which is at once the hope and despair of those who are about to die. He knew the terrible laws that govern a court martial. The next day, in a few hours, at dawn perhaps, they would take him from his cell, place him in front of a squad of soldiers. An officer would lift his sword, and all would be over. Then what was to become of his wife and his son? His agony on thinking of these dear ones was terrible. He was alone. He wept. But suddenly he started up, ashamed of his weakness. He must not allow these thoughts to unnerve him. He was determined to meet death unflinchingly, resolved to shake off the profound melancholy that was creeping over him. He walked about his cell, forcing his mind to occupy itself with material objects. The room which had been allotted to him was very large. It had once communicated with the apartment adjoining, but the door had been walled up for a long time. The cement which held the large blocks of stone together had crumbled away, leaving crevices through which one might look from one room into the other. Monsieur d'Escorval mechanically applied his eye to one of these interstices. Perhaps he had a friend for a neighbor, some wretched man who was to share his fate. He saw no one. He called, first in a whisper, then louder. No voice responded to his. "If I could only tear down this thin partition," he thought. He trembled, then shrugged his shoulders. And if he did, what then? He would only find himself in another apartment similar to his own, an opening like his upon a corridor full of guards, whose monotonous tramp he could plainly hear as they passed to and fro. What folly to think of escape! He knew that every possible precaution must have been taken to guard against it. Yes, he knew this, and yet he could not refrain from examining his window. 2 rows of iron bars protected it. These were placed in such a way that it was impossible for him to put out his head and see how far he was above the ground. The height, however, must be considerable, judging from the extent of the view. The sun was setting, and through the violet haze the baron could discern an undulating line of hills, whose culminating point must be the land of the Reche. The dark masses of foliage that he saw on the right were probably the forests of Sairmeuse. On the left he divined rather than saw, nestling between the hills, the valley of the Oiselle and Escorval. Escorval, that lovely retreat where he had known such happiness, where he had hoped to die the calm and serene death of the just. And remembering his past felicity, and thinking of his vanished dreams, his eyes once more filled with tears. But he quickly dried them on hearing the door of his cell open. Two soldiers appeared. One of the men bore a torch, the other one of those long baskets divided into compartments which are used in carrying meals to the officers on guard. These men were evidently deeply moved, and yet, obeying a sentiment of instinctive delicacy, they affected a sort of gaiety. "Here is your dinner, monsieur," said one soldier. "It ought to be very good, for it comes from the cuisine of the commander of the citadel." M. d'Escorval smiled sadly. Some attentions on the part of one's jailer have a sinister significance. Still, when he seated himself before the little table which they prepared for him, he found that he was really hungry. He ate with a relish, and chatted quite cheerfully with the soldiers. "Always hope for the best, sir," said one of these worthy fellows. "Who knows? Stranger things have happened." When the baron finished his repast, he asked for pen, ink, and paper. They brought what he desired. He found himself again alone, but his conversation with the soldiers had been of service to him. His weakness had passed, his sang froid had returned. He would now reflect. He was surprised that he had heard nothing from Mme. d'Escorval and from Maurice. Could it be that they had been refused access to the prison? No, they could not be. He could not imagine that there existed men sufficiently cruel to prevent a doomed man from pressing to his heart in a last embrace his wife and his son. Yet how was it that neither the baroness nor Maurice had made an attempt to see him? Something must have prevented them from doing so. What could it be? He imagined the worst misfortunes. He saw his wife writhing in agony, perhaps dead. He pictured Maurice, wild with grief, upon his knees at the bedside of his mother. But they might come yet. He consulted his watch. It marked the hour of 7. But he waited in vain. No one came. He took up his pen and was about to write when he heard a bustle in the corridor outside. The clink of spurs resounded on the flags. He heard the sharp clink of the rifle as the guard presented arms. Trembling, the baron sprang up, saying: "They have come at last." He was mistaken. The footsteps died away in the distance. "A round of inspection," he murmured. But at the same moment two objects thrown through the tiny opening in the door of his cell fell on the floor in the middle of the room. M. d'Escorval caught them up. Someone had thrown him 2 files. His first feeling was one of distrust. He knew that there were jailers who left no means untried to dishonor their prisoners before delivering them to the executioner. Was it a friend or an enemy that had given him these instruments of deliverance and of liberty? Chanlouineau's words and the look that accompanied them recurred to his mind, perplexing him still more. He was standing with knitted brows, turning and returning the fine and well tempered files in his hands, when he suddenly perceived upon the floor a tiny scrap of paper which had at first escaped his notice. He snatched it up, unfolded it, and read: "Your friends are at work. Everything is prepared for your escape. Make haste, and saw the bars of your window. Maurice and his mother embrace you. Hope, courage." Beneath these few lines was the letter M. But the baron did not need this initial to be reassured. He had recognized Abbe Midon's handwriting. "Oh, he is a true friend," he murmured. Then the recollection of his doubts and despair arose in his mind. "This explains why neither my wife nor son came to visit me," he thought.
and I doubted their energy, and I was complaining of the neglect."
Intense joy filled his breast. He raised the letter that promised him life and liberty to his lips, and enthusiastically exclaimed: "To work! to work!" He had chosen the finest of the two files, and was about to attack the ponderous bars, when he fancied he heard someone open the door of the next room. Someone had opened it, certainly. The person closed it again, but did not lock it. Then the baron heard someone moving cautiously about. What did all this mean? Were they incarcerating some new prisoner, or were they stationing a spy there? Listening breathlessly, the baron heard a singular sound, whose cause it was absolutely impossible to explain. Noiselessly he advanced to the former communicating door, knelt, and peered through one of the interstices. The sight that met his eyes amazed him. A man was standing in a corner of the room. The baron could see the lower part of the man's body by the light of a large lantern which he had deposited on the floor at his feet. He was turning round and around very quickly, by this movement unwinding a long rope which had been twined around his body as thread is wound around a bobbin. M. d'Escorval rubbed his eyes as if to assure himself that he was not dreaming. Evidently this rope was intended for him. It was to be attached to the broken bars. But how had this man succeeded in gaining admission to this room? Who could it be that enjoyed such liberty in the prison? He was not a soldier, or at least he did not wear a uniform. Unfortunately, the highest crevice was in such a place that the visual ray did not strike the upper part of the man's body, and despite the baron's efforts, he was unable to see the face of this friend he judged him to be such whose boldness verged on folly. Unable to resist his intense curiosity, M. d'Escorval was on the point of rapping on the wall to question him, when the door of the room occupied by this man, whom the baron already called his savior, was impetuously thrown open. Another man entered whose face was also outside the baron's range of vision, and the newcomer, in a tone of astonishment, exclaimed: "Good heavens! what are you doing?" The baron drew back in despair.
"All is discovered," he thought.
The man whom M. d'Escorval believed to be his friend did not pause in his labor of unwinding the rope, and it was in the most tranquil voice that he responded: "As you see, I am freeing myself from this burden of rope, which I find extremely uncomfortable. There are at least 60 yards of it, I should think, and what a bundle it makes! I feared they would discover it under my cloak." "And what are you going to do with all this rope?" inquired the newcomer. "I am going to hand it to the Baron d'Escorval, to whom I have already given a file. He must make his escape to night." So improbable was this scene that the baron could not believe his own ears.
"I cannot be awake. I must be dreaming," he thought.
The newcomer uttered a terrible oath, and in an almost threatening tone, he said: "We will see about that. If you have gone mad, I, thank God, still possess my reason. I will not permit "
"Pardon," interrupted the other, coldly. "You will permit it. This is merely the result of your own credulity. When Chanlouineau asked you to allow him to receive a visit from Mademoiselle Lacheneur, that was the time you should have said: 'I will not permit it.' Do you know what the fellow desired? Simply to give Mademoiselle Lacheneur a letter of mine, so compromising in its nature that if it ever reaches the hands of a certain person of my acquaintance, my father and I will be obliged to reside in London in future. Then farewell to the projects for an alliance between our two families." The newcomer heaved a mighty sigh, accompanied by a half angry, half sorrowful exclamation. But the other, without giving him any opportunity to reply, resumed: "You yourself, Marquis, would doubtless be compromised. Were you not a chamberlain during the reign of Bonaparte? Ah, Marquis, how could a man of your experience, a man so subtle and penetrating and acute, allow himself to be duped by a low, ignorant peasant?" Now Monsieur d'Escorval understood. He was not dreaming. It was the Marquis de Courtornieu and Martial de Sairmeuse who were talking on the other side of the wall. This poor Monsieur de Courtornieu had been so entirely crushed by Martial's revelation that he no longer made any effort to oppose him.
"And this terrible letter?" he groaned. "Marie Anne Lacheneur gave it to Abbe Midon, who came to me and said: 'Either the baron will escape, or this letter will be taken to the Duc de Richelieu.' I voted for the baron's escape, I assure you. The abbe procured all that was necessary. He met me at a rendezvous which I appointed in a quiet spot. He coiled all his rope around my body, and here I am." "Then you think if the baron escapes they will give you back your letter?" "Most assuredly." "Deluded man! As soon as the baron is safe, they will demand the life of another prisoner, with the same menaces." "By no means. You will see." "I shall see nothing of the kind, for a very simple reason. I have the letter now in my pocket. The abbe gave it to me in exchange for my word of honor." Monsieur de Courtornieu's exclamation proved that he considered the abbe an egregious fool. "What!" he exclaimed, "you hold the proof, and but this is madness. Burn this accursed letter by the flames of this lantern, and let the baron go where his slumbers will be undisturbed." Martial's silence betrayed something like stupor. "What! you would do this? You?" he demanded, at last. "Certainly, and without the slightest hesitation." "Ah, well! I cannot say that I congratulate you." The sneer was so apparent that Monsieur de Courtornieu was sorely tempted to make an angry response; but he was not a man to yield to his first impulse. This former chamberlain under the Emperor, now become a grand prevot under the Restoration. He reflected. Should he, on account of a sharp word, quarrel with Martial, with the only suitor who had pleased his daughter? A rupture. Then he would be left without any prospect of a son in law. When would heaven send him such another? And how furious Mademoiselle Blanche would be! He concluded to swallow the bitter pill, and it was with a paternal indulgence of manner that he said: "You are young, my dear Martial." The baron was still kneeling by the partition, his ear glued to the crevices, holding his breath in an agony of suspense. "You are only 20, my dear Martial," pursued the Marquis de Courtornieu. "You possess the ardent enthusiasm and generosity of youth. Complete your undertaking. I shall interpose no obstacle. But remember that all may be discovered, and then " "Have no fear, sir," interrupted the young marquis. "I have taken every precaution. Did you see a single soldier in the corridor just now? No. That is because my father has, at my solicitation, assembled all the officers and guards under pretext of ordering exceptional precautions. He is talking to them now. This gave me an opportunity to come here unobserved. No one will see me when I go out. Who then will dare suspect me of having any hand in the baron's escape? If the baron escapes, justice will demand to know who aided him." Martial laughed. "If justice seeks to know, she will find a culprit of my providing. Go now. I have told you all. I had but one person to fear; that was yourself. A trusty messenger requested you to join me here. You came. You know all. You have agreed to remain neutral. I am tranquil. The baron will be safe in Piedmont when the sun rises." He picked up his lantern, and added, gayly: "But let us go. My father cannot harangue those soldiers forever." "But," insisted Monsieur de Courtornieu, "you have not told me " "I will tell you all, but not here. Come, come." They went out, locking the door behind them, and then the baron rose from his knees. All sorts of contradictory ideas, doubts, and conjectures filled his mind. What could this letter have contained? Why had not Chanlouineau used it to procure his own salvation? Who would have believed that Martial would be so faithful to a promise wrested from him by threats? But this was a time for action, not for reflection. The bars were heavy, and there were 2 rows of them. Monsieur d'Escorval set to work. He had supposed that the task would be difficult. It was 1,000 times more so than he had expected. He discovered this almost immediately. It was the first time that he had ever worked with a file, and he did not know how to use it. His progress was despairingly slow. Nor was that all. Though he worked as cautiously as possible, each movement of the instrument across the iron produced a harsh, grating sound that froze his blood with terror. What if someone should overhear this noise? And it seemed to him impossible for it to escape notice, since he could plainly distinguish the measured tread of the guards who had resumed their watch in the corridor. So slight was the result of his labors that at the end of 20 minutes he experienced a feeling of profound discouragement. At this rate, it would be impossible for him to sever the first bar before daybreak. What, then, was the use of spending his time in fruitless labor? Why mar the dignity of death by the disgrace of an unsuccessful effort to escape? He was hesitating when footsteps approached his cell. He hastened to seat himself at the table. The door opened and a soldier entered, to whom an officer who did not cross the threshold remarked: "You have your instructions, Corporal. Keep a close watch. If the prisoner needs anything, call." M. d'Escorval's heart throbbed almost to bursting. What was coming now? Had M. de Courtornieu's counsels carried the day, or had Martial sent someone to aid him?
"We must not be dawdling here," said the corporal as soon as the door was closed.
M. d'Escorval bounded from his chair. This man was a friend. Here was aid in life.
"I am Bavois," continued the corporal. "Someone said to me just now, 'A friend of the Emperor is in danger. Are you willing to lend him a helping hand?' I replied, 'Present, and here I am.'"
This certainly was a brave soul. The baron extended his hand, and in a voice trembling with emotion:
"Thanks," said he. "Thanks to you who, without knowing me, expose yourself to the greatest danger for my sake."
Bavois shrugged his shoulders disdainfully.
"Positively, my old hide is no more precious than yours. If we do not succeed, they will chop off our heads with the same axe. But we shall succeed. Now, let us cease talking and proceed to business."
As he spoke, he drew from beneath his long overcoat a strong iron crowbar and a small vial of brandy, and deposited them upon the bed. He then took the candle and passed it back and forth before the window 5 or 6 times.
"What are you doing?"
inquired the baron in suspense.
"I am signaling to your friends that everything is progressing favorably. They are down there awaiting for us. And see, now they are answering."
The baron looked, and 3 times they saw a little flash of flame, like that produced by the burning of a pinch of gunpowder.
"Now," said the corporal, "we are all right. Let us see what progress you have made with the bars."
"I have scarcely begun," murmured M. d'Escorval. The corporal inspected the work.
"You may indeed say that you have made no progress," said he. "But never mind. I have been a locksmith, and I know how to handle a file."
Having drawn the cork from the vial of brandy which he had brought, he fastened the stopper to the end of one of the files, and swathed the handle of the instrument with a piece of damp linen.
"That is what they call putting a stop on the instrument," he remarked,
by way of explanation. Then he made an energetic attack on the bars. It at once became evident that he had not exaggerated his knowledge of the subject, nor the efficacy of his precautions for deadening the sound. The harsh grating that had so alarmed the baron was no longer heard, and Bavois, finding he had nothing more to dread from the keenest ears, now made preparations to shelter himself from observation. To cover the opening in the door would arouse suspicion at once, so the corporal adopted another expedient. Moving the little table to another part of the room, he placed the light upon it, in such a position that the window remained entirely in shadow. Then he ordered the baron to sit down, and handing him a paper, said:
"Now, read aloud without stopping for an instant until you see me cease work."
By this method they might reasonably hope to deceive the guards outside in the corridor. Some of them, indeed, did come to the door and look in, then went away to say to their companions: "We have just taken a look at the prisoner. He is very pale, and his eyes are glittering feverishly. He is reading aloud to divert his mind. Corporal Bavois is looking out the window. It must be dull music for him." The baron's voice would also be of advantage in overpowering any suspicious sound, should there be one. And while Bavois worked, M. d'Escorval read. He had completed the perusal of the entire paper, and was about to begin it again, when the old soldier, leaving the window, motioned him to stop.
"Half the task is completed,"
he said in a whisper.
"The lower bars are cut."
"Oh, how can I ever repay you for your devotion?" murmured the baron.
"Hush, not a word. interrupted Bavois. "If I escape with you, I can never return here, and I shall not know where to go, for the regiment, you see, is my only family. Ah, well, if you will give me a home with you, I shall be content."
Whereupon he swallowed a big draught of brandy, and set to work with renewed ardor. The corporal had cut one of the second row of bars when he was interrupted by Monsieur d'Escorval, who, without discontinuing his reading, had approached and pulled Bavois's long coat to attract his attention. He turned quickly.
"What is it?"
"I heard a singular noise."
"Where?"
"In the adjoining room where the ropes are."
Honest Bavois muttered a terrible oath.
"Do they intend to betray us? I risked my life, and they promised me fair play."
He placed his ear against the opening of the partition and listened for a long time. Nothing, not the slightest sound.
"It must have been some rat that you heard,"
he said, at last.
"Resume your reading."
And he began his work again. This was the only interruption, and a little before 4 o'clock everything was ready. The bars were cut, and the ropes, which had been drawn through an opening in the wall, were coiled under the window. The decisive moment had come. Bavois took the counterpane from the bed, fastened it over the opening in the door, and filled up the keyhole. "Now," said he, in the same measured tone which he would have used in instructing his recruits, "attention, sir, and obey the word of command." Then he calmly explained that the escape would consist of two distinct operations: the first in gaining the narrow platform at the base of the tower, the second in descending to the foot of the precipitous rock. The abbe, who understood this, had brought Martial 2 ropes, the one to be used in the descent of the precipice being considerably longer than the other.
"I will fasten the shortest rope under your arms, monsieur, and I will let you down to the base of the tower. When you have reached it, I will pass you the longer rope and the crowbar. Do not miss them. If we find ourselves without them, on that narrow ledge of rock, we shall either be compelled to deliver ourselves up or throw ourselves down the precipice. I shall not be long in joining you. Are you ready?"
Monsieur d'Escorval lifted his arms. The rope was fastened securely about him, and he crawled through the window. From there the height seemed immense. Below, in the barren fields that surrounded the citadel, 8 persons were waiting, silent, anxious, breathless. They were Madame d'Escorval and Maurice, Marie Anne, Abbe Midon, and the 4 retired army officers. There was no moon, but the night was very clear, and they could see the tower quite plainly. Soon after 4 o'clock sounded, they saw a dark object glide slowly down the side of the tower. It was the baron. After a little, another form followed very rapidly. It was Bavois. Half of the perilous journey was accomplished. From below they could see the 2 figures moving about on the narrow platform. The corporal and the baron were exerting all their strength to fix the crowbar securely in a crevice of the rock. In a moment or two, one of the figures stepped from the projecting rock and glided gently down the side of the precipice. It could be none other than Monsieur d'Escorval. Transported with happiness, his wife sprang forward with open arms to receive him. Wretched woman! A terrific cry rent the still night air. Monsieur d'Escorval was falling from a height of 50 feet. He was hurled down to the foot of the rocky precipice. The rope had parted. Had it broken naturally? Maurice, who examined the end of it, exclaimed with horrible imprecations of hatred and vengeance that they had been betrayed, that their enemy had arranged to deliver only a dead body into their hands, that the rope, in short, had been foully tampered with. Cut. End of chapter 30. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 31 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva, Monsieur Lecoq, by Émile GABORIAU, Part 2, Chapter 31. Chupin had not taken time to sleep, nor scarcely time to drink, since that unfortunate morning when the Duc de Sairmeuse ordered affixed to the walls of Montaignac that decree in which he promised 20,000 francs to the person who should deliver up Lacheneur, dead or alive.
20,000 francs, Chupin muttered gloomily. 20 sacks with 100 pistoles in each. Ah, if I could discover Lacheneur, even if he were dead and buried 100 feet underground, I should gain the reward.
The appellation of traitor which he would receive, the shame and condemnation that would fall upon him and his, did not make him hesitate for a moment. He saw but one thing: the reward, the blood money. Unfortunately, he had nothing whatever to guide him in his researches, no clue, however vague. All that was known in Montaignac was that Monsieur Lacheneur's horse was killed at the Croix d'Arcy. But no one knew whether Lacheneur himself had been wounded, or whether he had escaped from the fray uninjured. Had he reached the frontier, or had he found an asylum in the house of one of his friends? Chupin was thus hungering for the price of blood, when, on the day of the trial, as he was returning from the citadel, after making his deposition, he entered a drinking saloon. While there, he heard the name of Lacheneur uttered in low tones near him. Two peasants were emptying a bottle of wine, and one of them, an old man, was telling the other that he had come to Montaignac to give Mademoiselle Lacheneur news of her father. He said that his son in law had met the chief conspirator in the mountains which separate the arrondissement of Montaignac from Savoy. He even mentioned the exact place of meeting, which was near Saint Pavin des Gottes, a tiny village of only a few houses. Certainly, the worthy man did not think he was committing a dangerous indiscretion. In his opinion, Lacheneur had ere this crossed the frontier and was out of danger. In this he was mistaken. The frontier bordering on Savoy was guarded by soldiers who had received orders to allow none of the conspirators to pass. The passage of the frontier, then, presented many great difficulties, and even if a man succeeded in effecting it, he might be arrested and imprisoned on the other side, until the formalities of extradition had been complied with. Chupin saw his advantage, and instantly decided on his course. He knew that he had not a moment to lose. He threw a coin down upon the counter, and without waiting for his change, rushed back to the citadel, and asked the sergeant at the gate for pen and paper. The old rascal generally wrote slowly and painfully. Today it took him but a moment to trace these lines:
I know Lacheneur's retreat, and beg Monseigneur to order some mounted soldiers to accompany me, in order to capture him. Chupin.
This note was given to one of the guards, with a request to take it to the Duc de Sairmeuse, who was presiding over the military commission. 5 minutes later, the soldier reappeared with the same note. Upon the margin the duke had written an order, placing at Chupin's disposal a lieutenant and 8 men chosen from the Montaignac chasseurs, who could be relied upon, and who were not suspected, as were the other troops, of sympathizing with the rebels. Chupin also requested a horse for his own use, and this was accorded him. The duke had just received this note when, with a triumphant air, he abruptly entered the room where Marie Anne and his son were negotiating for the release of Baron d'Escorval. It was because he believed in the truth of the rather hazardous assertion made by his spy that he exclaimed upon the threshold:
"Upon my word, it must be confessed that this Chupin is an incomparable huntsman. Thanks to him."
Then he saw Mademoiselle Lacheneur and suddenly checked himself. Unfortunately, neither Martial nor Marie Anne were in a state of mind to notice this remark and its interruption. Had he been questioned, the duke would probably have allowed the truth to escape him, and Monsieur Lacheneur might have been saved. But Lacheneur was one of those unfortunate beings who seem to be pursued by an evil destiny which they can never escape. Buried beneath his horse, Monsieur Lacheneur had lost consciousness. When he regained his senses, restored by the fresh morning air, the place was silent and deserted. Not far from him he saw two dead bodies, which had not yet been removed. It was a terrible moment, and in the depth of his soul he cursed death, which had refused to heed his entreaties. Had he been armed, doubtless he would have ended by suicide, the most cruel mental torture which man was ever forced to endure. But he had no weapon. He was obliged to accept the chastisement of life. Perhaps, too, the voice of honor whispered that it was cowardice to strive to escape the responsibility of one's acts by death. At last he endeavored to draw himself out from beneath the body of his horse. This proved to be no easy matter, as his foot was still in the stirrup, and his limbs were so badly cramped that he could scarcely move them. He finally succeeded in freeing himself, however, and on examination discovered that he, who it would seem ought to have been killed 10 times over, had only one hurt, a bayonet wound in the leg, extending from the ankle almost to the knee. Such a wound, of course, caused him not a little suffering, and he was trying to bandage it with his handkerchief when he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. He had no time for reflection. He sprang into the forest that lies to the left of the Croix d'Arcy. The troops were returning to Montaignac after pursuing the rebels for more than 3 miles. There were about 200 soldiers, and they were bringing back as prisoners about 20 peasants. Hidden by a great oak, scarcely 15 paces from the road, Lacheneur recognized several of the prisoners in the gray light of dawn. It was only by the merest chance that he escaped discovery, and he fully realized how difficult it would be for him to gain the frontier without falling into the hands of the detachment of soldiery, who were doubtless scouring the country in every direction. Still, he did not despair. The mountains lay only 2 leagues away, and he firmly believed that he could successfully elude his pursuers as soon as he gained the shelter of the hills. He began his journey courageously. Alas! he had not realized how exhausted he had become from the excessive labor and excitement of the past few days, and by the loss of blood from his wound, which he could not staunch. He tore up a pole in one of the vineyards to serve as a staff, and dragged himself along, keeping in the shelter of the woods as much as possible, and creeping along beside the hedges and in the ditches when he was obliged to traverse an open space. To the great physical suffering and the most cruel mental anguish was now added an agony that momentarily increased hunger. He had eaten nothing for 30 hours, and he felt terribly weak from lack of nourishment. This torture soon became so intolerable that he was willing to brave anything to appease it. At last he perceived the roofs of a tiny hamlet. He decided to enter it and ask for food. He was on the outskirts of the village when he heard the rolling of a drum. Instinctively he hid behind a wall, but it was only a town crier beating his drum to call the people together. And soon a voice rose so clear and penetrating that each word it uttered fell distinctly on Lacheneur's ears. It said: "This is to inform you that the authorities of Montaignac promise to give a reward of 20,000 francs, 2,000 pistoles, you understand, to him who will deliver up the man known as Lacheneur, dead or alive. Dead or alive, you understand. If he is dead, the compensation will be the same, 20,000 francs. It will be paid in gold." With a bound, Lacheneur had risen, wild with despair and horror. Though he had believed himself utterly exhausted, he found superhuman strength to flee. A price had been set upon his head. This frightful thought awakened in his breast the frenzy that renders a hunted wild beast so dangerous. In all the villages around him he fancied he could hear the rolling of drums and the voice of the criers proclaiming this infamous edict. Go where he would now, he was a tempting bait offered to treason and cupidity. In what human creature could he confide? Under what roof could he ask shelter? And even if he were dead, he would still be worth a fortune. Though he died from lack of nourishment and exhaustion under a bush by the wayside, his emaciated body would still be worth 20,000 francs. And the man who found his corpse would not give it burial. He would place it on his cart and bear it to Montaignac. He would go to the authorities and and say: "Here is Lacheneur's body; give me the reward." How long and by what paths he pursued his flight he could not tell; but several hours after, as he traversed the wooded hills of Shrove, he saw two men who sprang up and fled at his approach. In a terrible voice he called after them: "Hey, you men! Do each of you desire 1,000 pistoles? I am Lacheneur." They paused when they recognized him, and Lacheneur saw that they were two of his followers. They were well to do farmers, and it had been very difficult to induce them to take part in the revolt. These men had part of a loaf of bread and a little brandy. They gave both to the famished man. They sat down beside him on the grass, and while he was eating they related their misfortunes. Their connection with the conspiracy had been discovered. Their houses were full of soldiers who were hunting for them, but they hoped to reach Italy by the aid of a guide who was waiting for them at an appointed place. Lacheneur extended his hand to them. "Then I am saved," said he. "Weak and wounded as I am, I should perish if I were left alone." But the two farmers did not accept the hand he offered. "We should leave you," said the younger man, gloomily, "for you are the cause of our misfortunes. You deceived us, Monsieur Lacheneur." He dared not protest, so just was the reproach. "Nonsense! Let him come all the same," said the other, with a peculiar glance at his companion. So they walked on, and that same evening, after 9 hours of travelling on the mountains, they crossed the frontier. But this long journey was not made without bitter reproaches, and even more bitter recriminations. Closely questioned by his companions, Lacheneur, exhausted both in mind and body, finally admitted the insincerity of the promises with which he had inflamed the zeal of his followers. He acknowledged that he had spread the report that Marie Louise and the young King of Rome were concealed in Montaignac, and that this report was a gross falsehood. He confessed that he had given the signal for the revolt without any chance of success, and without means of action, leaving everything to chance. In short, he confessed that nothing was real save his hatred, his implacable hatred of the Sairmeuse family. A dozen times at least during this terrible avowal, the peasants who accompanied him were on the point of hurling him down the precipices upon whose verge they were walking. So it was to gratify his own spite, they thought, quivering with rage, that he sets everybody to fighting and killing one another, that he ruins us and drives us into exile. We will see. The fugitives went to the nearest house after crossing the frontier. It was a lonely inn about a league from the little village of Saint Jean de Coche, and was kept by a man named Balstain. They rapped. In spite of the lateness of the hour, it was past midnight. They were admitted, and they ordered supper. But Lacheneur, weak from loss of blood and exhausted by his long tramp, declared that he would eat no supper. He threw himself upon a bed in an adjoining room and was soon asleep. This was the first time since their meeting with Lacheneur that his companions had found an opportunity to talk together in private. The same idea had occurred to both of them. They believed that by delivering up Lacheneur to the authorities, they might obtain pardon for themselves. Neither of these men would have consented to receive a single sou of the money promised to the betrayer, but to exchange their life and liberty for the life and liberty of Lacheneur did not seem to them a culpable act under the circumstances. For did he not deceive us? They said to themselves. They decided at last that as soon as they had finished their supper, they would go to Saint Jean de Coche and inform the Piedmontese guards. But they reckoned without their host. They had spoken loud enough to be overheard by Balstain, the innkeeper, who had learned during the day of the magnificent reward which had been promised to Lacheneur's captor. When he heard the name of the guest who was sleeping quietly under his roof, a thirst for gold seized him. He whispered a word to his wife, then escaped through the window to run and summon the gendarmes. He had been gone half an hour before the peasants left the house, for to muster up courage for the act they were about to commit, they had been obliged to drink heavily. They closed the door so violently on going out that Lacheneur was awakened by the noise. He sprang up and came out into the adjoining room. The wife of the innkeeper was there alone. "Where are my friends?" he asked, anxiously. "Where is your husband?" Moved by sympathy, the woman tried to falter some excuse, but finding none, she threw herself at his feet, crying: "Fly, Monsieur, save yourself; you are betrayed." Lacheneur rushed back into the other room, seeking a weapon with which he could defend himself, an issue through which he could flee. He had thought they might abandon him, but betray him? No, never. "Who has sold me?" he asked, in a strained, unnatural voice.
"Your friends, the two men who supped there at that table."
"Impossible, Madame, impossible!"
He did not suspect the designs and hopes of his former comrades, and he could not, he would not believe them capable of ignobly betraying him for gold.
"But,"
pleaded the innkeeper's wife, still on her knees before him,
"they have just started for Saint Jean de Coche, where they will denounce you. I heard them say that your life would purchase theirs. They have certainly gone to summon the gendarmes. Is it not enough, or am I obliged to endure the shame of confessing that my own husband, too, has gone to betray you?"
Lacheneur understood it all now, and this supreme misfortune, after all the misery he had endured, broke him down completely. Great tears gushed from his eyes, and sinking down into a chair, he murmured:
"Let them come. I am ready for them. No, I will not stir from here. My miserable life is not worth such a struggle."
But the wife of the traitor rose, and grasping the unfortunate man's clothing, she shook him. She dragged him to the door. She would have carried him had she possessed sufficient strength.
"You shall not remain here," said she, with extraordinary vehemence. "Fly, save yourself. You shall not be taken here. It will bring misfortune upon our house."
Bewildered by these violent adjurations, and urged on by the instinct of self-preservation, so powerful in every human heart, Lacheneur stepped out upon the threshold. The night was very dark, and a chilling fog intensified the gloom.
"See, Madame,"
said the poor fugitive, gently,
"how can I find my way through these mountains, which I do not know, and where there are no roads, where the footpaths are scarcely discernible?"
With a quick movement, Balstain' wife pushed Lacheneur out, and turning him as one does a blind man, to set him on the right track.
"Walk straight before you," said she, "always against the wind. God will protect you. Farewell."
He turned to ask further directions, but she had re entered the house and closed the door. Upheld by a feverish excitement, he walked for long hours. He soon lost his way, and wandered on through the mountains, benumbed with cold, stumbling over rocks, sometimes falling. Why he was not precipitated to the depths of some chasm it is difficult to explain. He lost all idea of his whereabouts, and the sun was high in the heavens when he at last met a human being of whom he could inquire his way. It was a little shepherd boy, in pursuit of some stray goats, whom he encountered. But the lad, frightened by the wild and haggard appearance of the stranger, at first refused to approach. The offer of a piece of money induced him to come a little nearer.
"You are on the summit of the mountain, Monsieur," said he, "and exactly on the boundary line. Here is France, there is Savoy."
"And what is the nearest village?"
"On the Savoyard side, Saint Jean de Coche; on the French side, Saint Pavin."
So, after all his terrible exertions, Lacheneur was not a league from the inn. Appalled by this discovery, he remained for a moment undecided which course to pursue. What did it matter? Why should the doomed hesitate? Do not all roads lead to the abyss into which they must sink? He remembered the gendarmes that the innkeeper's wife had warned him against, and slowly and with great difficulty descended the steep mountainside leading down to France. He was near Saint Pavin when, before an isolated cottage, he saw a pretty peasant woman spinning in the sunshine. He dragged himself toward her, and in weak tones begged her hospitality. On seeing this man, whose face was ghastly pale, and whose clothing was torn and soiled with dust and blood, the woman rose, evidently more surprised than alarmed. She looked at him closely, and saw that his age, his stature, and his features corresponded with the descriptions of Lacheneur, which had been scattered thickly about the frontier.
"You are the conspirator they are hunting for, and for whom they promise a reward of 20,000 francs," she said.
Lacheneur trembled.
"Yes, I am Lacheneur,"
he replied after a moment's hesitation.
"I am Lacheneur." Betray me, if you will, but in charity's name, give me a morsel of bread, and allow me to rest a little."
At the words "betray me," the young woman made a gesture of horror and disgust.
"We betray you, sir," said she. "Ah, you do not know the Antoine. Enter our house and lie down upon the bed while I prepare some refreshments for you. When my husband comes home, we will see what can be done."
It was nearly sunset when the master of the house, a robust mountaineer with a frank face, returned. On beholding the strangers seated at his fireside, he turned frightfully pale.
"Unfortunate woman," he whispered to his wife, "do you not know that any man who shelters this fugitive will be shot, and his house leveled to the ground?"
Lacheneur rose with a shudder. He had not known this. He knew the infamous reward which had been promised to his betrayer, but he had not known the danger his presence brought upon these worthy people. "I will go at once, sir," said he, gently. But the peasant placed his large hand kindly upon his guest's shoulder, and forced him to resume his seat. "It was not to drive you away that I said what I did," he remarked. "You are at home, and you shall remain here until I can find some means of insuring your safety." The pretty peasant woman flung her arms about her husband's neck, and in tones of the most ardent affection exclaimed:
"Ah, you are a noble man, Antoine."
He smiled, embraced her tenderly, then pointing to the open door: "Watch," he said. "I feel it my duty to tell you, sir, that it will not be easy to save you," resumed the honest peasant. "The promises of reward have set all evil minded people on the alert. They know that you are in the neighborhood. A rascally innkeeper has crossed the frontier for the express purpose of betraying your whereabouts to the French gendarmes." "Balstain?" "Yes, Balstain, and he is hunting for you now. That is not all. As I passed through Saint Pavin on my return, I saw 8 mounted soldiers guided by a peasant, also on horseback. They declared that they knew you were concealed in the village, and they were going to search every house." These soldiers were none other than the Montaignac chasseurs placed at Chupin's disposal by the Duc de Sairmeuse. It was indeed as Antoine had said. The task was certainly not at all to their taste, but they were closely watched by the lieutenant in command, who hoped to receive some substantial reward if the expedition was crowned with success. Antoine, meanwhile, continued his exposition of his hopes and fears. "Wounded and exhausted as you are," he was saying to Lacheneur, "you will be in no condition to make a long march in less than a fortnight. Until then you must conceal yourself. Fortunately, I know a safe retreat in the mountain not far from here. I will take you there to night, with provisions enough to last you for a week." A stifled cry from his wife interrupted him. He turned and saw her fall almost fainting against the door, her face whiter than her coif, her finger pointing to the path that led from Saint Pavin to their cottage.
"The soldiers, they are coming!"
she gasped. Quicker than thought, Lacheneur and the peasant sprang to the door to see for themselves. The young woman had spoken the truth. The Montaignac chasseurs were climbing the steep footpath slowly but surely. Chupin walked in advance, urging them on with voice, gesture, and example. An imprudent word from the little shepherd boy, whom Monsieur Lacheneur had questioned, had decided the fugitive's fate. On returning to Saint Pavin, and hearing that the soldiers were searching for the chief conspirator, the lad chanced to say:
"I met a man just now on the mountain who asked me where he was, and I saw him go down the footpath leading to Antoine's cottage."
And in proof of his words, he proudly displayed the piece of silver which Lacheneur had given him.
"One more bold stroke and we have our man!"
exclaimed Chupin.
"Come, comrades!"
And now the party were not more than 200 feet from the house in which the proscribed man had found an asylum. Antoine and his wife looked at each other with anguish in their eyes. They saw that their visitor was lost.
"We must save him! We must save him!"
cried the woman. "Yes, we must save him," repeated the husband gloomily. "They shall kill me before I betray a man in my own house."
"If he would hide in the stable behind the bundles of straw."
"They would find him. These soldiers are worse than tigers, and the wretch who leads them on must have the keen scent of a bloodhound." He turned quickly to Lacheneur. "Come, sir," said he, "let us leap from the back window and flee to the mountains. They will see us, but no matter. These horsemen are always clumsy runners. If you cannot run, I will carry you. They will probably fire at us, but they will miss us."
"And your wife?"
asked Lacheneur. The honest mountaineer shuddered. But he said: "She will join us." Lacheneur took his friend's hand and pressed it tenderly.
"Ah, you are noble people!" he exclaimed, "and God will reward you for your kindness to a poor fugitive. But you have done too much already. I should be the basest of men if I consented to uselessly expose you to danger. I can bear this life no longer. I have no wish to escape."
He drew the sobbing woman to him and kissed her upon the forehead.
"I have a daughter, young and beautiful like yourself, as generous and proud. Poor Marie Anne! And I have pitilessly sacrificed her to my hatred. I should not complain, come what may. I have deserved it."
The sound of approaching footsteps became more and more distinct. Lacheneur straightened himself up, and seemed to be gathering all his energy for the decisive moment.
"Remain inside," he said, imperiously, to Antoine and his wife. "I am going out. They must not arrest me in your house."
As he spoke, he stepped outside the door with a firm tread, a dauntless brow, and a calm and assured mien. The soldiers were but a few feet from him. "Halt!" he exclaimed, in a strong, ringing voice. "It is Lacheneur you are seeking, is it not? I am he. I surrender myself." An unbroken stillness reigned. Not a sound, not a word replied. The spectre of death that hovered above his head imparted such an imposing majesty to his person that the soldiers paused, silent and awed. But there was one man who was terrified by this resonant voice, and that was Chupin. Remorse filled his cowardly heart, and pale and trembling, he tried to hide behind the soldiers. Lacheneur walked straight to him. "So it is you who have sold my life, Chupin?" he said, scornfully. "You have not forgotten, I see plainly, how often Marie Anne has filled your empty larder, and now you take your revenge." The miserable wretch seemed crushed. Now that he had done this foul deed, he knew what treason really was. "So be it," said Monsieur Lacheneur. "You will receive the price of my blood, but it will not bring you good fortune, traitor." But Chupin, indignant with himself for his weakness, was already trying to shake off the fear that mastered him. "You have conspired against the King," he stammered. "I have done only my duty in denouncing you." And turning to the soldiers, he said: "As for you, comrades, you may rest assured that the Duc de Sairmeuse will testify his gratitude for your services." They had bound Lacheneur's hands, and the party were about to descend the mountain, when a man appeared, bareheaded, covered with perspiration, and panting for breath. Twilight was falling, but Monsieur Lacheneur recognized Balstain. "Ah, you have found him!" he exclaimed, as soon as he was within hearing distance, and pointing to the prisoner. "The reward belongs to me. I denounced him first on the other side of the frontier. The gendarme at Saint Jean de Coche will testify to that. He would have been captured last night in my house, but he ran away in my absence, and I have been following the bandit for 16 hours." He spoke with extraordinary vehemence and volubility, beside himself with fear lest he was about to lose his reward, and lest his treason would bring him nothing save disgrace and obloquy. "If you have any right to the reward, you must prove it before the proper authorities," said the officer in command. "If I have any right," interrupted Balstain, "who contests my right, then?" He looked threateningly around, and his eyes fell on Chupin. "Is it you?" he demanded. "Do you dare assert that you discovered the brigand?" "Yes, it is I who discovered his hiding place." "You lie, impostor!" vociferated the innkeeper. "You lie!" The soldiers did not move. This scene repaid them for the disgust they had experienced during the afternoon. "But," continued Balstain, "what else could one expect from a vile knave like Chupin? Everyone knows that he has been obliged to flee from France a dozen times on account of his crimes. Where did you take refuge when you crossed the frontier, Chupin? In my house, in the inn kept by honest Balstain. You were fed and protected there. How many times have I saved you from the gendarmes and from the galleys? More times than I can count. And to reward me, you steal my property. You steal this man who was mine." "He is insane," said the terrified Chupin. He is mad." Then the innkeeper changed his tactics. "At least you will be reasonable," he exclaimed. "Let us see, Chupin. What will you do for an old friend? Divide, will you not?
No, you say no? What will you give me, comrade? A third? Is that too much? A quarter, then."
Chupin felt that all the soldiers were enjoying his terrible humiliation. They were sneering at him, and only an instant before they had avoided coming in contact with him with evident horror. Transported with anger, he pushed Balstain violently aside, crying to the soldiers:
"Come, are we going to spend the night here?"
An implacable hatred gleamed in the eye of the Piedmontese. He drew his knife from his pocket, and making the sign of the cross in the air:
"Saint Jean de Coche,"
he exclaimed in a ringing voice,
"and you, Holy Virgin, hear my vow. May my soul burn in hell if I ever use a knife at my repasts until I have plunged this, which I now hold, into the heart of the scoundrel who has defrauded me."
Having said this, he disappeared in the woods, and the soldiers took up their line of march. But Chupin was no longer the same. All his accustomed impudence had fled. He walked on with bowed head, a prey to the most sinister presentiments. He felt assured that an oath like that of Balstain's, and uttered by such a man, was equivalent to a death warrant, or at least to a speedy prospect of assassination. This thought tormented him so much that he would not allow the detachment to spend the night at Saint Pavin, as had been agreed upon. He was impatient to leave the neighborhood. After supper, Chupin sent for a cart. The prisoner, securely bound, was placed in it, and the party started for Montaignac. The great bell was striking two when Lacheneur was brought into the citadel. At that very moment, M. d'Escorval and Corporal Bavois were making their preparations for escape. End of chapter 31. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque.
Chapter 32 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Om123. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile GABORIAU, Part 2. Chapter 32. Alone in his cell, Chanlouineau, after Marie Anne's departure, abandoned himself in the most frightful despair. He had just given more than life to the woman he loved so fervently. For had he not, in the hope of obtaining an interview with her, periled his honor by simulating the most ignoble fear? While doing so, he thought only of the success of his ruse. But now he knew only too well what those who had witnessed his apparent weakness would say of him. This Chanlouineau is only a miserable coward after all. He fancied he could hear them saying among themselves, "We have seen him on his knees, begging for mercy and promising to betray his accomplices." The thought that his memory would be tarnished with charges of cowardice and treason drove him nearly mad. He actually longed for death, since it would give him an opportunity to retrieve his honor. "They shall see then," he cried wrathfully, "if I turn pale and tremble before the soldiers." He was in this state of mind when the door opened to admit the Marquis de Courtornieu, who, after seeing Mademoiselle Lacheneur leave the prison, came to Chanlouineau to ascertain the result of her visit. "Well, my good fellow," began the Marquis, in his most condescending manner. "Leave," cried Chanlouineau, in a fury of passion, "leave or—" Without waiting to hear the end of the sentence, the Marquis made his escape, greatly surprised and not a little dismayed by this sudden change. "What a dangerous and bloodthirsty rascal!" he remarked to the guard. "It would perhaps be advisable to put him in a straitjacket." Ah, there was no necessity for that. The heroic peasant had thrown himself upon his straw pallet, oppressed with feverish anxiety. Would Marie Anne know how to make the best use of the weapon which he had placed in her hands? If he hoped so, it was because she would have as a counsellor and guide a man in whose judgment he had the most implicit confidence, Abbe Midon. "Martial will be afraid of the latter," he said to himself again and again. "Certainly you will be afraid." In this, Chanlouineau was entirely mistaken. His discernment and intelligence were certainly above his station, but he was not sufficiently acute to read a character like that of the young Marquis de Sairmeuse. The document, which he had written in a moment of abandon and blindness, was almost without influence in determining his course. He pretended to be greatly alarmed in order to frighten his father, but in reality he considered the trait puerile. Marquis Anne would have obtained the same assistance from him if she had not possessed this letter. Other influences had decided him, the difficulties and dangers of the undertaking, the risks to be incurred, the prejudices to be braved. To save the life of Baron d'Escorval, an enemy, to wrest him from the execution on the very steps of the scaffold, as it were, seemed to him a delightful enterprise. And to assure the happiness of the woman he adored by saving the life of an enemy, even after his suit had been refused, seemed a chivalrous act worthy of him. Besides, what an opportunity it afforded for the exercise of his sang-froid, his diplomatic talent, and the finesse upon which he prided himself. It was necessary to make his father his dupe. That was an easy task. It was necessary to impose upon the credulity of the Marquis de Cocteau. This was a difficult task, yet he succeeded. But poor Chanlouineau could not conceive of such contradictions, and he was consumed with anxiety. Willingly would he have consented to be put to the torture before receiving his death blow, if he might have been allowed to follow Marquis M. in her undertakings. What was she doing? How could he ascertain? A dozen times during the evening he called his guards under every possible pretext and tried to compel them to talk with him. He knew very well that these men could no better informed on the subject than he was himself, that he could place no confidence in their reports, but that made no difference. The drums beat for the evening roll call, then for the extinguishment of lights, after that silence. Standing at the window of his cell, Chanlouineau concentrated on his faculties in a superhuman effort of attention. It seemed to him if the Baron regained his liberty, he would be warned of it by some sign. Those whom he had saved owed him, he thought, this slight token of gratitude. A little after 2 o'clock he heard sounds that made him tremble. There was a great bustle in the corridors, guards running to and fro and calling each other, a rattling of keys, and the opening and shutting of doors. The passage was suddenly illuminated. He looked out, and by the uncertain light of the lanterns he thought he saw Lacheneur, as pale as a ghost, pass the cell, led by some soldiers. Lacheneur! Could this be possible? He doubted his own eyesight. He thought it must be a vision born of the fever burning in his brain. Later he heard a despairing cry. But was it surprising that one should hear such a sound in a prison, where 20 men condemned to death were suffering the agony of that terrible night which precedes the day of execution? At last the grey light of early dawn came creeping through the prison bars. Chanlouineau was in despair. The letter was useless, he murmured. Poor generous peasant! His heart would have leaped for joy could he have cast a glance on the courtyard of the citadel. More than an hour had passed after the sounding of the reveille, when 2 countrywomen who were carrying their butter and eggs to market presented themselves at the gate of the fortress. They declared that while passing through the fields at the base of the precipitous cliff upon which the citadel was built, they had discovered a rope dangling from the side of the rock. A rope. Then one of the condemned prisoners must have escaped. The guards hastened to Baron d'Escorval's room. It was empty. The Baron had fled, taking with him the man who had been left to guard him, Corporal Bavois of the Grenadiers. The amazement was as intense as the indignation, but the fright was still greater. There was not a single officer who did not tremble on thinking of his responsibility, not one who did not see his hopes of advancement blighted forever. What should they say to the formidable Duc de Sairmeuse and to the Marquis de Cocteau, who, in spite of his calm and polished manners, was almost as much to be feared. It was necessary to warn them, however, and the sergeant was dispatched with the news. Soon they made their appearance, accompanied by Martial, all frightfully angry. Monsieur de Segmuller especially seemed beside himself. He swore at everybody, accused everybody, threatened everybody. He began by consigning all the keepers and guards to prison. He even talked of demanding the dismissal of all the officers. "As for that miserable Bavois," he exclaimed, "as for that cowardly deserter, he shall be shot as soon as we capture him, and we will capture him, you may depend upon it." They had hoped to appease the Duke's wrath a little by informing him of Lacheneur's arrest, but he knew this already, for Chupin had ventured to evoke him in the middle of the night to tell him the great news. The Baron's escape afforded the Duke an opportunity to exalt Chupin's merits. "The man who has discovered Lacheneur will know how to find this traitor d'Escorval," he remarked. Monsieur de Cocteau, who was more calm, took measures for the restoration of a great culprit to the hand of justice. As he said, he sent couriers in every direction, ordering them to make close inquiries throughout the neighborhood. His commands were brief, but to the point. They were to watch the frontier, to submit all travellers to a rigorous examination, to search the house, and to sow the description of d'Escorval broadcast through the land. But first of all, he ordered the arrest both of Abbe Midon, the curé of Segmuller, and of the son of Baron d'Escorval. Among the officers present there was one, an old lieutenant, medalled and decorated, who had been deeply wounded by imputations uttered by the Duc de Segmuller. He stepped forward with a gloomy air and said that these measures were doubtless all very well, but the most pressing and urgent duty was to institute an investigation at once, which, while acquainting them with the method of escape, would probably reveal the accomplices. On hearing the word investigation, neither the Duc de Segmuller nor the Marquis de Cocteau could repress a slight shudder. They could not ignore the fact that their reputations were at stake, and that the merest trifle might disclose the truth. A precaution neglected, the most insignificant detail, a word, a gesture, might ruin their ambitious hopes forever. They trembled to think that this officer might be a man of unusual shrewdness, who had suspected their complicity, and was impatient to verify his presumptions. No, the old lieutenant had not the slightest suspicion. He had spoken on the impulse of the moment, merely to give vent to his displeasure. He was not even keen enough to remark the rapid glance interchanged between the Marquis and the Duke. Martial noticed this look, however, and with a politeness too studied not to be ridiculed, he addressed the lieutenant. "Yes, we must institute an investigation. That suggestion is as shrewd as it is opportune," he remarked. The old officer turned away with a muttered oath. "That coxcomb is poking fun at me," he thought, "and he and his father and that prig deserve. But what is one to do?" In spite of his bold remark, Martial felt that he must not incur the slightest risk. To whom must the charge of this investigation be entrusted? To the Duke and to the Marquis, of course, since they were the only persons who would know just how much to conceal and just how much to disclose. They began their task immediately with an empressement which could not fail to silence all doubts, in case any existed in the minds of their subordinates. But who could be suspicious? The success of the plot had been all the more certain from the fact that the Baron's escape seemed likely to injure the interests of the very parties who had favoured it. Martial thought he knew the details of the escape as exactly as the fugitives themselves. He had been the author, even if they had been the actors of the drama of the preceding night. He was soon obliged to admit that he was mistaken in this opinion. The investigation revealed facts which seemed incomprehensible to him. It was evident that the Baron d'Escorval and Corporal Bavois had been compelled to accomplish two successive descents. To do this, the prisoners had realized, since they had succeeded, the necessity of having two robes, Martial had provided them. The prisoners must have used them, and yet only one rope could be found, the one which the patient woman had perceived hanging from the rocky platform, where it was made fast to an iron crupper. From the window to the platform there was no rope. "This is most extraordinary," murmured Martial thoughtfully. "Very strange," approved Monsieur Lecoq. "How the devil could they have reached the base of the tower? That is what I cannot understand." But Martial found another cause for surprise. On examining the rope that remained, the one which had been used in making the second descent, he discovered that it was not a single piece. Two pieces had been knotted together. The longest piece had evidently been too short. How did this happen? Could the Duke have made a mistake in the height of the cliff, or had the Abbé measured the rope incorrectly? But Martial had also measured it with his eye, and it had seemed to him that the rope was much longer, fully a third longer, than it now appeared. "There must have been some accident," he remarked to his father and to the Marquis. "But what?" "Well, what does it matter?" replied the Marquis. "You have the compromising letter, have you not?" But Martial's was one of those minds that never rest when confronted by an unsolved problem. He insisted on going to inspect the rocks at the foot of the precipice. There they discovered large parts of blood. "One of the fugitives must have fallen," said Martial quickly, "and was dangerously wounded." "Upon my word," exclaimed the Duc de Segmuller, "if Baron d'Escorval has broken his neck, I shall be delighted." Martial's face turned crimson, and he looked searchingly at his father. "I suppose, Monsieur, that you do not mean one word of what you are saying," Martial said coldly. "We pledged ourselves, upon the honor of our name, to save Baron d'Escorval. If he has been killed, it will be a great misfortune to us, Monsieur, a great misfortune." When his son addressed him in his haughty and freezing tone, the Duke never knew how to reply. He was indignant, but his son's was the stronger nature. "Nonsense!" exclaimed Monsieur Lecoq. "If the rascal had merely been wounded, we should have known it." Such was the opinion of Chupin, who had been sent for by the Duke, and who had just made his appearance. But the old scoundrel, who was usually so loquacious and so officious, replied briefly, and, strange to say, did not offer his services. Of his imperturbable assurance, of his wonted impudence, of his obsequious and cunning smile, absolutely nothing remained. His restless eyes, the contraction of his features, his gloomy manner, and the occasional shudder which he could not repress, all betrayed his secret perturbation. So marked was the change that even the Duc de Segmuller observed it. "What calamity has happened to you, Master Chupin?" he inquired. "This has happened," he responded sullenly. "When I was coming here, the children of the town threw mud and stones at me, and ran after me, shouting, 'Traitor, traitor!'" He clenched his fists. He seemed to be meditating vengeance, and he added, "The people of Montaigne are pleased. They know that the Baron has escaped, and they are rejoicing." Alas! This joy was destined to be of short duration, for this was the day appointed for the execution of the conspirators. It was Wednesday. At noon the gates of the citadel were closed, and the gloom was profound and universal when the heavy rolling of drums announced the preparations for the frightful holocaust. Consternation and fear spread through the town. The silence of death made itself felt on every side. The streets were deserted, and the doors and shutters of every house were closed. At last, as 3 o'clock sounded, the gates of the fortress were opened to give passage to the 14 doomed men, each accompanied by a priest. 14. For seized by remorse or fright at the last moment, Monsieur Lecoq and the Duc de Segmuller had granted a reprieve to 6 of the prisoners, and at that very hour a courier was hastening toward Paris with 6 petitions for pardons, signed by the military commission. Chanlouineau was not among those for whom royal clemency had been solicited. When he left his cell, without knowing whether or not his letter had availed, he counted the condemned with poignant anxiety. His eyes betrayed such an agony of anguish that the priest who accompanied him leaned toward him and whispered, "For whom you are looking, my son?" "For Baron d'Escorval. He escaped last night." "Ah, now I shall die content," exclaimed the heroic peasant. He died as he had sworn he would die, without even changing color, calm and proud, the name of Marquis M upon his lips. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Omar Dutre. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile GABORIAU, Part 2, Chapter 33. Ah well, there was one woman, a fair young girl, whose heart had not been touched by the sorrowful scenes of which Montaignac had been the theatre. Mademoiselle Blanche de Cocteau smiled as brightly as ever in the midst of a stricken people, and surrounded by mourners, her lovely eyes remained dry. The daughter of a man who for a week exercised the power of a dictator, she did not lift her finger to save a single one of the condemned prisoners from the executioner. They had stopped her carriage on the public road. This was a crime which Mademoiselle de Cocteau could never forget. She also knew that she owed it to Marquis Anne's intercession that she had not been held prisoner. This she could never forgive. So it was with the bitterest resentment that, on the morning following her arrival in Montaignac, she recounted what she styled her humiliations to her father. That is, the inconceivable arrogance of that Lachine girl, and the frightful brutality of which the peasants had been guilty. And when the Marquise de Cocteau asked if she would consent to testify against Baron d'Escorval, she coldly replied, "I think that such is my duty, and I shall fulfill it, however painful it may be." She knew perfectly well that her deposition would be the Baron's death warrant, but she persisted in her resolve, veiling her hatred and her insensibility under the name of virtue. But we must do her the justice to admit that her testimony was sincere. She really believed that it was Baron d'Escorval who was with the rebels, and whose opinion Chanlouineau had asked. This error on the part of Mademoiselle Blanche rose from the custom of designating Maurice by his Christian name, which prevailed in the neighborhood. In speaking of him, everyone said Monsieur Maurice. When they said Monsieur d'Escorval, they referred to the Baron. After crushing evidence against the accused had been written and signed in her fine and aristocratic handwriting, Mademoiselle de Cocteau bore herself with partly real and partly affected indifference. She would not on any account have had people suppose that anything related to these plebeians, these low peasants, could possibly disturb her proud serenity. She would not so much as ask a single question on the subject. But this superb indifference was in great measure assumed. In her inmost soul she was blessing this conspiracy which had caused so many tears and so much blood to flow. Had it not removed her rival from her path? Now, she thought, the Marquis will return to me, and I will make him forget the bold creature who has bewitched him. Chimeras! The charm had vanished which had been caused the love of Marshal de Segmur to oscillate between Mademoiselle de Cocteau and the daughter of Lachine. Captivated at first by the charms of Mademoiselle Blanche, he soon discovered the calculating ambition and the utter worldliness concealed beneath such seeming simplicity and candour. Nor was he long in discerning her intense vanity, her lack of principle, and her unbounded selfishness, and comparing her with the noble and generous Marquis M, his admiration was changed into indifference, or rather repugnance. He did return to her, however, or at least he seemed to return to her, actuated perhaps by that inexplicable sentiment that impels us sometimes to do that which is most distasteful to us, and by a feeling of discouragement and despair, knowing that Marie-Anne was now lost to him forever. He also said to himself that a pledge had been interchanged between the Duke and the Marquise de Cartignou, that he too had given his word, and that Mademoiselle Blanche was his betrothed. Was it worthwhile to break this engagement? Would he not be compelled to marry some day? Why not fulfill the pledge that had been made? He was as willing to marry Mademoiselle de Cartignou as anyone else, since he was sure that the only woman whom he had ever truly loved, the only woman whom he ever could love, was never to be his. Master of himself when near her, and sure that he would ever remain the same, it was easy to play the part of lover with that perfection and that charm which, sad as it is to say, the real passion seldom or never attains. He was assisted by his self-love, and also by that instinct of duplicity which leads a man to contradict his thoughts by his acts. But while he seemed to be occupied only with the thoughts of his approaching marriage, his mind was full of intense anxiety concerning Baron d'Escorval. What had become of the Baron and of Belvoise after their escape? What had become of those who were awaiting them on the rocks? For Martial knew all their plans. Madame d'Escorval and Marie-Anne, the Abbé and Maurice, and the 4 officers. There were then 10 persons in all who had disappeared, and Martial asked himself again and again how it could be possible for so many individuals to mysteriously disappear, leaving no trace behind them. It unquestionably denotes a superior ability, thought Martial. I recognized the hand of the priest. It was indeed remarkable, since the search ordered by the Duc de Sagmo and the Marquis had been pursued with feverish activity, greatly to the terror of those who had instituted it. Still, what could they do? They had imprudently excited the chill of their subordinates, and now they were unable to moderate it. But fortunately all efforts to discover the fugitives had proved unavailing. One witness testified, however, that on the morning of the escape he met, just before daybreak, a party of about a dozen persons, men and women, who seemed to be carrying a dead body. This circumstance, taken in connection with the broken rope and the bloodstains, made Martial tremble. He had also been strongly impressed by another circumstance, which was revealed as the investigation progressed. All the soldiers who were on guard that eventful night were interrogated. One of them testified as follows. I was on guard in the corridor, communicating with the prisoner's apartment in the tower, when at about 2:30 o'clock, after Lacheneur had been placed in his cell, I saw an officer approaching me. I challenged him. He gave me the countersign, and naturally I allowed him to pass. He went down the corridor and entered the room adjoining that in which Monsieur d'Escorval was confined. He remained there about 5 minutes. Did you recognize this officer? Martial eagerly inquired. And the soldier answered, no. He wore a large cloak, the collar of which was turned up so high that it covered his face to the very eyes. Who could this mysterious officer have been? What was he doing in the room where the ropes had been deposited? Martial racked his brain to discover an answer to these questions. The Marquis de Cartignou himself seemed much disturbed. How could you be ignorant that there were many sympathizers with this movement in the garrison? He said angrily. You might have known that this visitor, who concealed his face so carefully, was an accomplice who had been warned by Belvoise, and who came to see if he needed a helping hand. This was a plausible explanation, still it did not satisfy Martial. It is very strange, he thought, that Monsieur d'Escorval has not been deigned to let me know he is in safety. The service which I have rendered him deserves that acknowledgment at least. Such was his disquietude that he resolved to apply to Chupin, even though this traitor inspired him with extreme repugnance. But it was no longer easy to obtain the services of the old spy. Since he had received the price of Lacheneur's blood, the 20,000 francs which had so fascinated him, Chupin had deserted the house of the Duc de Sagmo. He had taken up his quarters in a small inn on the outskirts of the town, and he spent his days alone in a large room on the second floor. At night he barricaded the doors and drank, and until daybreak they could hear him cursing and singing or struggling against imaginary enemies. Still he dared not disobey the order brought by a soldier summoning him to the Hôtel de Segmont at once. "I wish to discover what has become of Baron d'Escorval," said Martial. Chupin trembled. He who had formerly been bronze and a flitting colour dyed his cheeks. "The Montaignac police are at your disposal," he answered sulkily. "They perhaps can satisfy the curiosity of Monsieur le Marquis. I do not belong to the police." Was he in earnest, or was he endeavouring to augment the value of his services by refusing them? Martial inclined to the latter opinion. "You shall have no reason to complain of my generosity," said he. "I will pay you well." But on hearing the word pay, which would have made his eyes gleam with delight a week before, Chupin flew into a furious passion. "So it was to tempt me again that you summoned me here," he exclaimed. "You would do better to leave me quietly at my inn." "What do you mean, fool?" But Chupin did not even hear this interruption, and with increasing fury he continued. "They told me that, by betraying Lacheneur, I should be doing my duty and serving the king. I betrayed him, and now I am treated as if I had committed the worst of crimes. Formerly, when I lived by stealing and poaching, they despised me, perhaps, but they did not shun me as they did the pestilence. They called me rascal, robber, and the like, but they would drink with me all the same. Today I have 20,000 francs, and I am treated as if I were a venomous beast. If I approach a man, he draws back. If I enter a room, those who are there leave it." The recollection of the insults he had received made him more and more frantic with rage. "Was the act I committed so ignoble and abominable?" he pursued. "Then why did your father propose it? The shame should fall on him. He should not have tempted a poor man who dwelt like that. If, on the contrary, I have done well, let them make laws to protect me." Martial comprehended the necessity of reassuring the troubled mind. "Chupin, my boy," said he, "I do not ask you to discover Monsieur d'Escorval in order to denounce him. Far from it. I only desire you to ascertain if anyone at Saint Pave or at Saint Jean du Cachet knows of his having crossed the frontier." On hearing the name Saint Jean du Cachet, Chupin's face blanched. "Do you wish me to be murdered?" he exclaimed, remembering Balstein and his vow. "I would have you know that I value my life now that I am rich." And seized with a sort of panic, he fled precipitately. Martial was stupefied with astonishment. One might really suppose that the wretch was sorry for what he had done, he thought. If that was really the case, Chupin was not alone. Monsieur de Cocteau and the Duc de Segmont were secretly blaming themselves for the exaggerations in their first report, and the manner in which they had magnified the proportions of the rebellion. They accused each other of undue haste, of neglect of the proper forms of procedure, and the injustice of the verdict rendered. Each endeavoured to make the other responsible for the blood which had been spilled. One tried to cast a public odium upon the other. Meanwhile, they were both doing their best to obtain a pardon for the 6 prisoners who had been reprieved. They did not succeed. One night a courier arrived at Montaignac, bearing the following laconic dispatch: "The 21 convicted prisoners must be executed." That is to say, the Duc de Richelieu and the Council of Ministers, headed by Monsieur de Cajas, the Minister of Police, had decided that the petitions for clemency must be refused. This dispatch was a terrible blow to the Duc de Segmont and Monsieur de Cocteau. They knew better than anyone else how little these poor men, whose lives they had tried too late to save, deserved death. they knew it would soon be publicly proven that 2 of the 6 men had taken no part whatever in the conspiracy. What was to be done? Martial desired his father to resign his authority, but the Duke had not courage to do it. Monsieur Lecoq encouraged him. He admitted that all this was very unfortunate, but declared, since the wine had been drawn, that it was necessary to drink it, and that one could not draw back now without causing a terrible scandal. The next day, the dismal rolling of drums was again heard, and the 6 doomed men, 2 of whom were known to be innocent, were led outside the walls of the citadel and shot on the same spot where, only a week before, 14 of their comrades had fallen. And the prime mover in the conspiracy had not yet been tried. Confined in the cell next to that which Chanlouineau had occupied, Lacheneur had fallen into a state of gloomy despondency, which lasted during his whole term of imprisonment. He was terribly broken, both in body and in mind. Once only did the blood mount to his pallid cheek, and that was on the morning when the Duc de Segmaux entered the cell to interrogate him. "It was you who drove me to do what I did," he said. "God sees us and judges us." Unhappy man! His faults had been great. His chastisement was terrible. He had sacrificed his children on the altar of his wounded pride. He had not even the consolation of pressing them to his heart and of asking their forgiveness before he died. Alone in his cell, he could not distract his mind from thoughts of his son and of his daughter. But such was the terrible situation in which he had placed himself that he dared not ask what had become of them. Through a compassionate keeper, he learned that nothing had been heard of John, and that it was supposed Marquis N had gone to some foreign country with the d'Escorval family. When summoned before the court for trial, Lacheneur was calm and dignified in manner. He attempted no defense, but responded with perfect frankness. He took all the blame upon himself, and would not give the name of one of his accomplices. Condemned to be beheaded, he was executed on the following day. In spite of the rain, he desired to walk to the place of execution. When he reached the scaffold, he ascended the steps with a firm tread, and, of his own accord, placed his head upon the block. A few seconds later, the rebellion of the 4th of March counted its 21st victim. And that same evening the people everywhere were talking of the magnificent rewards which were to be bestowed upon the Duc de Segmaux and the Marquise de Coq-de-Gneau, and it was also asserted that the nuptials of the children of these great houses were to take place before the close of the week. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Om123. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile GABORIAU, Part 2, Chapter 34. That Marshal de Segmaux was to marry Mademoiselle Blanche de Coq-de-Gneau did not surprise the inhabitants of Montaignac in the least. But spreading such a report, with Lacheneur's execution fresh in the minds of everyone, could not fail to bring odium upon these men who had held absolute power, and who had exercised it so mercilessly. Heaven knows that Monsieur de Coq-de-Gneau and the Duc de Segmaux were now doing their best to make the people of Montaignac forget the atrocious cruelty of which they had been guilty during their dictatorship. Of the 100 or more who were confined in the citadel, only 18 or 20 were tried, and they received only some very slight punishment. The others were released. Major Cagini, the leader of the conspirators in Montaignac, who had expected to lose his head, heard himself, with astonishment, sentenced to 2 years' imprisonment. But there are crimes which nothing can efface or extenuate. Public opinion attributed this sudden clemency on the part of the Duke and the Marquise to fear. People excreted them for their cruelty, and despised them for their apparent cowardice. They were ignorant of this, however, and hastened forward the preparations for the nuptials of their children, without suspecting that the marriage was considered a shameless defiance of public sentiment on their part. The 17th of April was the day which had been appointed for the bridal, and the wedding feast was to be held at the Château du Segmuir, which, at a great expense, had been transformed into a fairy palace for the occasion. It was in the church of the little village of Segmuir, on the loveliest of spring days, that this marriage ceremony was performed by the cure who had taken the place of poor Abbé Midon. At the close of the address to the newly wedded pair, the priest uttered these words, which he believed prophetic: "You will be, you must be happy." Who would not have believed as he did? Where could two young people be found more richly dowered with all the attributes likely to produce happiness, that is, youth, rank, health, and riches? But though an intense joy sparkled in the eyes of the new Marquise de Segmuir, there were those among the guests who observed the bridegroom's preoccupation. One might have supposed that he was making an effort to drive away some gloomy thought. At the moment when his young wife hung upon his arm, proud and radiant, a vision of Marie Anne rose before him, more lifelike, more potent than ever. What had become of her that she had not been seen at the time of her father's execution? Courageous as he knew her to be, if she had made no attempt to see her father, it must have been because she was ignorant of his approaching doom. Ah, if she had but loved him! Martial thought what happiness would have been his. But now he was bound for life to a woman whom he did not love. At dinner, however, he succeeded in shaking off the sadness that oppressed him, and when the guests rose to repair to the drawing-rooms, he had almost forgotten his dark forebodings. He was rising in his turn when a servant approached him with a mysterious air. "Someone desires to see the Marquis," whispered the valet. "Who?" "A young peasant who will not give his name." "On one's wedding day one must grant an audience to everybody," said Martial, and gay and smiling he descended the staircase. In the vestibule, lined with rare and fragrant plants, stood a young man. He was very pale, and his eyes glittered with feverish brilliancy. On recognizing him, Martial could not restrain an exclamation of surprise. "Jean Lacheneur!" he exclaimed. "Imprudent man!" The young man stepped forward. "You believed that you were rid of me," he said bitterly. "Instead, I returned from afar. You can have your people arrest me if you choose." Martial's face crimsoned at the insult, but he retained his composure. "What do you desire?" he asked coldly. Jean drew from his pocket a folded letter. "I am to give you this on behalf of Maurice d'Escorval." With an eager hand, Martial broke the seal. He glanced over the letter, turned as pale as death, staggered, and said only one word: "Infamous." "What must I say to Maurice?" insisted Jean. "What do you intend to do?" With a terrible effort, Martial had conquered his weakness. He seemed to deliberate for 10 seconds, then seizing Jean's arm, he dragged him up the staircase, saying, "Come, you shall see." Martial's countenance had changed so much during the 3 minutes he had been absent that there was an exclamation of terror when he reappeared, holding an open letter in one hand and leading with the other a young peasant whom no one recognized. "Where is my father?" he demanded in a husky voice. "Where is the Marquis de Cartagena?" The Duke and the Marquis were with Madame Blanche in the little salon at the end of the main hall. Martial hastened there, followed by a crowd of wondering guests, who, foreseeing a stormy scene, were determined not to lose a syllable. He walked directly to Monsieur de Cartagena, who was standing by the fireplace, and handing him the letter. "Read," said he in a terrible voice. Monsieur de Cartagena obeyed. He became livid. The paper trembled in his hands, his eyes fell, and he was obliged to lean against a marble mantel for support. "I do not understand," he stammered. "No, I do not understand." The Duke and Madame Blanche both sprang forward. "What is it?" they asked in a breath. "What has happened?" With a rapid movement, Martial tore the paper from the hands of Marquis de Coquetigny, and addressing his father, "Listen to this letter," he said imperiously. 300 people were assembled there, but the silence was so profound that the voice of the young Marquis penetrated to the farthest extremity of the hall as he read, "Monsieur le Marquis, in exchange for a dozen lines that threatened you with ruin, you promised us, upon the honour of your name, the life of Baron d'Escorval. You did indeed bring the ropes by which he was to make his escape, but they had been previously cut, and my father was precipitated to the rocks below. You have forfeited your honour, monsieur. You have spoiled your name with ineffaceable opprobrium. While so much as a drop of blood remains in my veins, I will leave no means untried to punish you for your cowardice and vile treason. By killing me you would, it is true, escape the chastisement I am reserving for you. Consent to fight with me. Shall I await you tomorrow on the ridge? At what hour? With what weapons? If you are the vilest of men, you can appoint a rendezvous, and then send your gendarmes to arrest me. That would be an act worthy of you. Maurice d'Escorval." The Duke was in despair. He saw the secret of the Baron's flight made public, his political prospects ruined. "Hush!" he said hurriedly in a low voice. "Hush, wretched man! He will ruin us." But Martial seemed not even to hear him. When he had finished his reading, "Now what do you think?" he demanded, looking the Marquis de Coquetigny full in the face. "I am still unable to comprehend," said the old nobleman coldly. Martial lifted his hand. Everyone believed that he was about to strike the man who had been his father-in-law only a few hours. "Very well, I comprehend," he exclaimed. "I know now who that officer was who entered the room in which I had deposited the ropes, and I know what took him there." He crumpled the letter between his hands and threw it in Monsieur de Coquetigny's face, saying, "Here is your reward, coward." Overwhelmed by this denouement, the Marquis sank into an armchair, and Martial, still holding John Lacheneur by the arm, was leaving the room, when his young wife, wild to despair, tried to detain him. "You shall not go," she exclaimed, intensely exasperated. "You shall not. Where are you going? To rejoin the sister of the man whom I now recognize." Beside himself, Martial pushed his wife roughly aside. "Wretch," said he, "how dare you insult the noblest and purest of women? Ah, well, yes, I am going to find Maggie Anne. Farewell." And he passed on. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile GABORIAU. Part 2, Chapter 35. The ledge of rock upon which Baron d'Escorval and Corporal Bavois rested in their descent from the tower was very narrow. In the widest place it did not measure more than a yard and a half, and its surface was uneven, cut by innumerable fissures and crevices, and sloped suddenly at the edge. To stand there in the daytime, with the wall of the tower behind one and the precipice at one's feet, would have been considered very imprudent. Of course, the task of lowering a man from this ledge at dead of night was perilous in the extreme. Before allowing the baron to descend, honest Bavois took every possible precaution to save himself from being dragged over the verge of the precipice by the weight he would be obliged to sustain. He placed his crowbar firmly in a crevice of the rock; then, bracing his feet against the bar, he seated himself firmly, throwing his shoulders well back, and it was only when he was sure of his position that he said to the baron: "I am here and firmly fixed, comrade. Now let yourself down." The sudden parting of the rope hurled the brave corporal rudely against the tower wall. Then he was thrown forward by the rebound. His unalterable sang froid was all that saved him. For more than a minute he hung suspended over the abyss into which the baron had just fallen, and his hands clutched at the empty air. A hasty movement, and he would have fallen. But he possessed a marvelous power of will, which prevented him from attempting any violent effort. Prudently, but with determined energy, he screwed his feet and his knees into the crevices of the rock, feeling with his hands for some point of support, and gradually sinking to one side, he finally succeeded in dragging himself from the verge of the precipice. It was time, for a cramp seized him with such violence that he was obliged to sit down and rest for a moment. That the baron had been killed by his fall, Bavois did not doubt for an instant; but this catastrophe did not produce much effect upon the old soldier, who had seen so many comrades fall by his side on the field of battle. What did amaze him was the breaking of the rope, a rope so large that one would have supposed it capable of sustaining the weight of 10 men like the baron. As he could not, by reason of the darkness, see the ruptured place, Bavois felt it with his finger, and to his inexpressible astonishment he found it smooth. No filaments, no rough bits of hemp, as usual after a break. The surface was perfectly even. The corporal comprehended what Maurice had comprehended below. "The scoundrels have cut the rope!" he exclaimed, with a frightful oath. And a recollection of what had happened 3 or 4 hours previous arose in his mind. "This," he thought, "explains the noise which the poor baron heard in the next room. And I said to him, 'Nonsense! It is a rat.'" Then he thought of a very simple method of verifying his conjectures. He passed the cord about the crowbar and pulled it with all his strength. It parted in 3 places. This discovery appalled him. A part of the rope had fallen with the unfortunate baron, and it was evident that the remaining fragments tied together would not be long enough to reach to the base of the rock. From this isolated ledge it was impossible to reach the ground upon which the citadel was built. "You are in a fine fix, Corporal," he growled. Honest Bavois looked the situation full in the face, and saw that it was desperate. "Well, Corporal, your jig is up," he murmured. "At daybreak they will find that the baron's cell is empty. They will poke their heads out of the window, and they will see you here like a stone saint upon his pedestal. Naturally, you will be captured, tried, condemned, and you will be led out to take your turn in the ditches. Ready, aim, fire, and that will be the end of your story." He stopped short. A vague idea had entered his mind, which he felt might possibly be his salvation. It came to him in touching the rope which he had used in his descent from the prison to the ledge, and which, firmly attached to the bars, hung down the side of the tower. "If you had that rope which hangs there useless, Corporal, you could add it to these fragments, and then it would be long enough to carry you to the foot of the rock. But how shall I obtain it? It is certainly impossible to go back after it. How can I pull it down when it is so securely fastened to the bars?" He sought a way, found it, and pursued it, talking to himself all the while, as if there were 2 corporals, one prompt to conceive, the other a trifle stupid, to whom it was necessary to explain everything in detail. "Attention, Corporal," said he. "You are going to knot these 5 pieces of rope together and attach them to your waist. Then you are going to climb up to that window, hand over hand. Not an easy matter. A carpeted staircase is preferable to that rope dangling there, but no matter. You are not finical, Corporal, so you climb it, and here you are in the cell again. What are you going to do? A mere nothing. You are unfastening the cord attached to the bars. You will tie it to this, and that will give you 80 feet of good strong rope. Then you will pass the rope about one of the bars that remain intact. The rope will thus be doubled. Then you let yourself down again, and when you are here, you have only to untie one of the knots, and the rope is at your service. Do you understand, Corporal?" The corporal did understand, so well that in less than 20 minutes he was back again upon the narrow shelf of rock, the difficult and dangerous operation which he had planned accomplished. Not without a terrible effort, not without torn and bleeding hands and knees. But he had succeeded in obtaining the rope, and now he was certain that he could make his escape from his dangerous position. He laughed gleefully, or rather with that chuckle which was habitual to him. Anxiety, then joy, had made him forget Monsieur d'Escorval. At the thought of him he was smitten with remorse. "Poor man," he murmured, "I shall succeed in saving my miserable life, for which no one cares. But I was unable to save him. Undoubtedly, by this time, his friends have carried him away." As he uttered these words, he was leaning over the abyss. He doubted the evidence of his own senses when he saw a faint light moving here and there in the depths below. What had happened? For something very extraordinary must have happened to induce intelligent men like the baron's friends to display this light, which, if observed from the citadel, would betray their presence and ruin them. But Corporal Bavois's moments were too precious to be wasted in idle conjectures. "Better go down on the double quick," he said aloud, as if to spur on his courage. "Come, my friend, spit on your hands and be off." As he spoke, the old soldier threw himself flat on his belly and crawled slowly backward to the verge of the precipice. The spirit was strong, but the flesh shuddered. To march upon a battery had always been a mere pastime to the worthy corporal, but to face an unknown peril, to suspend one's life upon a cord, was a different matter. Great drops of perspiration, caused by the horror of his situation, stood out upon his brow when he felt that half his body had passed the edge of the precipice, and that the slightest movement would now launch him into space. He made this movement, murmuring: "If there is a God who watches over honest people, let him open his eyes this instant." The God of the just was watching. Bavois arrived at the end of his dangerous journey with torn and bleeding hands, but safe. He fell like a mass of rock, and the rudeness of the shock drew from him a groan resembling the roar of an infuriated beast. For more than a minute he lay there upon the ground, stunned and dizzy. When he rose, two men seized him roughly. "Ah, no foolishness!" he said quickly. "It is I, Bavois." This did not cause them to relax their hold. "How does it happen," demanded one in a threatening tone, "that Baron d'Escorval falls, and you succeed in making the descent in safety a few moments later?" The old soldier was too shrewd not to understand the whole import of this insulting question. The sorrow and indignation aroused within him gave him strength to free himself from the hands of his captors. "Mille tonnerres!" he exclaimed. "So I pass for a traitor, do I? No, it is impossible. Listen to me." Then rapidly, but with surprising clearness, he related all the details of his escape, his despair, his perilous situation, and the almost insurmountable obstacles which he had overcome. To hear was to believe. The men they were, of course, the retired army officers who had been waiting for the baron offered the honest corporal their hands, sincerely sorry that they had wounded the feelings of a man who was so worthy of their respect and gratitude. "You will forgive us, corporal," they said, sadly. "Misery renders men suspicious and unjust, and we are very unhappy." "No offense," he growled. "If I had trusted poor Monsieur d'Escorval, he would be alive now." "The baron still breathes," said one of the officers. This was such astounding news that Bavois was utterly confounded for a moment.
I will give my right hand, if necessary, to save him,"
he exclaimed at last. "If it is possible to save him, he will be saved, my friend. That worthy priest whom you see there is an excellent physician. He is examining Monsieur d'Escorval's wounds now. It was by his order that we procured and lighted this candle, which may bring our enemies upon us at any moment. But this is not a time for hesitation." Bavois looked with all his eyes, but from where he was standing he could discover only a confused group of moving figures.
"I would like to see the poor man,"
he said, sadly. "Come nearer, my good fellow. Fear nothing." He stepped forward, and by the flickering light of the candle which Marie Anne held, he saw a spectacle which moved him more than the horrors of the bloodiest battlefield. The baron was lying upon the ground, his head supported on Mme. d'Escorval's knee. His face was not disfigured, but he was pale as death itself, and his eyes were closed. At intervals, a convulsive shudder shook his frame, and a stream of blood gushed from his mouth. His clothing was hacked, literally hacked in pieces, and it was easy to see that his body had sustained many frightful wounds. Kneeling beside the unconscious man, Abbe Midon, with admirable dexterity, was staunching the blood and applying bandages which had been torn from the linen of those present. Maurice and one of the officers were assisting him.
"Ah, if I had my hands on the scoundrel who cut the rope!"
cried the corporal in a passion of indignation.
"But patience, I shall have him yet."
"Do you know who it was?"
"Only too well."
He said no more. The abbe had done all it was possible to do, and he now lifted the wounded man a little higher on Mme. d'Escorval's knee. This change of position elicited a moan that betrayed the unfortunate baron's intense sufferings. He opened his eyes and faltered a few words. They were the first he had uttered.
"Firmin,"
he murmured. Firmin. It was the name of the baron's former secretary, a man who had been absolutely devoted to his master, but who had been dead for several years. It was evident that the baron's mind was wandering. Still, he had some vague idea of his terrible situation, for in a stifled, almost inaudible voice, he added:
"Oh, how I suffer, Firmin! I will not fall into the hands of the Marquis de Courtornieu alive. You shall kill me, rather. Do you hear me? I command it."
This was all. Then his eyes closed again, and his head fell back a dead weight. One would have supposed that he had yielded up his last sigh. Such was the opinion of the officers, and it was with poignant anxiety they drew the abbe a little aside.
"Is it over?" they asked. "Is there any hope?"
The priest sadly shook his head, and pointing to heaven: "My hope is in God," he said, reverently. The hour, the place, the terrible catastrophe, the present danger, the threatening future, all combined to lend a deep solemnity to the words of the priest. So profound was the impression that for more than a minute these men, familiar with peril and scenes of horror, stood in awed silence. Maurice, who approached, followed by Corporal Bavois, brought them back to the exigencies of the present. "Ought we not to make haste and carry away my father?" he asked. "Must we not be in Piedmont before evening?"
"Yes," exclaimed the officers, "let us start at once."
But the priest did not move, and in a despondent voice he said: "To make any attempt to carry Monsieur d'Escorval across the frontier in his present condition would cost him his life." This seemed so inevitably a death warrant for them all that they shuddered. "My God, what shall we do?" faltered Maurice. "What course shall we pursue?" Not a voice replied. It was clear that they hoped for salvation through the priest alone. He was lost in thought, and it was some time before he spoke. "About an hour's walk from here," he said at last, "beyond the Croix d'Arcy, is the hut of a peasant upon whom I can rely. His name is Poignot, and he was formerly in Monsieur Lacheneur's employ. With the assistance of his 3 sons, he now tills quite a large farm. We must procure a litter and carry Monsieur d'Escorval to the house of this honest peasant." "What, monsieur?" interrupted one of the officers. "You wish us to procure a litter at this hour of the night, and in this neighborhood?" "It must be done."
"But will it not awaken suspicion?"
"Most assuredly. The Montaignac police will follow us." "I am certain of it."
"The baron will be recaptured."
"No." The abbe spoke in the tone of a man who, by virtue of assuming all the responsibility, feels that he has a right to be obeyed. "When the baron has been conveyed to Poignot's house," he continued, "one of you gentlemen will take the wounded man's place upon the litter. The others will carry him, and the party will remain together until it has reached Piedmontese territory. Then you will separate and pretend to conceal yourselves, but do it in such a way that you are seen everywhere." All present comprehended the priest's simple plan. They were to throw the emissaries sent by the Duc de Sairmeuse and the Marquis de Courtornieu off the track; and at the very moment it was apparently proven that the baron was in the mountains, he would be safe in Poignot's house. "One word more," added the priest. "It will be necessary to make the cortege which accompanies the pretended baron resemble as much as possible the little party that would be likely to attend Monsieur d'Escorval. Mademoiselle Lacheneur will accompany you, Maurice also. People know that I would not leave the baron, who is my friend. My priestly robe would attract attention. One of you must assume it. God will forgive this deception on account of its worthy motive." It was now necessary to procure the litter, and the officers were trying to decide where they should go to obtain it, when Corporal Bavois interrupted them. "Give yourselves no uneasiness," he remarked. "I know an inn not far from here where I can procure one." He departed on the run, and 5 minutes later reappeared with a small litter, a thin mattress, and a coverlid. He had thought of everything. The wounded man was lifted carefully and placed upon the mattress. A long and difficult operation, which, in spite of extreme caution, drew many terrible groans from the baron. When all was ready, each officer took an end of the litter, and the little procession, headed by the abbe, started on its way. They were obliged to proceed slowly on account of the suffering which the least jolting inflicted upon the baron. Still they made some progress, and by daybreak they were about halfway to Poignot's house. It was then that they met some peasants going to their daily toil. Both men and women paused to look at them, and when the little cortege had passed, they still stood gazing curiously after these people who were apparently carrying a dead body. The priest did not seem to trouble himself in regard to these encounters; at least he made no attempt to avoid them. But he did seem anxious and cautious when, after a 3 hours' march, they came in sight of Poignot's cottage. Fortunately, there was a little grove not far from the house. The abbe made the party enter it, recommending the strictest prudence, while he went on in advance to confer with this man, upon whose decision the safety of the whole party depended. As the priest approached the house, a small, thin man, with gray hair and a sunburned face, emerged from the stable. It was Father Poignot.
"What! Is this you, Monsieur le Cure?"
he exclaimed delightedly.
"Heavens! How pleased my wife will be! We have a great favor to ask of you."
And then, without giving the abbe an opportunity to open his lips, he began to tell him his perplexities. The night of the revolt he had given shelter to a poor man who had received an ugly sword thrust. Neither his wife nor himself knew how to dress the wound, and he dared not call in a physician.
"And this wounded man," he added, "is Jean Lacheneur, the son of my former employer."
A terrible anxiety seized the priest's heart. Would this man, who had already given an asylum to one wounded conspirator, consent to receive another? The abbe's voice trembled as he made known his petition. The farmer turned very pale and shook his head gravely, while the priest was speaking. When the abbe had finished:
"Do you know, sir," he asked, coldly, "that I incur a great risk by converting my house into a hospital for these rebels?"
The abbe dared not answer.
"They told me," Father Poignot continued, "that I was a coward because I would not take part in the revolt. Such was not my opinion. Now I choose to shelter these wounded men. I shelter them. In my opinion, it requires quite as much courage as it does to go and fight." "Ah! you are a brave man!" cried the abbe. "I know that very well. Bring Monsieur d'Escorval. There is no one here but my wife and boys. No one will betray him."
A half hour later the baron was lying in a small loft where Jean Lacheneur was already installed. From the window Abbe Midon and Mme. d'Escorval watched the little cortege, organized for the purpose of deceiving the Duc de Sairmeuse's spies, as it moved rapidly away. Corporal Bavois, with his head bound up with blood-stained linen, had taken the baron's place upon the litter. This was one of the troubled epochs in history that try men's souls. There is no chance for hypocrisy. Each man stands revealed in his grandeur or in his pettiness of soul. Certainly much cowardice was displayed during the early days of the Second Restoration, but many deeds of sublime courage and devotion were performed. These officers who befriended Mme. d'Escorval and Maurice, who lent their aid to the abbe, knew the baron only by name and reputation. It was sufficient for them to know that he was the friend of their former ruler, the man whom they had made their idol, and they rejoiced with all their hearts when they saw Monsieur d'Escorval reposing under Father Poignot's roof in comparative security. After this, their task, which consisted in misleading the government's emissaries, seemed to them mere child's play. But all these precautions were unnecessary. Public sentiment had declared itself in an unmistakable manner, and it was evident that Lacheneur's hopes had not been without some foundation. The police discovered nothing, not so much as a single detail of the escape. They did not even hear of the little party that had travelled nearly 3 leagues in the full light of day, bearing a wounded man upon a litter. Among the 2,000 peasants who believed that this wounded man was Baron d'Escorval, there was not one who turned informer or let drop an indiscreet word. But on approaching the frontier, which they knew to be strictly guarded, the fugitives became even more cautious. They waited until nightfall before presenting themselves at a lonely inn, where they hoped to procure a guide to lead them through the defiles of the mountains. Frightful news awaited them there. The innkeeper informed them of the bloody massacre at Montaignac. With tears rolling down his cheeks, he related the details of the execution which he had heard from an eye witness. Fortunately or unfortunately, he knew nothing of Monsieur d'Escorval's flight or of Monsieur Lacheneur's arrest. But he was well acquainted with Chanlouineau, and he was inconsolable over the death of that handsome young fellow, the best farmer in the country. The officers, who had left the litter a short distance from the inn, decided that they could confide at least a part of their secret to this man. "We are carrying one of our wounded comrades," they said to him. "Can you guide us across the frontier to night?" The innkeeper replied that he would do so very willingly, that he would promise to take them safely past the military posts, but that he would not think of going upon the mountain before the moon rose. By midnight the fugitives were en route. By daybreak they set foot on Piedmont territory. They had dismissed their guide some time before. They now proceeded to break the litter in pieces, and handful by handful they cast the wool of the mattress to the wind. "Our task is accomplished," the officer said to Maurice. "We will now return to France. May God protect you. Farewell." It was with tears in his eyes that Maurice saw these brave men, who had just saved his father's life, depart. Now he was the sole protector of Marie Anne, who, pale and overcome with fatigue and emotion, trembled on his arm. But no, Corporal Bavois still lingered by his side. "And you, my friend," he asked, sadly, "what are you going to do?" "Follow you," replied the old soldier. "I have a right to a home with you. That was agreed between your father and myself. So do not hurry. The young lady does not seem well, and I see the village only a short distance away." End of Chapter 35. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque. Chapter 36 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile GABORIAU. Part 2, Chapter 36. Essentially a woman in grace and beauty, as well as in devotion and tenderness, Marie Anne was capable of a virile bravery. Her energy and her coolness during those trying days had been the admiration and the astonishment of all around her. But human endurance has its limits. Always after excessive efforts comes a moment when the shrinking flesh fails the firmest will. When Marie Anne tried to begin her journey anew, she found that her strength was exhausted. Her swollen feet would no longer sustain her, her limbs sank under her, her head whirled, and an intense freezing coldness crept over her heart. Maurice and the old soldier were obliged to support her, almost carry her. Fortunately, they were not far from the village, whose church tower they had discerned through the gray mists of morning. Soon the fugitives could distinguish the houses on the outskirts of the town. The corporal suddenly stopped short with an oath.
Mille tonnerres!
He exclaimed.
And my uniform! To enter the village in this rig would excite suspicion at once. Before we had a chance to sit down, the Piedmontese gendarme would arrest us."
He reflected for a moment, twirling his mustache furiously. Then, in a tone that would have made a passerby tremble, he said:
"All things are fair in love and war. The next peasant who passes—"
"But I have money," interrupted Maurice, unbuckling a belt filled with gold, which he had put on under his clothing on the night of the revolt.
"Eh, we are fortunate!"
cried Bavois.
"Give me some, and I will soon find some shop in the suburbs where I can purchase a change of clothing."
He departed, but it was not long before he reappeared, transformed by a peasant's costume, which fitted him perfectly. His small, thin face was almost hidden beneath an immense, broad-brimmed hat.
"Now, steady, forward, march!"
he said to Maurice and Marie Anne, who scarcely recognized him in this disguise. The town, which they soon reached, was called Saliente. They read the name upon a guide post. The fourth house, after entering the place, was a hostelry, the Traveller's Rest. They entered it, and ordered the hostess to take the young lady to a room and assist her in disrobing. The order was obeyed, and Maurice and the corporal went into the dining room and ordered something to eat. The desired refreshments were served, but the glances cast upon the guests were by no means friendly. It was evident that they were regarded with suspicion. A large man, who was apparently the proprietor of the house, hovered around them, and at last embraced a favorable opportunity to ask their names. "My name is Dubois," replied Maurice, without the slightest hesitation. "I am traveling on business, and this man here is my farmer." These replies seemed to reassure the host a little.
"And what is your business?"
he inquired. "I came into this land of inquisitive people to buy mules," laughed Maurice, striking his belt of money. On hearing the jingle of the coin, the man lifted his cap deferentially. Raising mules was the chief industry of the country. This bourgeois was very young, but he had a well-filled purse, and that was enough.
"You will excuse me," resumed the host in a quite different tone. "You see, we are obliged to be very careful. There has been some trouble in Montaignac."
The imminence of the peril and the responsibility devolving upon him gave Maurice an assurance unusual to him. And it was in the most careless, offhand manner possible that he concocted a quite plausible story to explain his early arrival on foot, accompanied by a sick wife. He congratulated himself upon his address, but the old corporal was far from satisfied.
"We are too near the frontier to bivouac here," he grumbled. "As soon as the young lady is on her feet again, we must hurry on."
He believed, and Maurice hoped, that 24 hours of rest would restore Marie Anne. They were mistaken. The very springs of life in her existence seemed to have been drained dry. She did not appear to suffer, but she remained in a death-like torpor from which nothing could arouse her. They spoke to her, but she made no response. Did she hear? Did she comprehend? It was extremely doubtful. By rare good fortune, the mother of the proprietor proved to be a good, kind-hearted old woman, who would not leave the bedside of Marie Anne. of Madame Dubois, as she was called at the Traveller's Rest. It was not until the evening of the third day that they heard Marie Anne utter a word.
"Poor girl!" she sighed. "Poor, wretched girl!"
It was of herself that she spoke. By a phenomenon not very unusual after a crisis in which reason has been temporarily obscured, it seemed to her that it was someone else who had been the victim of all the misfortunes, whose recollections gradually returned to her like the memory of a painful dream. What strange and terrible events had taken place since that August Sabbath, when, on leaving the church with her father, she heard of the arrival of the Duc de Sairmeuse. And that was only 8 months ago. What a difference between those days when she lived happy and envied in that beautiful Chateau de Sairmeuse, of which she believed herself the mistress, and at the present time, when she found herself lying in the comfortless room of a miserable country inn, attended by an old woman whom she did not know, and with no other protection than that of an old soldier, a deserter, whose life was in constant danger, and that of her proscribed lover. From this total wreck of her cherished ambitions, of her hopes, of her fortune, of her happiness, and of her future, she had not even saved her honor. But was she alone responsible? Who had imposed upon her the odious role which she had played with Maurice, Martial, and Chanlouineau? As this last name darted through her mind, the scene in the prison cell rose suddenly and vividly before her. Chanlouineau had given her a letter, saying as he did so: "You will read this when I am no more." She might read it now that he had fallen beneath the bullets of the soldiery. But what had become of it? From the moment that he gave it to her until now, she had not once thought of it. She raised herself in bed, and in an imperious voice: "My dress," she said to the old nurse seated beside her. "Give me my dress." The woman obeyed. With an eager hand, Marie Anne examined the pocket. She uttered an exclamation of joy on finding the letter there. She opened it, read it slowly twice, then, sinking back on her pillows, she burst into tears. Maurice anxiously approached her. "What is the matter?" he inquired, anxiously. She handed him the letter, saying: "Read." Chanlouineau was only a poor peasant. His entire education had been derived from an old country pedagogue, whose school he attended for 3 winters, and who troubled himself much less about the progress of his students than about the size of the books which they carried to and from school. This letter, which was written upon the commonest kind of paper, was sealed with a huge wafer as large as a 2-sou piece, which he had purchased from a grocer in Sairmeuse. The chirography was labored, heavy, and trembling. It betrayed the stiff hand of a man more accustomed to guiding the plough than the pen. The lines zigzagged toward the top or toward the bottom of the page, and faults of orthography were everywhere apparent. But if the writing was that of a vulgar peasant, the thoughts it expressed were worthy of the noblest, the proudest in the land. This was the letter which Chanlouineau had written, probably on the eve of the insurrection: "Marie Anne, the outbreak is at hand. Whether it succeeds or whether it fails, I shall die. That was decided on the day when I learned that you could marry none other than Maurice d'Escorval. But the conspiracy will not succeed, and I understand your father well enough to know that he will not survive its defeat. And if Maurice and your brother should both be killed, what would become of you? Oh, my God, would you not be reduced to beggary? The thought has haunted me continually. I have reflected, and this is my last will. I give and bequeath to you all my property, all that I possess. My house, the Borderie, with the gardens and the vineyards pertaining thereto, the woodland and the pastures of Berarde, and the 5 lots of land at Valroyer. You will find an inventory of this property and of my other possessions, which I devise to you, deposited with the lawyer at Sairmeuse. You can accept this bequest without fear, for having no parents, my control over my property is absolute.
If you do not wish to remain in France, this property will sell for at least 40,000 francs. But it seems to me, be better for you to remain in your own country. The house on the Borderie is comfortable and convenient, since I have had it divided into 3 rooms and thoroughly repaired. Upstairs is a room that has been fitted up by the best upholsterer in Montaignac. I intended it for you. Beneath the hearthstone in this room you will find a box containing 327 louis d'or and 146 livres. If you refuse this gift, it will be because you scorn me even after I am dead. Accept it. If not for your own sake, for the sake of I dare not write it, but you will understand my meaning only too well. If Maurice is not killed, and I shall try my best to stand between him and danger, he will marry you. Then you will perhaps be obliged to ask his consent in order to accept my gift. I hope that he will not refuse it. One is not jealous of the dead. Besides, he knows well that you have scarcely vouchsafed a glance to the poor peasant who has loved you so much. Do not be offended at anything I have said. I am in such agony that I cannot weigh my words. Adieu, adieu, Marie Anne. Chanlouineau.
Maurice also read twice before handing it back, this letter, whose every word palpitated with sublime passion. He was silent for a moment, then in a husky voice he said: "You cannot refuse. It would be wrong." His emotion was so great that he could not conceal it, and he left the room. He was overwhelmed by the grandeur of soul exhibited by this peasant who, after saving the life of his successful rival at the Croix d'Arcy, had wrested Baron d'Escorval from the hands of his executioners, and who had never allowed a complaint nor a reproach to escape his lips, and whose protection over the woman he adored extended even from beyond the grave. In comparison with this obscure hero, Maurice felt himself insignificant, mediocre, unworthy. Good God! What if this comparison should arise in Marie Anne's mind as well? How could he compete with the memory of such nobility of soul and heroic self-sacrifice? Chanlouineau was mistaken. One may, perhaps, be jealous of the dead. But Maurice took good care to conceal this poignant anxiety and these sorrowful thoughts, and during the days that followed, he presented himself in Marie Anne's room with a calm, even cheerful face. For she, unfortunately, was not restored to health. She had recovered the full possession of her mental faculties, but her strength had not yet returned. She was still unable to sit up, and Maurice was forced to relinquish all thought of quitting Saliente, though he felt the earth burn beneath his feet. This persistent weakness began to astonish the old nurse. Her faith in herbs gathered by the light of the moon was considerably shaken. Honest Bavois was the first to suggest the idea of consulting a physician whom he had found in this land of savages. Yes, he had found a really skillful physician in the neighborhood, a man of superior ability, attached at one time to the beautiful court of Prince Eugene. He had been obliged to flee from Milan, and had taken refuge in this secluded spot. This physician was summoned, and promptly made his appearance. He was one of those men whose age it is impossible to determine. His past, whatever it might have been, had wrought deep furrows on his brow, and his glance was as keen and piercing as his lancet. After visiting the sick room, he drew Maurice aside. "Is this young lady really your wife, Monsieur Dubois?" He hesitated so strangely over this name, Dubois, that Maurice felt his face crimson to the roots of his hair. "I do not understand your question," he retorted angrily. "I beg your pardon, of course. But you seem very young for a married man, and your hands are too soft to belong to a farmer. And when I spoke to this young lady of her husband, she blushed scarlet. The man who accompanies you has terrible mustaches for a farmer. Besides, you must remember that there have been troubles across the frontier at Montaignac." From crimson, Maurice had turned white. He felt that he was discovered, that he was in this man's power. What should he do? What good would denial do? He reflected that confession is sometimes the height of prudence, and that extreme confidence often meets with sympathy and protection. So, in a voice trembling with anxiety, he said: "You are not mistaken, Monsieur. My friend and myself both are fugitives, undoubtedly condemned to death in France at this moment." And without giving the doctor time to respond, he narrated the terrible events that had happened at Sairmeuse, and the history of his unfortunate love affair. He omitted nothing. He neither concealed his own name nor that of Marie Anne. When his recital was completed, the physician pressed his hand. "It is just as I supposed," said he. "Believe me, Monsieur Dubois, you must not tarry here. What I have discovered others will discover. And above all, do not warn the hotel keeper of your departure. He has not been deceived by your explanation. Self interest alone has kept his mouth closed. He has seen your money, and so long as you spend it at his house he will hold his tongue. But if he discovers that you are going away, he will probably betray you." "Ah, sir, how is it possible for us to leave this place?" "In 2 days the young lady will be on her feet again," interrupted the physician. "And take my advice. At the next village, stop and give your name to Mademoiselle Lacheneur." "Ah, sir," Maurice exclaimed, "have you considered the advice you offer me? How can I, a proscribed man, a man condemned to death perhaps, how can I obtain the necessary papers?" The physician shook his head. "Excuse me, you are no longer in France, Monsieur d'Escorval. You are in Piedmont." "Another difficulty." "No, because in this country people marry, or at least they can marry, without all the formalities that cause you so much anxiety."
"Is it possible?"
Maurice exclaimed. "Yes, if you can find a priest who will consent to your union, inscribe your name upon his parish register, and give you a certificate, you will be so indissolubly united, Mademoiselle Lacheneur and you, that the court of Rome would never grant you a divorce." To suspect the truth of these affirmations was difficult, and yet Maurice doubted still. "So, sir," he said hesitatingly, "in case I was able to find a priest." The physician was silent. One might have supposed he was blaming himself for meddling with matters that did not concern him. Then, almost brusquely, he said: "Listen to me attentively, Monsieur d'Escorval. I am about to take my leave, but before I go, I shall take occasion to recommend a good deal of exercise for the sick lady. I will do this before your host. Consequently, day after tomorrow, Wednesday, you will hire mules, and you, Mademoiselle Lacheneur, and your old friend the soldier will leave the hotel as if going on a pleasure excursion. You will push on to Vigano, 3 leagues from here, where I live. I will take you to a priest, one of my friends, and he, upon my recommendation, will perform the marriage ceremony. Now reflect. Shall I expect you on Wednesday?"
"Oh, yes, yes, Monsieur. How can I ever thank you?"
"By not thanking me at all. See, here is the innkeeper. You are Monsieur Dubois again." Maurice was intoxicated with joy. He understood the irregularity of such a marriage, but he knew it would reassure Marie Anne's troubled conscience. Poor girl, she was suffering an agony of remorse. It was that which was killing her. He did not speak to her on the subject, however, fearing something might occur to interfere with the project. But the old physician had not given his word lightly, and everything took place as he had promised. The priest at Vigano blessed the marriage of Maurice d'Escorval and of Marie Anne Lacheneur, and after inscribing their names upon the church register, he gave them a certificate, upon which the physician and Corporal Bavois figured as witnesses. That same evening the mules were sent back to Saliente, and the fugitives resumed their journey. Abbe Midon had counseled them to reach Turin as quickly as possible.
"It is a large city," he said. "You will be lost in the crowd. I have more than one friend there, whose name and address are upon this paper. Go to them, and in that way I will try to send you news of your father."
So it was toward Turin that Maurice, Marie Anne, and Corporal Bavois directed their steps. But their progress was very slow, for they were obliged to avoid frequented roads, and renounce the ordinary modes of transportation. The fatigue of travel, instead of exhausting Marie Anne, seemed to revive her. After 5 or 6 days, the color came back to her cheek, and her strength returned.
"Fate seems to have relaxed her rigor," said Maurice one day. "Who knows what compensations the future may have in store for us?"
No, fate had not taken pity upon them. It was only a short respite granted by destiny. One lovely April morning the fugitives stopped for breakfast at an inn on the outskirts of a large city. Maurice, having finished his repast, was just leaving the table to settle with the hostess, when a despairing cry arrested him. Marie Anne, deadly pale, and with eyes staring wildly at a paper which she held in her hand, exclaimed in frenzied tones:
"Here, Maurice, look!"
It was a French journal, about a fortnight old, which had probably been left there by some traveler.
Maurice seized it and read: "Yesterday, Lacheneur, the leader of the revolt in Montaignac, was executed. The miserable mischief maker exhibited upon the scaffold the audacity for which he has always been famous."
"My father has been put to death!" cried Marie Anne. "And I, his daughter, was not there to receive his last farewell." She rose, and in an imperious voice: "I will go no farther," she said. "We must turn back now, without losing an instant. I wish to return to France." To return to France was to expose themselves to frightful peril. What good would it do? Was not the misfortune irreparable? So Corporal Bavois suggested very timidly. The old soldier trembled at the thought that they might suspect him of being afraid. But Maurice would not listen. He shuddered. It seemed to him that Baron d'Escorval must have been discovered and arrested at the same time that Lacheneur was captured. "Yes, let us start at once on our return!" he exclaimed. They immediately procured a carriage to convey them to the frontier. One important question, however, remained to be decided. Should Maurice and Marie Anne make their marriage public? She wished to do so, but Maurice entreated her, with tears in his eyes, to conceal it. "Our marriage certificate will not silence the evil disposed," said he. "Let us keep our secret for the present. We shall doubtless remain in France only a few days." Unfortunately, Marie Anne yielded.
"Since you wish it," said she, "I will obey you. No one shall know it."
The next day, which was the 14th of April, the fugitives at nightfall reached Father Poignot's house. Maurice and Corporal Bavois were disguised as peasants. The old soldier had made one sacrifice that drew tears from his eyes. He had shaved off his mustache. End of chapter 36. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Chapter 37 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile GABORIAU. Part 2, Chapter 37. When Abbe Midon and Martial de Sairmeuse held their conference to discuss and to decide upon the arrangements for the Baron d'Escorval's escape, a difficulty presented itself which threatened to break off the negotiation. "Return my letter," said Martial, "and I will save the baron." "Save the baron," replied the abbe, "and your letter shall be returned." But Martial's was one of those natures which become exasperated by the least shadow of suspicion. The idea that anyone should suppose him influenced by threats, when in reality he had yielded only to Marie Anne's tears, angered him beyond endurance. "These are my last words, Monsieur," he said, emphatically. "Restore to me now, this instant, the letter which was obtained from me by Chanlouineau's ruse, and I swear to you, by the honor of my name, that all which it is possible for any human being to do to save the baron, I will do, if you distrust trust my word. Good evening." The situation was desperate, the danger imminent, the time limited. Martial's tone betrayed an inflexible determination. The abbe could not hesitate. He drew the letter from his pocket, and handing it to Martial: "Here it is, Monsieur," he said, solemnly. "Remember that you have pledged the honor of your name." "I will remember it, Monsieur le Cure. Go and obtain the ropes." The abbe's sorrow and amazement were intense when, after the baron's terrible fall, Maurice announced that the cord had been cut. And yet he could not make up his mind that Martial was guilty of the execrable act. It betrayed a depth of duplicity and hypocrisy which is rarely found in men under 25 years of age. But no one suspected his secret thoughts. It was with the most unalterable sang-froid that he dressed the baron's wounds and made arrangements for the flight. Not until he saw Monsieur d'Escorval installed in Poignot's house did he breathe freely. The fact that the baron had been able to endure the journey proved that in this poor maimed body remained a power of vitality for which the priest had not dared to hope. Some way must now be discovered to procure the surgical instruments and the remedies which the condition of the wounded man demanded. But where and how could he procure them? The police kept a close watch over the physicians and druggists in Montaignac, in the hope of discovering the wounded conspirators through them. But the cure, who had been for 10 years physician and surgeon for the poor of his parish, had an almost complete set of surgical instruments and a well-filled medicine chest. "This evening," said he, "I will obtain what is needful." When night came, he put on a long blue blouse, shaded his face by an immense slouch hat, and directed his steps toward Sairmeuse. Not a light was visible through the windows of the presbytery. Bibiane, the old housekeeper, must have gone out to gossip with some of the neighbors. The priest effected an entrance into the house, which had once been his, by forcing the lock of the door opening on the garden. He found the requisite articles, and retired without having been discovered. That night the abbe hazarded a cruel but indispensable operation. His heart trembled, but not the hand that held the knife, although he had never before attempted so difficult a task. "It is not upon my weak powers that I rely. I have placed my trust in one who is on high." His faith was rewarded. 3 days later, the wounded man, after quite a comfortable night, seemed to regain consciousness. His first glance was for his devoted wife, who was seated by his bedside. His first word was for his son.
"Maurice?"
he asked. "Is in safety," replied the abbe. "He must be on the way to Turin." Monsieur d'Escorval's lips moved as if he were murmuring a prayer. Then, in a feeble voice:
"We owe you a debt of gratitude which we can never pay," he murmured, "for I think I shall pull through." He did pull through, but not without terrible suffering, not without difficulties that made those around him tremble with anxiety. Jean Lacheneur, more fortunate, was on his feet by the end of the week. 40 days had passed when one evening, it was the 17th of April, while the abbe was reading a newspaper to the baron, the door gently opened, and one of the Poignot boys put in his head, then quickly withdrew it. The priest finished the paragraph, laid down the paper, and quietly went out.
"What is it?" he inquired of the young man. "Ah, monsieur, Monsieur Maurice, Mademoiselle Lacheneur, and the old corporal have just arrived. They wish to come up." In 3 bounds the abbe descended the narrow staircase. "Unfortunate creatures!" he exclaimed, addressing the 3 imprudent travellers. "What has induced you to return here?" Then turning to Maurice: "Is it not enough that for you and through you your father has nearly died? Are you afraid he will not be recaptured, that you return here to set the enemies upon his track? Depart!" The poor boy, quite overwhelmed, faltered his excuse. Uncertainty seemed to him worse than death. He had heard of Monsieur Lacheneur's execution. He had not reflected. He would go at once. He asked only to see his father and to embrace his mother. The priest was inflexible. "The slightest emotion might kill your father," he declared; "and to tell your mother of your return, and of the dangers to which you have foolishly exposed yourself, would cause her untold tortures. Go at once. Cross the frontier again this very night." Jean Lacheneur, who had witnessed this scene, now approached. "It is time for me to depart," said he.
and I entreat you to care for my sister. The place for her is here, not upon the highways."
The abbe deliberated for a moment; then he said brusquely: "So be it, but go at once. Your name is not upon the proscribed list. You will not be pursued." Thus suddenly separated from his wife, Maurice wished to confer with her, to give her some parting advice; but the abbe did not allow him an opportunity.
"Go at once," he insisted. "Farewell."
The good abbe was too hasty. Just when Maurice stood sorely in need of wise counsel, he was thus delivered over to the influence of Jean Lacheneur's furious hatred. As soon as they were outside:
"This," exclaimed Jean, "is the work of the Sairmeuse and of the Marquis de Courtornieu. I do not even know where they have thrown the body of my murdered parent. You cannot even embrace the father who has been traitorously assassinated by them."
He laughed a harsh, discordant, terrible laugh, and continued:
"And yet, if we ascended that hill, we could see the Chateau de Sairmeuse in the distance, brightly illuminated. They are celebrating the marriage of Martial de Sairmeuse and Blanche de Courtornieu. We are homeless wanderers, without friends, and without shelter for our heads. They are feasting and making merry."
Less than this would have sufficed to rekindle the wrath of Maurice. He forgot everything in saying to himself that to disturb this fete by his appearance would be a vengeance worthy of him.
"I will go and challenge Martial now, on the instant, in the presence of the revelers," he exclaimed.
But Jean interrupted him.
"No, not that. They are cowards. They would arrest you. Write. I will be the bearer of the letter."
Corporal Bavois heard them, but he did not oppose their folly. He thought it all perfectly natural under the circumstances, and esteemed them the more for their rashness. Forgetful of prudence, they entered the first shop, and the challenge was written and confided to Jean Lacheneur. Chapter 37. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Chapter 38 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile GABORIAU, Part 2, Chapter 38. To disturb the merrymaking at the Chateau de Sairmeuse, to change the joy of the bridal day into sadness, to cast a gloom over the nuptials of Martial and Mademoiselle Blanche de Courtornieu. This, in truth, was all that Jean Lacheneur hoped to do. As for believing that Martial, triumphant and happy, would accept the challenge of Maurice, a miserable outlaw, he did not believe it. While awaiting Martial in the vestibule of the chateau, he armed himself against the scorn and sneers which he would probably receive from this haughty nobleman whom he had come to insult. But Martial's kindly greeting had disconcerted him a little. But he was reassured when he saw the terrible effect produced upon the marquis by the insulting letter. "We have cut him to the quick," he thought. When Martial seized him by the arm and led him upstairs, he made no resistance. While they traversed the brightly lighted drawing rooms and passed through the crowd of astonished guests, Jean thought neither of his heavy shoes nor of his peasant dress. Breathless with anxiety, he wondered what was to come. He soon knew. Leaning against the gilded doorpost, he witnessed the terrible scene in the little salon. He saw Martial de Sairmeuse, frantic with passion, cast into the face of his father-in-law Maurice d'Escorval's letter. One might have supposed that all this did not affect him in the least. He stood so cold and unmoved, with compressed lips and downcast eyes, but appearances were deceitful. His heart throbbed with wild exultation, and if he cast down his eyes, it was only to conceal the joy that sparkled there. He had not hoped for so prompt and so terrible a revenge. Nor was this all. After brutally repulsing Blanche, his newly wedded wife, who attempted to detain him, Martial again seized Jean Lacheneur's arm. "Now," he said, Follow me." Jean followed him, still without a word. They again crossed the grand hall; but instead of going to the vestibule, Martial took a candle that was burning upon a side table, and opened a little door leading to the private staircase. "Where are you taking me?" inquired Jean Lacheneur. Martial, who had already ascended 2 or 3 steps, turned. "Are you afraid?" he asked. The other shrugged his shoulders, and coldly replied: "If you put it in that way, let us go on." They entered the room which Martial had occupied since taking possession of the chateau. It was the same room that had once belonged to Jean Lacheneur, and nothing had been changed. He recognized the brightly flowered curtains, the figures on the carpet, and even an old armchair where he had read many a novel in secret. Martial hastened to a small writing desk, and took from it a paper which he slipped into his pocket. "Now," said he, "let us go. We must avoid another scene. My father and my wife will be seeking me. I will explain when we are outside." They hastily descended the staircase, passed through the gardens, and soon reached the long avenue. Then Jean Lacheneur suddenly paused.
"To come so far for a simple yes or no is, I think, unnecessary," said he. "Have you decided? What answer am I to give Maurice d'Escorval?"
"Nothing. You will take me to him. I must see him and speak with him in order to justify myself. Let us proceed." But Jean Lacheneur did not move.
"What you ask is impossible," he replied.
"Why?"
"Because Maurice is pursued. If he is captured, he will be tried and undoubtedly condemned to death. He is now in a safe retreat, and I have no right to disclose it."
Maurice's safe retreat was, in fact, only a neighboring wood, where, in company with the corporal, he was awaiting Jean's return. But Jean could not resist the temptation to make this response, which was far more insulting than if he had simply said:
"We fear informers."
Strange as it may appear to one who knew Martial's proud and violent nature, he did not resent the insult. "So you distrust me," he said, sadly. Jean Lacheneur was silent. Another insult. "But," insisted Martial, "after what you have just seen and heard, you can no longer suspect me of having cut the ropes which I carried to the baron."
"No, I am convinced that you are innocent of that atrocious act."
"You saw how I punished the man who dared to compromise the honor of the name of Sairmeuse. And this man is the father of the young girl whom I wedded today."
"I have seen all this, but I must still reply, impossible."
Jean was amazed at the patience, we should rather say the humble resignation, displayed by Martial de Sairmeuse. Instead of rebelling against this manifest injustice, Martial drew from his pocket the paper which he had just taken from his desk, and handing it to Jean: "Those who have brought upon me the shame of having my word doubted shall be punished for it," he said, grimly. "You do not believe in my sincerity, Jean. Here is a proof which I expect you to give to Maurice, and which cannot fail to convince even you."
"What is this proof?"
"The letter written by my hand, in exchange for which my father assisted in the baron's escape. An inexplicable presentiment prevented me from burning this compromising letter. Today, I rejoice that such was the case. Take it and use it as you will." Anyone save Jean Lacheneur would have been touched by the generosity of soul. But Jean was implacable. His was a nature which nothing can disarm, which nothing can mollify. Hatred in his heart was a passion which, instead of growing weaker with time, increased and became more terrible. He would have sacrificed anything at that moment for the ineffable joy of seeing this proud and detested marquis at his feet.
"Very well, I will give it to Maurice," he responded, coldly.
"It should be a bond of alliance, it seems to me," said Martial, gently. Jean Lacheneur made a gesture terrible in its irony and menace.
"A bond of alliance!" he exclaimed. "You are too fast, Monsieur le Marquis. Have you forgotten all the blood that flows between us? You did not cut the ropes, but who condemned the innocent Baron d'Escorval to death? Was it not the Duc de Sairmeuse? An alliance! You have forgotten that you and yours sent my father to the scaffold. How have you rewarded the man whose heroic heroic honesty gave you back a fortune by murdering him, and by ruining the reputation of his daughter."
"I offered my name and my fortune to your sister."
"I would have killed her with my own hand had she accepted your offer. Let this prove to you that I do not forget. If any great disgrace ever tarnishes the proud name of Sairmeuse, think of Jean Lacheneur. My hand will be in it."
He was so frantic with passion that he forgot his usual caution. By a violent effort he recovered his self possession, and in calmer tones he added:
"And if you are so desirous of seeing Maurice, be at the Reche to morrow at midday. He will be there."
Having said this, he turned abruptly aside, sprang over the fence, skirting the avenue, and disappeared in the darkness. "Jean!" cried Martial, in almost supplicating tones, "Jean, come back! Listen to me!" No response. A sort of bewilderment had seized the young marquis, and he stood motionless and dazed in the middle of the road. A horse and rider on their way to Montaignac, that nearly ran over him, aroused him from his stupor, and the consciousness of his acts, which he had lost while reading the letter from Maurice, came back to him. Now he could judge his conduct calmly. Was it indeed he, Martial, the phlegmatic skeptic, the man who boasted of his indifference and his insensibility, who had thus forgotten all self control? Alas, yes. And when Blanche de Courtornieu, now and henceforth the Marquise de Sairmeuse, accused Marie Anne of being the cause of his frenzy, she had not been entirely wrong. Martial, who regarded the opinion of the entire world with disdain, was rendered frantic by the thought that Marie Anne despised him, and considered him a traitor and a coward. It was for her sake that in his outburst of rage he resolved upon such a startling justification. And if he besought Jean to lead him to Maurice d'Escorval, it was because he hoped to find Marie Anne not far off, and to say to her: "Appearances were against me, but I am innocent, and I have proved it by unmasking the real culprit." It was to Marie Anne that he wished this famous letter to be given, thinking that she, at least, could not fail to be surprised at his generosity. His expectations had been disappointed, and now he realized what a terrible scandal he had created. "It will be the devil to arrange," he explained; "but nonsense, it will be forgotten in a month. The best way will be to face those gossips at once. I will return immediately." He said, "I will return," in the most deliberate manner, but in proportion as he neared the chateau his courage failed him. The guests must have departed ere this, and Martial concluded that he would probably find himself alone with his young wife, his father, and the Marquis de Courtornieu. What reproaches, tears, anger, and threats he would be obliged to encounter. "No," he muttered, "I am not such a fool. Let them have a night to calm themselves. I will not appear until to morrow." But where should he pass the night? He was in evening dress and bareheaded. He began to feel cold. The house belonging to the duke in Montaignac would afford him a refuge. "I shall find a bed, some servants, a fire, and a change of clothing there, and tomorrow a horse to return." It was quite a distance to walk, but in his present mood this did not displease him. The servant who came to open the door when he rapped was speechless with astonishment on recognizing him.
"You, monsieur!"
he exclaimed. "Yes, it is I. Light a good fire in the drawing room for me, and bring me a change of clothing." The valet obeyed, and soon Martial found himself alone, stretched upon a sofa before the cheerful blaze. "It would be a good thing to sleep and forget my troubles," he said to himself. He tried, but it was not until early morning that he fell into a feverish slumber. He awoke about 9 o'clock, ordered breakfast, concluded to return to Sairmeuse, and he was eating with a good appetite when suddenly: "Have a horse saddled instantly!" he exclaimed. He had just remembered the rendezvous with Maurice. Why should he not go there? He set out at once, and thanks to a spirited horse, he reached the Reche at 11:30 o'clock. The others had not yet arrived. He fastened his horse to a tree near by, and leisurely climbed to the summit of the hill. This spot had been the site of Lacheneur's house. The four walls remained standing, blackened by fire. Martial was contemplating the ruins, not without deep emotion, when he heard a sharp crackling in the underbrush. He turned. Maurice, Jean, and Corporal Bavois were approaching. The old soldier carried under his arm a long and narrow package enveloped in a piece of green serge. It contained the swords which Jean Lacheneur had gone to Montaignac during the night to procure from a retired officer. "We are sorry to have kept you waiting," began Maurice, "but you will observe that it is not yet midday, since we scarcely expected to see you." "I was too anxious to justify myself not to be here early," interrupted Martial. Maurice shrugged his shoulders disdainfully. "It is not a question of self justification, but of fighting," he said, in a tone rude even to insolence. Insulting as were the words and the gesture that accompanied them, Martial never so much as winced. "Sorrow has rendered you unjust," said he, gently, "or Monsieur Lacheneur here has told you nothing." "Jean has told me all." "Well, then." Martial's coolness drove Maurice frantic. "Well," he replied with extreme violence, "my hatred is unabated, even if my scorn is diminished. You have owed me an opportunity to avenge myself, Monsieur, ever since the day we met on the square at Sairmeuse in the presence of Mademoiselle Lacheneur. You said to me on that occasion, 'We shall meet again.' Here we stand now, face to face. What insults must I heap upon you to decide you to fight?" A flood of crimson dyed Martial's face. He seized one of the swords which Bavois offered him, and assumed an attitude of defense. "You will have it so," said he, in a husky voice. "The thought of Marie Anne can no longer save you." But the blades had scarcely crossed before a cry from Jean and from Corporal Bavois arrested the combat. "The soldiers!" they exclaimed; "let us fly!" A dozen soldiers were indeed approaching at the top of their speed. "Ah! I spoke the truth!" exclaimed Maurice. "The coward came, but the gendarmes accompanied him." He bounded back, and breaking his sword over his knee, he hurled the fragments in Martial's face, saying: "Here, miserable wretch!" "Wretch!" repeated Jean and Corporal Bavois. "Traitor! Coward!" And they fled, leaving Martial thunderstruck. He struggled hard to regain his composure. The soldiers were very near. He ran to meet them, and addressing the officer in command, he said, imperiously: "Do you know who I am?" "Yes," replied the sergeant, respectfully. "You are the son of the Duc de Sairmeuse." "Very well, I forbid you to follow those men." The sergeant hesitated at first; then, in a decided tone, he replied: "I cannot obey you, sir. I have my orders." And addressing his men: "Forward!" he exclaimed. He was about to set the example when Martial seized him by the arm. "At least, you will not refuse to tell me who sent you here?" "Who sent us? The colonel, of course, in obedience to orders from the Grand Prevot, Monsieur de Courtornieu. He sent the order last night. We have been hidden in that grove since daybreak. But release me. Tonnerre! Would you have my expedition fail entirely?" He hurried away, and Martial, staggering like a drunken man, descended the slope and remounted his horse. But he did not repair to the Chateau de Sairmeuse. He returned to Montaignac, and passed the remainder of the afternoon in the solitude of his own room. That evening he sent 2 letters to Sairmeuse, one to his father, the other to his wife. Chapter 38. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Chapter 39 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile GABORIAU. Part 2, Chapter 39. Terrible as Martial imagined the scandal to be which he had created, his conception of it by no means equaled the reality. Had a thunderbolt burst beneath that roof, the guests at Sairmeuse could not have been more amazed and horrified. A shudder passed over the assembly when Martial, terrible in his passion, flung the crumpled letter full in the face of the Marquis de Courtornieu. And when the marquis sank, half fainting, into an armchair, some young ladies of extreme sensibility could not repress a cry of fear. For 20 seconds after Martial disappeared with Jean Lacheneur, the guests stood as motionless as statues, pale, mute, stupefied. It was Blanche who broke the spell. While the Marquis de Courtornieu was panting for breath, while the Duc de Sairmeuse was trembling and speechless with suppressed anger, the young marquise made an heroic attempt to come to the rescue. With her hands still aching from Martial's brutal clasp, a heart swelling with rage and hatred, and a face whiter than her bridal veil, she had strength to restrain her tears and to compel her lips to smile.
"Really, this is placing too much importance on a trifling misunderstanding which will be explained tomorrow,"
she said almost gaily to those nearest her, and stepping into the middle of the hall, she made a sign to the musicians to play a country dance. But when the first measures floated through the air, the company, as if by unanimous consent, hastened toward the door. One might have supposed the chateau on fire. The guests did not withdraw, they actually fled. An hour before, the Marquis de Courtornieu and the Duc de Sairmeuse had been overwhelmed with the most obsequious homage and adulation; but now there was not one in that assembly daring enough to take them openly by the hand. Just when they believed themselves all powerful, they were rudely precipitated from their lordly eminence. Disgrace and perhaps punishment were to be their portion. Heroic to the last, the bride endeavored to stay the tide of retreating guests. Stationing herself near the door, with her most bewitching smile upon her lips, Mme. Blanche spared neither flattering words nor entreaties in her efforts to reassure the deserters. Vain attempt, useless sacrifice. Many ladies were not sorry of an opportunity to repay the young Marquise de Sairmeuse for the disdain and the caustic words of Blanche de Courtornieu. Soon all the guests who had so eagerly presented themselves that morning had disappeared, and there remained only one old gentleman who, on account of his gout, had deemed it prudent not to mingle with the crowd. He bowed in passing before the young marquise, and blushing at this insult to a woman, he departed as the others had done. Blanche was now alone. There was no longer any necessity for constraint. There were no more curious witnesses to enjoy her sufferings and to make comment upon them. With a furious gesture, she tore her bridal veil and the wreath of orange flowers from her head, and trampled them underfoot. A servant was passing through the hall. She stopped him.
"Extinguish the lights everywhere,"
she ordered, with an angry stamp of her foot, as if she had been in her own father's house and not at Sairmeuse. He obeyed her, and then, with flashing eyes and dishevelled hair, she hastened to the little salon in which the denouement had taken place. A crowd of servants surrounded the marquis, who was lying like one stricken with apoplexy.
"All the blood in his body is flown to his head," remarked the duke, with a shrug of his shoulders.
For the duke was furious with his former friends. He scarcely knew with whom he was most angry, Martial or the Marquis de Courtornieu. Martial, by this public confession, had certainly imperiled, if he had not ruined, their political future. But, on the other hand, had not the Marquis de Courtornieu represented a Sairmeuse as being guilty of an act of treason, revolting to any honorable heart? Buried in a large armchair, he sat watching with contracted brows the movements of the servants, when his daughter-in-law entered the room. She paused before him, and with arms folded tightly across her breast, she said angrily:
"Why did you remain here while I was left alone to endure such humiliation? Ah, had I been a man, all our guests have fled, monsieur, all."
Monsieur de Sairmeuse sprang up.
"Ah, well, what if they have? Let them go to the devil."
Of the guests that had just left his house, there was not one whom the duke really regretted, not one whom he regarded as an equal. In giving a marriage feast for his son, he had bidden all the gentry of the neighborhood. They had come. Very well. They had fled. Bon voyage. If the duke cared at all for their desertion, it was only because it presaged with terrible eloquence the disgrace that was to come. Still, he tried to deceive himself.
They will return, madame. You will see them return humble and repentant. But where can Martial be?"
The lady's eyes flashed, but she made no reply.
"Did he go away with the son of that rascal Lacheneur?"
I believe so.
"It will not be long before he returns."
Who can say?
Monsieur de Sairmeuse struck the marble mantel heavily with his clenched fist.
"My God!" he exclaimed, "this is an overwhelming misfortune."
The young wife believed that he was anxious and angry on her account, but she was mistaken. He was thinking only of his disappointed ambition. Whatever he might pretend, the duke secretly confessed his son's superiority and his genius for intrigue, and he was now extremely anxious to consult him.
"He has wrought this evil. It is for him to repair it, and he is capable of it if he chooses," he murmured.
Then aloud he resumed:
"Martial must be found. He must be found."
With an angry gesture, Blanche interrupted him.
You must seek Marie Anne if you wish to find my husband.
The duke was of the same opinion, but he dared not avow it.
"Anger leads you astray, Marquise," said he.
I know what I know.
"Martial will soon make his appearance, believe me. If he went away, he will soon return. They shall go for him at once, or I will go for him myself."
He left the room with a muttered oath, and Blanche approached her father, who still seemed to be unconscious. She seized his arm and shook it roughly, saying, in the most peremptory tone:
"Father, father!"
This voice, which had so often made the Marquis de Courtornieu tremble, was far more efficacious than eau de Cologne. He opened one eye, the least bit in the world, then quickly closed it, but not so quickly that his daughter failed to discover it.
"I wish to speak with you,"
she said.
"Get up."
He dared not disobey, and slowly and with difficulty he raised himself. "Ah, how I suffer!" he groaned. "How I suffer!" His daughter glanced at him scornfully. Then, in a tone of bitter irony, she remarked:
"Do you think I am in paradise?"
"Speak," sighed the marquis. "What do you wish to say?" The bride turned haughtily to the servants.
"Leave the room,"
she said imperiously. They obeyed, and after she had locked the door:
"Let us speak of Martial,"
she began. At the sound of this name, the marquis bounded from his chair with clenched fists. "Ah, the wretch!" he exclaimed.
"Martial is my husband, father."
"And you, after what he has done, you dare to defend him?"
"I do not defend him, but I do not wish him to be murdered."
At that moment the news of Martial's death would have given the Marquis de Courtornieu infinite satisfaction.
"You heard, father,"
continued Blanche,
"the rendezvous appointed tomorrow at midday on the Reche. I know Martial. He has been insulted, and he will go there. Will he encounter a loyal adversary? No, he will find a crowd of assassins. You alone can prevent him from being assassinated."
"I? And how?"
"By sending some soldiers to the Reche, with orders to conceal themselves in the grove, with orders to arrest these murderers at the proper moment."
The marquis gravely shook his head. "If I do that," said he, "Martial is quite capable."
"Of anything. Yes, I know it. But what does it matter to you, since I am willing to assume the responsibility?"
Monsieur de Courtornieu vainly tried to penetrate the bride's real motive.
"The order to Montaignac must be sent at once,"
she insisted. Had she been less excited, she would have discerned the gleam of malice in her father's eye. He was thinking that this would afford him an ample revenge, since he could bring dishonor upon Martial, who had shown so little regard for the honor of others. "Very well, since you will have it so," he said, with feigned reluctance. His daughter made haste to bring him ink and pens, and with trembling hands he prepared a series of minute instructions for the commander at Montaignac. Blanche herself gave the letter to a servant, with directions to depart at once, and it was not until she had seen him set off on a gallop that she went to her own apartments, the apartments in which Martial had gathered together all that was most beautiful and luxurious. But this splendor only aggravated the misery of the deserted wife. For that she was deserted she did not doubt for a moment. She was sure that her husband would not return. She did not expect him. The Duc de Sairmeuse was searching the neighborhood with a party of servants, but she knew that it was labor lost. that they would not encounter Martial. Where could he be? Near Marie Anne, most assuredly. And at the thought, a wild desire to wreak her vengeance on her rival took possession of her heart. Martial, at Montaignac, had ended by going to sleep. Blanche, when daylight came, exchanged the snowy bridal robes for a black dress, and wandered about the garden like a restless spirit. She spent most of the day shut up in her room, refusing to allow the duke or even her father to enter. In the evening, about 8 o'clock, they received tidings from Martial. A servant brought 2 letters, one sent by Martial to his father, the other to his wife. For a moment or more, Blanche hesitated to open the one intended for her. It would determine her destiny. She was afraid. She broke the seal and read: Madame la Marquise, between you and me all is ended. Reconciliation is impossible. From this moment you are free. I esteem you enough to hope that you will respect the name of Sairmeuse, from which I cannot relieve you. You will agree with me, I am sure, in thinking a quiet separation preferable to the scandal of a divorce suit. My lawyer will pay you an allowance befitting the wife of a man whose income amounts to 300,000 francs. Martial de Sairmeuse. Blanche staggered beneath this terrible blow. She was indeed deserted, and deserted, as she supposed, for another.
"Ah!"
she exclaimed.
"That creature! That creature! I will kill her."
End of chapter 39. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Chapter 40 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile GABORIAU, Part 2, Chapter 40. The 24 hours which Blanche had spent in measuring the extent of her terrible misfortune, the duke had spent in raving and swearing. He had not even thought of going to bed. After his fruitless search for his son, he returned to the chateau and began a continuous tramp to and fro in the great hall. He was almost sinking from weariness when his son's letter was handed him. It was very brief. Martial did not vouchsafe any explanation. He did not even mention the rupture between his wife and himself. "I cannot return to Sairmeuse," he wrote, "and yet it is of the utmost importance that I should see you. You will, I trust, approve my determinations when I explain the reasons that have guided me in making them. Come to Montaignac, then. The sooner the better. I am waiting for you." Had he listened to the prompting of his impatience, the duke would have started at once. But how could he thus abandon the Marquis de Courtornieu, who had accepted his hospitality, and especially Blanche, his son's wife? He must at least see them, speak to them, and warn them of his intended departure. He attempted this in vain. Mme. Blanche had shut herself up in her own apartments and remained deaf to all entreaties for admittance. Her father had been put to bed, and the physician who had been summoned to attend him declared the marquis to be at death's door. The duke was therefore obliged to resign himself to the prospect of another night of suspense, which was almost intolerable to a character like his. "Tomorrow, after breakfast, I will find some pretext to escape without telling them I am going to see Martial," he thought. He was spared this trouble. The next morning, at about 9 o'clock, while he was dressing, a servant came to inform him that Monsieur de Courtornieu and his daughter were awaiting him in the drawing room. Much surprised, he hastened down. When he entered the room, the marquis, who was seated in an armchair, rose, leaning heavily upon the shoulder of Aunt Medea. Mme. Blanche came rapidly forward to meet the duke, as pale as if every drop of blood had been drawn from her veins.
"We are going, Monsieur le Duc," she said, coldly, "and we wish to make our adieu."
What? You are going? Will you not
The young bride interrupted him by a sad gesture, and drawing Martial's letter from her bosom, she handed it to Monsieur de Sairmeuse, saying:
"Will you do me the favor to peruse this, Monsieur?"
The duke glanced over the short epistle, and his astonishment was so intense that he could not even find an oath.
Incomprehensible!"
he faltered.
"Incomprehensible!"
"Incomprehensible, indeed,"
repeated the young wife, sadly, but without bitterness.
"I was married yesterday. Today I am deserted. It would have been generous to have reflected the evening before, and not the next day. Tell Martial, however, that I forgive him for having destroyed my life, for having made me the most miserable of creatures. I also forgive him for the supreme insult of speaking to me of his fortune. I trust he may be happy. Adieu, Monsieur le Duc. We shall never meet again. Adieu."
She took her father's arm, and they were about to retire, when Monsieur de Sairmeuse hastily threw himself between them and the door.
"You shall not depart thus!" he exclaimed. "I will not suffer it. Wait at least until I have seen Martial. Perhaps he is not as culpable as you suppose."
"Enough!" interrupted the marquis. "Enough! This is one of those outrages which can never be repaired. May your conscience forgive you, as I myself forgive you. Farewell." This was said so perfectly, and with such entire harmony of intonation and gesture, that Monsieur de Sairmeuse was bewildered. With an absolutely wonderstruck air, he watched the marquis and his daughter depart, and they had been gone some moments before he recovered himself sufficiently to exclaim:
"Old hypocrite! Does he believe me his dupe?"
His dupe! Monsieur de Sairmeuse was so far from being his dupe, that his next thought was:
"What is to follow this farce? He says that he pardons us. That means that he has some crushing blow in store for us."
This conviction filled him with disquietude. He really felt unable to cope successfully with the perfidious marquis.
"But Martial is a match for him!"
he exclaimed.
"Yes, I must see Martial at once."
So great was his anxiety that he lent a helping hand in harnessing the horses he had ordered, and when the carriage was ready, he announced his determination to drive himself. As he urged the horses furiously on, he tried to reflect, but the most contradictory ideas seethed in his brain, and he lost all power to consider the situation calmly. He burst into Martial's room like a tornado.
"I think you must certainly have gone mad, Marquis," he exclaimed. "That is the only valid excuse you can offer."
But Martial, who had been expecting this visit, had prepared himself for it. "Never, on the contrary, have I felt more calm and composed in mind," he replied. "Allow me to ask you one question. Was it you who sent the soldiers to the rendezvous which Maurice d'Escorval had appointed?"
"Marquis!"
"Very well. Then it was another act of infamy on the part of the Marquis de Courtornieu." The duke made no reply. In spite of his faults and his vices, this haughty man possessed the characteristic of the old French nobility, fidelity to his word and undoubted valor. He thought it perfectly natural, even necessary, that Martial should fight with Maurice, and he thought it a contemptible act to send armed soldiers to seize an honest and confiding opponent. "This is the second time," pursued Martial, "that this scoundrel has attempted to bring dishonor upon our name; and if I desire to convince people of the truth of this assertion, I must break off all connection with him and his daughter. I have done this. I do not regret it, since I married her only out of deference to your wishes, and because it seemed necessary for me to marry, and because all women, save one who can never be mine, are alike to me." Such utterances were not at all calculated to reassure the duke.
"This sentiment is very noble, no doubt," said he, "but it has none the less ruined the political prospects of our house."
An almost imperceptible smile curved Martial's lips. "I believe, on the contrary, that I have saved them," he replied. "It is useless for us to attempt to deceive ourselves. This whole affair of the insurrection has been abominable, and you have good reason to bless the opportunity of freeing yourself from the responsibility of it, which this quarrel gives you. With a little address, you can throw all the odium upon the Marquis de Courtornieu, and keep for yourself only the prestige of valuable service rendered." The duke's face brightened.
"Zounds, Marquis!" he exclaimed, "that is a good idea. In the future I shall be infinitely less afraid of Courtornieu."
Martial remained thoughtful. "It is not the Marquis de Courtornieu whom I fear," he murmured, "but his daughter, my wife." End of chapter 40. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Chapter 41 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile GABORIAU, Part 2, Chapter 41. One must have lived in the country to know with what inconceivable rapidity news flies from mouth to mouth. Strange as it may seem, the news of the scene at the chateau reached Father Poignot's farmhouse that same evening. It had not been 3 hours since Maurice, Jean Lacheneur, and Bavois left the house, promising to recross the frontier that same night. Abbe Midon had decided to say nothing to M. d'Escorval of his son's return, and to conceal Marie Anne's presence in the house. The baron's condition was so critical that the merest trifle might turn the scale. About 10 o'clock the baron fell asleep, and the abbe and Madame d'Escorval went downstairs to talk with Marie Anne. As they were sitting there, Poignot's eldest son entered in a state of great excitement. After supper, he had gone with some of his acquaintances to admire the splendors of the fete, and he now came rushing back to relate the strange events of the evening to his father's guests. "It is inconceivable," murmured the abbe. He knew but too well, and the others comprehended it likewise, that these strange events rendered their situation more perilous than ever. "I cannot understand how Maurice could commit such an act of folly after what I had just said to him. The baron's most cruel enemy has been his own son. We must wait until tomorrow before deciding upon anything." The next day they heard of the meeting at the Reche. A peasant who from a distance had witnessed the preliminaries of the duel, which had not been fought, was able to give them the fullest details. He had seen the two adversaries take their places, then the soldiers run to the spot, and afterward pursue Maurice, Jean, and Bavois. But he was sure that the soldiers had not overtaken them. He had met them 5 hours afterward, harassed and furious, and the officer in charge of the expedition declared their failure to be the fault of the Marquis de Sairmeuse, who had detained them. That same day, Father Poignot informed the abbe that the Duc de Sairmeuse and the Marquis de Courtornieu were at variance. It was the talk of the country. The marquis had returned to his chateau accompanied by his daughter, and the duke had gone to Montaignac. The abbe's anxiety on receiving this intelligence was so poignant that he could not conceal it from the Baron d'Escorval.
"You have heard something, my friend?" said the baron.
"Nothing, absolutely nothing."
"Some new danger threatens us?"
"None, I swear it." The priest's protestations did not convince the baron.
"Oh, do not deny it!" he exclaimed. "Night before last, when you entered my room after I awoke, you were paler than death, and my wife had certainly been crying. What does all this mean?"
Usually, when the cure did not wish to reply to the sick man's questions, it was sufficient to tell him that conversation and excitement would retard his recovery. But this time the baron was not so docile.
"It will be very easy for you to restore my tranquillity," he said. "Confess now that you are trembling lest they discover my retreat. This fear is torturing me also. Very well. Swear to me that you will not allow them to take me alive, and then my mind will be at rest."
"I cannot take such an oath as that," said the cure, turning pale.
"And why?" insisted Monsieur d'Escorval. "If I am recaptured, what will happen? They will nurse me, and then, as soon as I can stand upon my feet, they will shoot me down. Would it be a crime to save me from such suffering? You are my best friend. Swear to render me this supreme service. Would you have me curse you for saving my life?"
The abbe made no response, but his eye, voluntarily or involuntarily, turned with a peculiar expression to the box of medicine standing upon the table near by. Did he wish to be understood as saying: "I will do nothing, but you will find poison there"? Monsieur d'Escorval understood it in this way, for it was with an accent of gratitude that he murmured: "Thanks." Now that he felt that he was master of his life, he breathed more freely. From that moment his condition, so long desperate, began to improve.
"I can defy all my enemies from this hour," he said,
with a gaiety which certainly was not feigned. Day after day passed, and the abbe's sinister apprehensions were not realized. He, too, began to regain confidence. Instead of causing an increase of severity, Maurice's and Jean Lacheneur's frightful imprudence had been, as it were, the point of departure for a universal indulgence. One might reasonably have supposed that the authorities of Montaignac had forgotten, and desired to have forgotten, if that were possible, Lacheneur's conspiracy and the abominable slaughter for which it had been made the pretext. They soon heard at the farm that Maurice and the brave corporal had succeeded in reaching Piedmont. No allusion was made to Jean Lacheneur, so it was supposed that he had not left the country; but they had no reason to fear for his safety, since he was not upon the proscribed list. Later it was rumored that the Marquis de Courtornieu was ill, and that Mme. Blanche did not leave his bedside. Soon afterward, Father Poignot, on returning from Montaignac, reported that the duke had just passed a week in Paris, and that he was now on his way home with one more decoration, another proof of royal favor, and that he had succeeded in obtaining an order for the release of all the conspirators who were now in prison. It was impossible to doubt this intelligence, for the Montaignac papers mentioned this fact, with all the circumstances, on the following day. The abbe attributed this sudden and happy change entirely to the rupture between the duke and the marquis, and this was the universal opinion in the neighborhood. Even the retired officers remarked: "The duke is decidedly better than he is supposed to be, and if he has been severe, it is only because he was influenced by that odious Marquis de Courtornieu." Marie Anne alone suspected the truth. A secret presentiment told her that it was Martial de Sairmeuse who had shaken off his wonted apathy and was working these changes and using and abusing his ascendency over the mind of his father. "And it is for your sake," whispered an inward voice, "that Martial is thus working. What does this careless egotist care for these obscure peasants, whose names he does not even know? If he protects them, it is only that he may have a right to protect you and those whom you love." With these thoughts in her mind, she could not but feel her aversion to Martial diminish. Was not such conduct truly heroic in a man whose dazzling offers she had refused? Was there not real moral grandeur in the feeling that induced Martial to reveal a secret which might ruin the political fortunes of his house, rather than be suspected of an unworthy action? And still the thought of this grande passion which she had inspired in so truly great a man never once made her heart quicken its throbbing. Alas, nothing was capable of touching her heart now. Nothing seemed to reach her through the gloomy sadness that enveloped her. She was but the ghost of the formerly beautiful and radiant Marie Anne. Her quick, alert tread had become slow and dragging. Often she sat for whole days motionless in her chair, her eyes fixed upon vacancy, her lips contracted as if by a spasm, while great tears rolled silently down her cheeks. Abbe Midon, who was greatly disquieted on her account, often attempted to question her. "You are suffering, my child," he said, kindly. "What is the matter?" "I am not ill, monsieur." "Why do you not confide in me? Am I not your friend? What do you fear?" She shook her head sadly, and replied: "I have nothing to confide." She said this, and yet she was dying of sorrow and anguish. Faithful to the promise she had made Maurice, she had said nothing of her condition or of the marriage solemnized in the little church at Vigano, and she saw with inexpressible terror the approach of the moment when she could no longer keep her secret. Her agony was frightful. But what could she do? Fly? But where should she go? And by going, would she not lose all chance of hearing from Maurice, which was the only hope that sustained her in this trying hour? She had almost determined on flight when circumstances, providentially it seemed to her, came to her aid. Money was needed at the farm. The guests were unable to obtain any without betraying their whereabouts, and Father Poignot's little store was almost exhausted. Abbe Midon was wondering what they were to do when Marie Anne told him of the will which Chanlouineau had made in her favor, and of the money concealed beneath the hearthstone in the best chamber. "I might go to the Borderie at night," suggested Marie Anne, "into the house which is unoccupied, obtain the money, and bring it here. I have a right to do so, have I not?" But the priest did not approve this step. "You might be seen," said he, "and who knows, perhaps arrested. If you were questioned, what plausible explanation could you give?" "What shall I do, then?" "Act openly. You are not compromised. Make your appearance in Sairmeuse to morrow, as if you had just returned from Piedmont. Go to the notary, take possession of your property, and install yourself at the Borderie." Marie Anne shuddered. "Live in Chanlouineau's house?" she faltered. "I alone?" "Heaven will protect you, my dear child. I can see only advantages in your installation at the Borderie. It will be easy to communicate with you, and with ordinary precautions there can be no danger. Before your departure we will decide upon a place of rendezvous, and 2 or 3 times a week you can meet Father Poignot there, and in the course of 2 or 3 months you can still be more useful to us. When people have become accustomed to your residence at the Borderie, we will take the baron there. His convalescence will be much more rapid there than here in this cramped and narrow loft, where we are obliged to conceal him now, and where he is really suffering for light and air." So it was decided that Father Poignot should accompany Marie Anne to the frontier that very night. There she would take the diligence that ran between Piedmont and Montaignac, passing through the village of Sairmeuse. It was with the greatest care that the abbe dictated to Marie Anne the story she was to tell of her sojourn in foreign lands. All that she said, and all her answers to questions, must tend to prove that Baron d'Escorval was concealed near Turin. The plan was carried out in every particular, and the next day, about 8 o'clock, the people of Sairmeuse were greatly astonished to see Marie Anne alight from the diligence. "Monsieur Lacheneur's daughter has returned." The words flew from lip to lip with marvellous rapidity, and soon all the inhabitants of the village were gathered at the doors and windows. They saw the poor girl pay the driver and enter the inn, followed by a boy bearing a small trunk. In the city, curiosity has some shame. It hides itself while it spies into the affairs of its neighbors. But in the country it has no such scruples. When Marie Anne emerged from the inn, she found a crowd awaiting her with open mouths and staring eyes, and more than 20 people, making all sorts of comments, followed her to the door of the notary. He was a man of importance, this notary, and he welcomed Marie Anne with all the deference due an heiress of an unencumbered property, worth from 40 to 50,000 francs. But jealous of his renown for perspicuity, he gave her clearly to understand that he, being a man of experience, had divined that love alone had dictated Chanlouineau's last will and testament. Marie Anne's composure and resignation made him really angry. "You forget what brings me here," she said. "You do not tell me what I have to do." The notary, thus interrupted, made no further attempts at consolation. "Peste!"
he thought. "She is in a hurry to get possession of her property, the avaricious creature." Then aloud: "The business can be terminated at once, for the justice of the peace is at liberty to day, and he can go with us to break the seals this afternoon." So before evening all the legal requirements were complied with, and Marie Anne was formally installed at the Borderie. She was alone in Chanlouineau's house. Alone. Night came on, and a great terror seized her heart. It seemed to her that the doors were about to open, that this man who had loved her so much would appear before her, and that she would hear his voice as she heard it for the last time in his grim prison cell. She fought against these foolish fears, lit a lamp, and went through this house, now hers, in which everything spoke so forcibly of its former owner. Slowly she examined the different rooms on the lower floor, noting the recent repairs which had been made and the conveniences which had been added; and at last she ascended to that room above which Chanlouineau had made the tabernacle of his passion. Here everything was magnificent, far more so than his words had led her to suppose. The poor peasant who made his breakfast off a crust and a bit of onion had lavished a small fortune on the decorations of this apartment, designed as a sanctuary for his idol. "How he loved me!" murmured Marie Anne, moved by that emotion, the bare thought of which had awakened the jealousy of Maurice. But she had neither the time nor the right to yield to her feelings. Father Poignot was doubtless even then awaiting her at the rendezvous. She lifted the hearthstone and found the sum of money which Chanlouineau had named. The next morning when he awoke, the abbe received the money. Now Marie Anne could breathe freely, and this peace, after so many trials and agitations, seemed to her almost happiness. Faithful to the abbe's instructions, she lived alone, but by frequent visits she accustomed the people of the neighborhood to her presence. Yes, she would have been almost happy could she have had news of Maurice. What had become of him? Why did he give no sign of life? What would she not have given in exchange for some word of counsel and of love from him? The time was fast approaching when she would require a confidant, and there was no one in whom she could confide. In this hour of extremity, when she really felt that her reason was failing her, she remembered the old physician at Vigano, who had been one of the witnesses to her marriage. "He would help me if I called upon him for aid," she thought. She had no time to temporize or to reflect. She wrote to him immediately, giving the letter in charge of a youth in the neighborhood. "The gentleman says you may rely upon him," said the messenger on his return. That very evening Marie Anne heard someone rap at her door. It was the kind hearted old man who had come to her relief. He remained at the Borderie nearly a fortnight. When he departed one morning before daybreak, he took away with him under his large cloak an infant, a boy, whom he had sworn to cherish as his own child. End of chapter 41. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Chapter 42 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva, Monsieur Lecoq by Émile GABORIAU, Part 2, Chapter 42. To quit Sairmeuse without any display of violence had cost Blanche an almost superhuman effort. The wildest anger convulsed her soul at the very moment when, with an assumption of melancholy dignity, she murmured those words of forgiveness. Ah, had she obeyed the dictates of her resentment! But her indomitable vanity aroused within her the heroism of a gladiator dying on the arena, with a smile upon his lips. Falling, she intended to fall gracefully. "No one shall see me weep, no one shall hear me complain," she said to her despondent father. "Try to imitate me." And on her return to the Chateau de Courtornieu, she was a stoic. Her face, although pale, was as immobile as marble.
beneath the curious gaze of the servants.
"I am to be called mademoiselle as in the past," she said, imperiously. "Anyone forgetting this order will be dismissed."
A maid forgot that very day, and uttered the prohibited word madame. The poor girl was instantly dismissed, in spite of her tears and protestations. All the servants were indignant. "Does she hope to make us forget that she is married and that her husband has deserted her?" they queried. Alas! she wished to forget it herself. She wished to annihilate all recollection of that fatal day, whose son had seen her a maiden, a wife, and a widow. For was she not really a widow? Only it was not death which had deprived her of her husband, but an odious rival, an infamous and perfidious creature lost to all sense of shame. And yet, though she had been disdained, abandoned, and repulsed, she was no longer free. She belonged to the man whose name she bore like a badge of servitude, to the man who hated her, who fled from her. She was not yet 20, and this was the end of her youth, of her life, of her hopes, and even of her dreams. Society condemned her to solitude, while Martial was free to rove wheresoever fancy might lead him. Now she saw the disadvantages of isolating oneself. She had not been without friends in her schoolgirl days, but after leaving the convent she had alienated them by her haughtiness, on finding them not as high in rank, nor as rich as herself. She was now reduced to the irritating consolations of Aunt Medea, who was a worthy person, undoubtedly, but her tears flowed quite as freely for the loss of a cat as for the death of a relative. But Blanche bravely resolved that she would conceal her grief and despair in the recesses of her own heart. She drove about the country, she wore the prettiest dresses in her trousseau, she forced herself to appear gay and indifferent. But on going to attend high mass in Sairmeuse the following Sunday, she realized the futility of her efforts. People did not look at her haughtily or even curiously, but they turned away their heads to laugh, and she overheard remarks upon the maiden widow which pierced her very soul. They mocked her, they ridiculed her.
"Oh, I will have my revenge!"
she muttered. But she had not waited for these insults before thinking of vengeance, and she had found her father quite ready to assist her in her plans. For the first time the father and the daughter were in accord.
"The Duc de Sairmeuse shall learn what it costs to aid in the escape of a prisoner and to insult a man like me. Fortune, favor, position, he shall lose all. I hope to see him ruined and dishonored at my feet. You shall see that day. You shall see that day," said the marquis, vehemently. But unfortunately for him and his plans, he was extremely ill for 3 days after the scene at Sairmeuse. Then he wasted 3 days more in composing a report which was intended to crush his former ally. This delay ruined him, since it gave Martial time to perfect his plans and to send the Duc de Sairmeuse to Paris, skillfully indoctrinated. And what did the duke say to the king, who accorded him such a gracious reception? He undoubtedly pronounced the first reports false, reduced the Montaignac revolution to its proper proportions, represented Lacheneur as a fool, and his followers as inoffensive idiots. Perhaps he led the king to suppose that the Marquis de Courtornieu might have provoked the outbreak by undue severity. He had served under Napoleon, and possibly had thought it necessary to make a display of his zeal. There have been such cases. So far as he himself was concerned, he deeply deplored the mistakes into which he had been led by the ambitious marquis, upon whom he cast most of the responsibility for the blood which had been shed. The result of all this was, that when the Marquis de Courtornieu's report reached Paris, it was answered by a decree depriving him of the office of Grand Prevot. This unexpected blow crushed him. To think
that a man as shrewd, as subtle minded, as quick witted and adroit as himself, a man who had passed through so many troubled epochs, who had served with the same obsequious countenance all the masters who would accept his services, to think that such a man should have been thus duped and betrayed. "It must be that old imbecile, the Duc de Sairmeuse, who has maneuvered so skillfully and with so much address," he said. "But who advised him? I cannot imagine who it could have been." Who it was, Mme. Blanche knew only too well. She recognized Martial's hand in all this, as Marie Anne had done.
"Ah, I was not deceived in him," she thought. "He is the great diplomatist I believed him to be. At his age, to outwit my father, an old politician of such experience and acknowledged astuteness! And he does all this to please Marie Anne," she continued, frantic with rage. "It is the first step toward obtaining pardon for the friends of that vile creature. She has unbounded influence over him, and so long as she lives, there is no hope for me but patience." She was patient, realizing that he who wishes to surely attain his revenge must wait, dissimulate, prepare an opportunity, but not force it. What her revenge should be she had not yet decided, but she already had her eye upon a man whom she believed would be a willing instrument in her hands, and capable of doing anything for money. But how had such a man chanced to cross the path of Mme. Blanche? How did it happen that she was cognizant of the existence of such a person? It was the result of one of those simple combinations of circumstances which go by the name of chance. Burdened with remorse, despised and jeered at, and stoned whenever he showed himself upon the street, and horror stricken whenever he thought of the terrible threats of Balstain, the Piedmontese innkeeper, Chupin left Montaignac and came to beg an asylum at the Chateau de Sairmeuse. In his ignorance, he thought that the grand seigneur who had employed him, and who had profited by his treason, owed him, over and above the promised reward, aid and protection. But the servants shunned him. They would not allow him a seat at the kitchen table, nor would the grooms allow him to sleep in the stables. They threw him a bone as they would have thrown it to a dog, and he slept where he could. He bore all this uncomplainingly, deeming himself fortunate in being able to purchase comparative safety at such a price. But when the duke returned from Paris with a policy of forgetfulness and conciliation in his pocket, he would no longer tolerate the presence of this man, who was the object of universal execration. He ordered the dismissal of Chupin. The latter resisted, swearing that he would not leave Sairmeuse unless he was forcibly expelled, or unless he received the order from the lips of the duke himself. This obstinate resistance was reported to the duke. It made him hesitate, but the necessity of the moment and a word from Martial decided him. He sent for Chupin and told him that he must not visit Sairmeuse again under any pretext whatever, softening the harshness of the expulsion, however, by the offer of a small sum of money. But Chupin sullenly refused the money, gathered his belongings together, and departed, shaking his clenched fist at the chateau and vowing vengeance on the Sairmeuse family. Then he went to his old home, where his wife and his 2 boys still lived. He seldom left the house, and then only to satisfy his passion for hunting. At such times, instead of hiding and surrounding himself with every precaution, as he had done before shooting a squirrel or a few partridges in former times, he went boldly to the Sairmeuse or the Courtornieu forests, shot his game, and brought it home openly, almost defiantly. The rest of the time he spent in a state of semi-intoxication, for he drank constantly and more immoderately. When he had taken more than usual, his wife and his sons generally attempted to obtain money from him, and if persuasions failed, they resorted to blows.
for he had never given them the reward of his treason. What had he done with the 20,000 francs in gold which had been paid him? No one knew. His sons believed he had buried it somewhere, but they tried in vain to wrest his secret from him. All the people in the neighborhood were aware of this state of affairs, and regarded it as a just punishment for the traitor. Mme. Blanche overheard one of the gardeners telling the story to two of his assistants. "Ah, the man is an old scoundrel," he said, his face crimson with indignation. "He should be in the galleys, and not at large among respectable people."
"He is a man who would serve your purpose,"
the voice of hatred whispered in Blanche's ear.
"but how can I find an opportunity to confer with him?"
She wondered. Mme. Blanche was too prudent to think of hazarding a visit to his house, but she remembered that he hunted occasionally in the Courtornieu woods, and that it might be possible for her to meet him there.
"It will only require a little perseverance and a few long walks," she said to herself.
But it cost poor Aunt Medea, the inevitable chaperone, 2 long weeks of almost continued walking.
"Another freak!"
groaned the poor relative, overcome with fatigue.
"My niece is certainly crazy."
But one lovely afternoon in May, Blanche discovered what she sought. It was in a sequestered spot near the lake. Chupin was tramping sullenly along with his gun and glancing suspiciously on every side. Not that he feared the gamekeeper or a verbal process, but wherever he went he fancied he saw Balstain walking in his shadow, with that terrible knife in his hand. Seeing Mme. Blanche, he tried to hide himself in the forest, but she prevented it by calling, "Father Chupin!" He hesitated for a moment, then he paused, dropping his gun, and waited. Aunt Medea was pale with fright.
"Blessed Jesus!"
she murmured, pressing her niece's arm.
"Why do you call that terrible man?"
"I wish to speak with him."
"What, Blanche? Do you dare?"
"I must."
"No, I cannot allow it. I must not."
"There, that is enough,"
said Blanche, with one of those imperious glances that deprive a dependent of all strength and courage.
"Quite enough."
Then, in gentler tones,
"I must talk with this man,"
she added.
"You, Aunt Medea, will remain at a little distance. Keep a close watch on every side, and if you see anyone approaching, call me, whoever it may be."
Aunt Medea, submissive as she was ever wont to be, obeyed, and Mme. Blanche advanced toward the old poacher, who stood as motionless as the trunks of the giant trees around him.
"Well, my good Father Chupin, what sort of sport have you had today?"
she began, when she was a few steps from him.
"What do you want with me?" growled Chupin. "For you do want something, or you would not trouble yourself about such as I."
It required all Blanche's determination to repress a gesture of fright and of disgust. But in a resolute tone she replied:
"Yes, it is true that I have a favor to ask you."
"Aha, I suppose so."
"A mere trifle, which will cost you no trouble, and for which you shall be well paid."
She said this so carelessly that one would really have supposed the service was unimportant. But cleverly as she played her part, Chupin was not deceived.
"No one asks trifling services of a man like me," he said, coarsely. "Since I have served the good cause at the peril of my life, people seem to suppose that they have a right to come to me with their money in their hands when they desire any dirty work done. It is true that I was well paid for that other job, but I would like to melt all the gold and pour it down the throats of those who gave it to me. Ah, I know what it costs the humble to listen to the words of the great. Go your way, and if you have any wickedness in your head, do it yourself."
He shouldered his gun and was moving away when Mme. Blanche said coldly:
"It was because I knew your wrongs that I stopped you. I thought you would be glad to serve me, because I hate the Sairmeuse."
These words excited the interest of the old poacher, and he paused.
"I know very well that you hate the Sairmeuse now, but "
"But what?"
"In less than a month you will be reconciled, and you will pay the expenses of the war and of the reconciliation. That old wretch Chupin "
"We shall never be reconciled."
"Humph!" he growled, after deliberating a while.
"And if I should aid you, What compensation will you give me?"
"I will give you whatever you desire. Money, land, a house."
"Many thanks. I desire something quite different."
"What? Name your conditions."
Chupin reflected a moment, then he replied:
"This is what I desire. I have enemies. I do not even feel safe in my own house. My sons abuse me when I have been drinking. My wife is quite capable of poisoning my wine. I tremble for my life and for my money. I cannot endure this existence much longer. Promise me an asylum in the Chateau de Courtornieu, and I am yours. In your house I shall be safe. But let it be understood, I will not be ill treated by the servants as I was at Sairmeuse."
"It shall be as you desire."
"Swear it by your hope of heaven."
"I swear."
There was such an evident sincerity in her accent that Chupin was reassured. He leaned toward her and said in a low voice:
"Now tell me your business."
His small gray eyes glittered with a demoniac light. His thin lips were tightly drawn over his sharp teeth. He was evidently expecting some proposition to murder, and he was ready. His attitude showed this so plainly that Blanche shuddered.
"Really, what I ask of you is almost nothing,"
she replied.
"I only wish you to watch the Marquis de Sairmeuse."
"Your husband?"
"Yes, my husband. I wish to know what he does, where he goes, and what persons he sees. I wish to know how each moment of his time is spent."
"What? Seriously, frankly, is this all you desire of me?"
Chupin asked.
"For the present, yes. My plans are not yet decided. It depends upon circumstances what action I shall take."
"You can rely upon me," he responded. "But I must have a little time."
"Yes, I understand. Today is Saturday. Will you be ready to report on Thursday?"
"In 5 days? Yes, probably."
"In that case, meet me here on Thursday, at this same hour."
A cry from Aunt Medea interrupted them.
"Someone is coming!"
Mme. Blanche exclaimed.
"Quick, we must not be seen together. Conceal yourself."
With a bound, the old poacher disappeared in the forest. A servant had approached Aunt Medea, and was speaking to her with great animation. Blanche hastened toward them.
"Ah, mademoiselle!"
exclaimed the servant,
"we have been seeking you everywhere for 3 hours. Your father, Monsieur le Marquis, mon Dieu, what a misfortune! A physician has been summoned." "Is my father dead?" "No, mademoiselle, no. But how can I tell you? When the marquis went out this morning, his actions were very strange, and when he returned—"
As he spoke, the servant tapped his forehead with the end of his forefinger.
"You understand me, mademoiselle. When he returned, reason had fled."
Without waiting for her terrified aunt, Blanche darted in the direction of the chateau.
"How is the marquis?"
she inquired of the first servant whom she met. "He is in his room on the bed. He is more quiet now." She had already reached his room. He was seated upon the bed, and 2 servants were watching his every movement. His face was livid, and a white foam had gathered upon his lips. Still, he recognized his daughter.
"Here you are," said he. "I was waiting for you."
She remained upon the threshold, quite overcome, although she was neither tender hearted nor impressionable.
"My father!"
she faltered.
"Good heavens, what has happened?"
He uttered a discordant laugh.
"Ah, ha!" he exclaimed. "I've met him. Do you doubt me? I tell you that I saw the wretch. I know him well. Have I not seen his cursed face before my eyes for more than a month? For it never leaves me. I saw him. It was in the forest near the Sanguille rocks. You know the place? It is always dark there on account of the trees. I was returning slowly, thinking of him, when suddenly he sprang up before me, extending his arms as if to bar my passage. 'Come,' said he, 'you must come and join me.' He was armed with a gun. He fired."
The marquis paused, and Blanche summoned sufficient courage to approach him. For more than a minute she fastened upon him that cold and persistent look that is said to exercise such power over those who have lost their reason. Then, shaking him energetically by the arm, she said almost roughly:
Control yourself, father. You are the victim of an hallucination. It is impossible that you have seen the man of whom you speak."
Who was it that Monsieur de Courtornieu supposed he had seen? Blanche knew only too well, but she dared not, could not, utter the name. But the marquis had resumed his incoherent narrative.
"Was I dreaming?" he continued. "No, it was certainly Lacheneur who confronted me. I'm sure of it. And the proof is that he reminded me of a circumstance which occurred in my youth, which was known only to him and me. It happened during the Reign of Terror. He was all powerful in Montaignac, and I was accused of being in correspondence with the emigres. My property had been confiscated, and every moment I was expecting to feel the hand of the executioner upon my shoulder, when Lacheneur took me into his house. He concealed me. He furnished me with a passport. He saved my money, and he saved my head. I sentenced him to death. That is the reason why I have seen him again. I must rejoin him. He told me so. I am a dying man."
He fell back upon his pillows, pulled the sheet up over his face, and lying there rigid and motionless, one might readily have supposed it was a corpse whose outlines could be vaguely discerned through the bed coverings. Mute with horror, the servants exchanged frightened glances. Such baseness and ingratitude amazed them. It seemed incomprehensible to them, under such circumstances, that the marquis had not pardoned Lacheneur. Mme. Blanche alone retained her presence of mind. Turning to her father's valet, she said:
"It is not possible that anyone has attempted to injure my father?"
"I beg your pardon, mademoiselle. A little more and he would have been killed."
"How do you know this?"
"In undressing the marquis, I noticed that he had received a wound in his head. I also examined his hat, and in it I found 3 holes which could only have been made by bullets." The worthy valet de chambre was certainly more agitated than the daughter.
"Then someone must have attempted to assassinate my father," she murmured, "and this attack of delirium has been brought on by fright. How can we find out who the would-be murderer was?"
The servant shook his head. "I suspect that old poacher who is always prowling around is the guilty man, Chupin."
"No, it could not have been he."
"I am almost sure of it. There is no one else in the neighborhood capable of such an evil deed." Mme. Blanche could not give her reasons for declaring Chupin innocent. Nothing in the world would have induced her to admit that she had met him, talked with him for more than half an hour, and just parted from him. She was silent. In a few moments the physician arrived. He removed the covering from Monsieur de Courtornieu's face. He was almost compelled to use force to do it, examined the patient with evident anxiety, then ordered mustard plasters, applications of ice to the head, leeches, and a potion, for which a servant was to gallop to Montaignac at once. All was bustle and confusion. When the physician left the sick room, Mme. Blanche followed him.
"Well, doctor?"
she said, with a questioning look. With considerable hesitation, he replied: "People sometimes recover from such attacks." It really mattered little to Blanche whether her father recovered or died, but she felt that an opportunity to recover her lost prestige was now afforded her. If she desired to turn public opinion against Martial, she must improvise for herself an entirely different reputation. If she could erect a pedestal upon which she could pose as a patient victim, her satisfaction would be intense. Such an occasion now offered itself, and she seized it at once. Never did a devoted daughter lavish more touching and delicate attentions upon a sick father. It was impossible to induce her to leave his bedside for a moment. It was only with great difficulty that they could persuade her to sleep for a couple of hours in an armchair in the sick room. But while she was playing the role of Sister of Charity, which she had imposed upon herself, her thoughts followed Chupin. What was he doing in Montaignac? Was he watching Martial as he had promised? How slow the day appointed for the meeting was in coming! It came at last, however, and after entrusting her father to the care of Aunt Medea, Blanche made her escape. The old poacher was awaiting her at the appointed place. "Speak," said Mme. Blanche. "I would do so willingly, only I have nothing to tell you."
What? You have not watched the marquis?" "Your husband? Excuse me, I have followed him, like his own shadow. But what would you have me say to you? Since the duke left for Paris, your husband has charge of everything. Ah, you would not recognize him. He is always busy now. He is up at cockcrow, and he goes to bed with the chickens. He writes letters all the morning. In the afternoon he receives all who call upon him. The retired officers are hand and glove in with him. He has reinstated 5 or 6 of them, and he has granted pensions to 2 others. He seldom goes out, and never in the evening."
He paused, and for more than a minute Blanche was silent. She was confused and agitated by the question that rose to her lips. What humiliation! But she conquered her embarrassment, and turning away her head to hide her crimson face, she said:
"But he certainly has a mistress."
Chupin burst into a noisy laugh.
"Well, we have come to it at last," he said, with an audacious familiarity that made Blanche shudder. "You mean that scoundrel, Lacheneur's daughter, do you not? That stuck-up minx, Marie Anne."
Blanche felt that denial was useless.
"Yes,"
she answered.
"It is Marie Anne that I mean."
"Ah, well, she has been neither seen nor heard from. She must have fled with another of her lovers, Maurice d'Escorval."
"You are mistaken."
"Oh, not at all. Of all the Lacheneurs, only Jean remains, and he lives like the vagabond that he is, by poaching and stealing. Day and night he rambles through the woods with his gun on his shoulder. He is frightful to look upon, a perfect skeleton, and his eyes glitter like live coals. If he ever meets me, my account will be settled then and there."
Blanche turned pale. It was Jean Lacheneur who had fired at the marquis then. She did not doubt it in the least.
"Very well," said she. "I myself am sure that Marie Anne is in the neighborhood, concealed in Montaignac, probably. I must know. Endeavor to discover her retreat before Monday, when I will meet you here again."
"I will try,"
Chupin answered. He did indeed try. He exerted all his energy and cunning, but in vain. He was fettered by the precautions which he took against Balstain and against Jean Lacheneur. On the other hand, no one in the neighborhood would have consented to give him the least information.
"Still no news,"
he said to Mme. Blanche at each interview. But she would not yield. Jealousy will not yield even to evidence. Blanche had declared that Marie Anne had taken her husband from her, that Martial and Marie Anne loved each other. Hence it must be so, all proofs to the contrary notwithstanding. But one morning she found her spy jubilant.
"Good news!" he cried, as soon as he saw her. "We have caught the minx at last."
End of chapter 42. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Chapter 43 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile GABORIAU. Part 2, Chapter 43. It was the second day after Marie Anne's installation at the Borderie. That event was the general topic of conversation, and Chanlouineau's will was the subject of countless comments. "Here is Monsieur Lacheneur's daughter with an income of more than 2,000 francs, without counting the house," said the old people gravely. "An honest girl would have had no such luck as that," muttered the unattractive maidens, who had not been fortunate enough to secure husbands. This was the great news which Chupin brought to Mme. Blanche. She listened to it, trembling with anger, her hands so convulsively clenched that the nails penetrated the flesh.
"What audacity!" she exclaimed. "What impudence!"
The old poacher seemed to be of the same opinion.
"If each of her lovers gives her as much, she will be richer than a queen. She will have enough to buy both Sairmeuse and Courtornieu if she chooses.
he remarked maliciously. If he had desired to augment the rage of Mme. Blanche, he had good reason to be satisfied.
"And this is the woman who has alienated Martial's heart from me!" she exclaimed. "It is for this miserable wretch that he abandons me!"
The unworthiness of the unfortunate girl, whom she regarded as her rival, incensed her to such a degree that she entirely forgot Chupin's presence. She made no attempt to restrain herself or to hide the secret of her sufferings.
"Are you sure that what you tell me is true?"
she asked.
As sure as you stand there."
"Who told you all this?"
"No one. I have eyes. I went to the Borderie yesterday to see for myself, and all the shutters were open. Marie Anne was leaning out of a window. She does not even wear mourning, the heartless hussy."
Poor Marie Anne indeed had no dress but the one which Mme. d'Escorval had given her on the night of the insurrection, when she laid aside her masculine habiliments. Chupin wished to irritate Mme. Blanche still more by other malicious remarks, but she checked him by a gesture.
"So you know the way to the Borderie?" she inquired.
"Perfectly."
"Where is it?"
"Opposite the mills of the Oiselle, near the river, about a league and a half from here."
"That is true. I remember now. Were you ever in the house?"
"More than 100 times while Chanlouineau was living."
"Explain the topography of the dwelling."
Chupin's eyes dilated to their widest extent.
"What do you wish?"
he asked, not understanding in the least what was required of him.
"I mean, explain how the house is constructed."
"Ah, now I understand. The house is built upon an open space, a little distance from the road. Before it is a small garden, and behind it is an orchard, enclosed by a hedge. Back of the orchard, to the right, are the vineyards, but on the left side is a small grove that shades a spring."
He paused suddenly, and with a knowing wink, inquired:
"But what use do you expect to make of all this information?"
"What does it matter to you? How is the interior arranged?"
"There are 3 large square rooms on the ground floor, besides the kitchen and a small dark room."
"Now, what is on the floor above?"
"I have never been up there."
"How are the rooms furnished which you have visited?"
"Like those in any peasant's house."
Certainly no one was aware of the existence of the luxurious apartment which Chanlouineau had intended for Marie Anne. He had never spoken of it, and had even taken the greatest precautions to prevent anyone from seeing him transport the furniture.
"How many doors are there?"
inquired Blanche.
3, one opening into the garden, another into the orchard, another communicating with the stables. The staircase leading to the floor above is in the middle room."
"And is Marie Anne alone at the Borderie?"
"Entirely alone at present, but I suppose it will not be long before her brigand of a brother joins her."
Mme. Blanche fell into a reverie so deep and so prolonged that Chupin at last became impatient. He ventured to touch her upon the arm, and in a wily voice he said:
"Well, what shall we decide?"
Blanche shuddered like a wounded man on hearing the terrible click of the surgeon's instruments.
"My mind is not yet made up," she replied. "I must reflect. I will see."
And remarking the old poacher's discontented face, she said vehemently:
"I will do nothing lightly. Do not lose sight of Martial. If he goes to the Borderie, and he will go there, I must be informed of it. If he writes, and he will write, try to procure one of his letters. I must see you every other day. Do not rest. Strive to deserve the good place I am reserving for you at Courtornieu. Go!"
He departed without a word, but also without attempting to conceal his disappointment and chagrin.
"It serves you right for listening to a silly, affected woman," he growled. "She fills the air with her ravings. She wishes to kill everybody, to burn and destroy everything. She only asks for an opportunity. The occasion presents itself, and her heart fails her.
She draws back. She is afraid."
Chupin did Mme. Blanche great injustice. The movement of horror which he had observed was the instinctive revolt of the flesh, and not a faltering of her inflexible will. Her reflections were not of a nature to appease her rancor. Whatever Chupin and all Sairmeuse might say to the contrary, Blanche regarded this story of Marie Anne's travels as a ridiculous fable. In her opinion, Marie Anne had simply emerged from the retreat where Martial had deemed it prudent to conceal her. But why this sudden reappearance? The vindictive woman was ready to swear that it was out of mere bravado, and intended only as an insult to her.
"And I will have my revenge," she thought. "I would tear my heart out if it were capable of cowardly weakness under such provocation."
The voice of conscience was unheard in this tumult of passion. Her sufferings and Jean Lacheneur's attempt upon her father's life seemed to justify the most extreme measures. She had plenty of time now to brood over her wrongs and to concoct schemes of vengeance. Her father no longer required her care. He had passed from the frenzied ravings of insanity and delirium to the stupor of idiocy. The physician declared his patient cured. Cured! The body was cured, perhaps, but reason had succumbed. All traces of intelligence had disappeared from this once mobile face, so ready to assume any expression which the most consummate hypocrisy required. There was no longer a sparkle in the eye which had formerly gleamed with cunning, and the lower lip hung with a terrible expression of stupidity. And there was no hope of any improvement. A single passion, the table, took the place of all the passions which had formerly swayed the life of this ambitious man. The marquis, who had always been temperate in his habits, now ate and drank with the most disgusting voracity. He was becoming immensely corpulent. A soulless body, he wandered about the chateau and its surroundings without projects, without aim, self-consciousness, all thought of dignity, knowledge of good and evil, memory. He had lost all these. Even the instinct of self-preservation, the last which dies within us, had departed, and he had to be watched like a child. Often, as the marquis roamed about the large gardens, his daughter regarded him from her window with a strange terror in her heart. But this warning of Providence only increased her desire for revenge.
"Who would not prefer death to such a misfortune?" she murmured. "Ah, Jean Lacheneur's revenge is far more terrible than it would have been had his bullet pierced my father's heart. It is a revenge like this that I desire. It is due me. I will have it."
She saw Chupin every 2 or 3 days, sometimes going to the place of meeting alone, sometimes accompanied by Aunt Medea. The old poacher came punctually, although he was beginning to tire of his task.
"I am risking a great deal," he growled. "I supposed that Jean Lacheneur would go and live at the Borderie with his sister. Then I should be safe. But no, the brigand continues to prowl around with his gun under his arm, and to sleep in the woods at night. What game is he hunting? Father Chupin, of course. On the other hand, I know that my rascally innkeeper over there has abandoned his inn and mysteriously disappeared. Where is he? Hidden behind one of these trees, perhaps, deciding in which portion of my body he shall plunge his knife."
What irritated the old poacher most of all was that after 2 months of surveillance he had arrived at the conclusion that whatever might have been the relations existing between Martial and Marie Anne in the past, all was now over between them. But Blanche would not admit this.
"Say that they are more cunning than you, Father Chupin."
"Cunning! And how? Since I have been watching the marquis, he has not once passed outside the fortifications. On the other hand, the postman at Sairmeuse, who has been adroitly questioned by my wife, declares that he has not taken a single letter to the Borderie.
Had it not been for the hope of a safe and pleasant retreat at Courtornieu, Chupin would have abandoned his task, and in spite of the tempting rewards that were promised him, he had relaxed his surveillance. If he still came to the rendezvous, it was only because he had fallen into the habit of claiming some money for his expenses each time. And when Mme. Blanche demanded an account of everything that Martial had done, he told her anything that came into his head. Mme. Blanche soon discovered this. One day, early in September, she interrupted him as he began the same old story, and looking him steadfastly in the eye, she said:
"Either you are betraying me, or you are a fool. Yesterday Martial and Marie Anne spent a quarter of an hour together at the Croix d'Arcy."
End of chapter 43. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Chapter 44 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile GABORIAU, Part 2, Chapter 44. The old physician at Vigano, who had come to Marie Anne's aid, was an honorable man. His intellect was of a superior order, and his heart was equal to his intelligence. He knew life. He had loved and suffered, and he possessed two sublime virtues, forbearance and charity. It was easy for such a man to read Marie Anne's character, and while he was at the Borderie he endeavored in every possible way to reassure her and to restore the self-respect of the unfortunate girl who had confided in him. Had he succeeded? He certainly hoped so. But when he departed and Marie Anne was again left in solitude, she could not overcome the feeling of despondency that stole over her. Many in her situation would have regained their serenity of mind, and even rejoiced, had she not succeeded in concealing her fault. Who suspected it, except perhaps the abbe? Hence, Marie Anne had nothing to fear and everything to hope. But this conviction did not appease her sorrow. Hers was one of those pure and proud natures that are more sensitive to the whisperings of conscience than to the clamors of the world. She had been accused of having three lovers: Chanlouineau, Martial, and Maurice. The calumny had not moved her. What tortured her was what these people did not know, the truth. Nor was this all. The sublime instinct of maternity had been awakened within her. When she saw the physician depart, bearing her child, she felt as if soul and body were being rent asunder. When could she hope to see again this little son, who was doubly dear to her by reason of the very sorrow and anguish he had cost her? The tears gushed to her eyes when she thought that his first smile would not be for her. Ah, had it not been for her promise to Maurice, she would unhesitatingly have braved public opinion and kept her precious child. Her brave and honest nature could have endured any humiliation far better than the continual lie she was forced to live. But she had promised. Maurice was her husband, and reason told her that for his sake she must preserve, not her honor, alas, but the semblance of honor. And when she thought of her brother, her blood froze in her veins. Having learned that Jean was roving about the country, she sent for him. But it was not without much persuasion that he consented to come to the Borderie. It was easy to explain Chupin's terror when one saw Jean Lacheneur. His clothing was literally in tatters, his face wore an expression of ferocious despair, and a fierce, unextinguishable hatred burned in his eyes. When he entered the cottage, Marie Anne recoiled in horror. She did not recognize him until he spoke. "It is I, sister," he said, gloomily. "You, my poor Jean, you?" He surveyed himself from head to foot, and said, with a sneering laugh: "Really, I should not like to meet myself at dusk in the forest." Marie Anne shuddered. She fancied that a threat lurked beneath these ironical words, beneath this mockery of himself.
What a life yours must be, my poor brother! Why did you not come sooner? Now I have you here, I shall not let you go. You will not desert me. I need protection and love so much. You will remain with me?" "It is impossible, Marie Anne." "And why?"
A fleeting crimson suffused Jean Lacheneur's cheek. He hesitated for a moment, then:
"Because I have a right to dispose of my own life, but not of yours," he replied. "We can no longer be anything to each other. I deny you today, that you may be able to deny me tomorrow. Yes, I renounce you, who are my all, the only person on earth whom I love. Your most cruel enemies have not calumniated you more foully than I."
He paused an instant, then he added:
"I have said openly before numerous witnesses that I would never set foot in a house that had been given you by Chanlouineau." "Jean, you, my brother, said that?" "I said it. It must be supposed that there is a deadly feud between us. This must be in order that neither you nor Maurice d'Escorval can be accused of complicity in any deed of mine."
Marie Anne stood as if petrified.
"He is mad," she murmured. "Do I really have that appearance?"
She shook off the stupor that paralyzed her, and seizing her brother's hands:
"What do you intend to do?" she exclaimed. "What do you intend to do? Tell me, I will know." "Nothing. Let me alone." "Jean!" "Let me alone," he said, roughly, disengaging himself.
A horrible presentiment crossed Marie Anne's mind. She stepped back, and solemnly, entreatingly, she said:
"Take care, my brother. It is not well to tamper with these matters. Leave to God's justice the task of punishing those who have wronged us."
But nothing could move Jean Lacheneur, or divert him from his purpose. He uttered a hoarse, discordant laugh; then striking his gun heavily with his hand, he exclaimed:
"Here is justice!"
Appalled and distressed beyond measure, Marie Anne sank into a chair. She discerned in her brother's mind the same fixed, fatal idea which had lured her father on to destruction, the idea for which he had sacrificed all family, friends, fortune, the present and the future, even his daughter's honor, the idea which had caused so much blood to flow, which had cost the life of so many innocent men, and which had finally conducted him to the scaffold.
"Jean," she murmured, "remember our father."
The young man's face became livid, his hands clenched involuntarily; but he controlled his anger. Advancing toward his sister in a cold, quiet tone that added a frightful violence to his threats, he said:
"It is because I remember my father that justice shall be done. Ah, these miserable nobles would not display such audacity if all sons had my resolution. A scoundrel would hesitate before attacking a good man if he was obliged to say to himself: 'I cannot strike this honest man, for though he die, his children will surely call me to account. Their fury will fall on me and mine. They will pursue us sleeping and waking, pursue us without ceasing, everywhere and pitilessly. Their hatred, always on the alert, will accompany us and surround us. It will be an implacable, merciless warfare. I shall never venture forth without fearing a bullet. I shall never lift food to my lips without dread of poison. And until we have succumbed, they will prowl about our house, trying to slip in through tiniest opening. Death, dishonor, ruin, infamy, and misery."
He paused with a nervous laugh, and then, still more slowly, he added:
"That is what the Sairmeuse and Courtornieu have to expect from me."
It was impossible to mistake the meaning of Jean Lacheneur's words. His threats were not the wild ravings of anger. His quiet manner, his icy tones, his automatic gestures betrayed one of those cold rages which endure so long as the man lives. He took good care to make himself understood, for between his teeth he added:
"Undoubtedly these people are very high, and I am very low; but when a tiny worm fastens itself to the roots of a giant oak, that tree is doomed."
Marie Anne knew all too well the uselessness of prayers and entreaties, and yet she could not, she must not allow her brother to depart in this mood. She fell upon her knees, and with clasped hands and supplicating voice:
"Jean, said she, "I implore you to renounce these projects. In the name of our mother, return to your better self. These are crimes which you are meditating." With a glance of scorn and a shrug of the shoulders, he replied: "Have done with this. I was wrong to confide my hopes to you. Do not make me regret that I came here." Then the sister tried another plan. She rose, forced her lips to smile, as if nothing unpleasant had passed between them. She begged Jean to remain with her that evening, at least, and share her frugal supper.
"Remain,"
she entreated.
"that is not much to do, and it will make me so happy. And since it will be the last time we shall see each other for years, grant me a few hours. It is so long since we have met. I have suffered so much. I have so many things to tell you, Jean, my dear brother. Can it be that you love me no longer?"
One must have been bronze to remain insensible to such prayers. Jean Lacheneur's heart swelled almost to bursting. His stern features relaxed, and a tear trembled in his eye. Marie Anne saw that tear. She thought she had conquered, and clapping her hands in delight, she exclaimed: "Ah, you will remain! You will remain!" No, Jean had already mastered his momentary weakness, though not without a terrible effort, and in a harsh voice: "Impossible! Impossible!" he repeated. Then his sister clung to him imploringly. He took her in his arms and pressed her to his heart.
"Poor sister!
Poor Marie Anne, you will never know what it costs me to refuse you, to separate myself from you. But this must be. In even coming here, I have been guilty of an imprudent act. You do not understand to what perils you will be exposed if people suspect any bond between us. I trust you and Maurice may lead a calm and happy life. It would be a crime for me to mix you up with my wild schemes. Think of me sometimes, but do not try to see me, or even to learn what has become of me. A man like me struggles, triumphs, or perishes alone." He kissed Marie Anne passionately, then lifted her, placed her in a chair, and freed himself from her detaining hands.
"Adieu!"
he cried.
"When you see me again, our father will be avenged."
She sprang up to rush after him and to call him back. Too late. He had fled.
"It is over," murmured the wretched girl. "My brother is lost. Nothing will restrain him now."
A vague, inexplicable, but horrible fear contracted her heart. She felt that she was being slowly but surely drawn into a whirlpool of passion, rancor, vengeance, and crime, and a voice whispered that she would be crushed. But other thoughts soon replaced these gloomy presentiments. One evening, while she was preparing her little table, she heard a rustling sound at the door. She turned and looked. Someone had slipped a letter under the door. Courageously, and without an instant's hesitation, she sprang to the door and opened it. No one was there. The night was dark, and she could distinguish nothing in the gloom without. She listened. Not a sound broke the stillness. Agitated and trembling, she picked up the letter, approached the light, and looked at the address.
"The Marquis de Sairmeuse!"
she exclaimed in amazement. She recognized Martial's handwriting. So he had written to her. He had dared to write to her. Her first impulse was to burn the letter. She held it to the flame. Then the thought of her friends concealed at Father Poignot's farm made her withdraw it.
"For their sake,"
she thought,
"I must read it."
She broke the seal with the arms of the de Sairmeuse family inscribed upon it, and read: "My dear Marie Anne, perhaps you have suspected who it is that has given an entirely new and certainly surprising direction to events. Perhaps you have also understood the motives that guided him. In that case, I am amply repaid for my efforts, for you cannot refuse me your friendship and your esteem. But my work of reparation is not yet accomplished. I have prepared everything for a revision of the judgment that condemned Baron d'Escorval to death, or for procuring a pardon. You must know where the baron is concealed, acquaint him with my plans, and ascertain whether he prefers a revision of judgment or a simple pardon. If he desires a new trial, I will give him a letter of license from the king. I await your reply before acting. Martial de Sairmeuse."
Marie Anne's head whirled. This was the second time that Martial had astonished her by the grandeur of his passion. How noble the two men who had loved her and whom she had rejected had proved themselves to be. One, Chanlouineau, after dying for her sake, protected her still. Martial de Sairmeuse had sacrificed the convictions of his life and the prejudice of his race for her sake, and with a noble recklessness hazarded for her the political fortunes of his house. And yet the man whom she had chosen, the father of her child, Maurice d'Escorval, had not given a sign of life since he quitted her, 5 months before. But suddenly, without reason, Marie Anne passed from the most profound admiration to the deepest distrust.
What if Martial's offer is only a trap?
This was the suspicion that darted through her mind.
Ah, she thought, the Marquis de Sairmeuse would be a hero if he were sincere.
And she did not wish him to be a hero. The result of these suspicions was that she hesitated 5 days before repairing to the rendezvous where Father Poignot usually awaited her. When she did go, she found not the worthy farmer, but Abbe Midon, who had been greatly alarmed by her long absence. It was night, but Marie Anne fortunately knew Martial's letter by heart. The abbe made her repeat it twice, the second time very slowly, and when she had concluded: "This young man," said the priest, "has the voice and the prejudices of his rank and of his education, but his heart is noble and generous." And when Marie Anne disclosed her suspicions: "You are wrong, my child," said he. "The marquis is certainly sincere. It would be wrong not to take advantage of his generosity. Such, at least, is my opinion. Entrust this letter to me. I will consult the baron, and tomorrow I will tell you our decision." The abbe was awaiting her with feverish impatience on the same spot when she rejoined him 24 hours later. "Monsieur d'Escorval agrees with me that we must trust ourselves to the Marquis de Sairmeuse. Only the baron, being innocent, cannot, will not accept a pardon. He demands a revision of the iniquitous judgment which condemned him." Although she must have foreseen this determination, Marie Anne seemed stupefied. "What!" said she, "Monsieur d'Escorval will give himself up to his enemies? Does not the Marquis de Sairmeuse promise him a letter of license, a safe conduct from the King?" "Yes." She could find no objection, so in a submissive tone she said: "In this case, Monsieur, I must ask you for a rough draft of the letter I am to write to the marquis." The priest did not reply for a moment. It was evident that he felt some misgivings. At last, summoning all his courage, he said: "It would be better not to write." "But it is not that I distrust the marquis, not by any means. But a letter is dangerous. It does not always reach the person to whom it is addressed. You must see Monsieur de Sairmeuse." Marie Anne recoiled in horror. "Never, never!" she exclaimed. The abbe did not seem surprised. "I understand your repugnance, my child," he said, gently. "Your reputation has suffered greatly through the attentions of the marquis." "Oh, sir, I entreat you." "But one should not hesitate, my child, when duty speaks. You owe this sacrifice to an innocent man who has been ruined through your father." He explained to her all that she must say, and did not leave her until she had promised to see the marquis in person. But the cause of her repugnance was not what the abbe supposed, her reputation. Alas! she knew that was lost forever. No, it was not that. A fortnight before she would not have been disquieted by the prospect of this interview. Then, though she no longer hated Martial, he was perfectly indifferent to her, while now, perhaps in choosing the Croix d'Arcy for the place of meeting, she hoped that this spot, haunted by so many cruel memories, would restore her former aversion. On pursuing the path leading to the place of rendezvous, she said to herself that Martial would undoubtedly wound her by the tone of careless gallantry which was habitual to him. But in this she was mistaken. Martial was greatly agitated, but he did not utter a word that was not connected with the baron. It was only when the conference was ended, and he had consented to all the conditions, that he said sadly: "We are friends, are we not?" In an almost inaudible voice she answered: "Yes." And that was all. He remounted his horse, which had been held by a servant, and departed in the direction of Montaignac. Breathless, with cheeks on fire, Marie Anne watched him as he disappeared. And then her inmost heart was revealed as by a lightning flash. "Mon Dieu! Wretch that I am!" she exclaimed. "Do I not love? Is it possible that I could ever love any other than Maurice, my husband, the father of my child?" Her voice was still trembling with emotion when she recounted the details of the interview to the abbe, but he did not perceive it. He was thinking only of the baron. "I was sure that Martial would agree to everything. I was so certain of it that I have made all the arrangements for the baron to leave the farm. He will await at your house a safe conduct from His Majesty. The close air and the heat of the loft are retarding the baron's recovery," the abbe pursued. "So be prepared for his coming to morrow evening. One of the Poignot boys will bring over all our baggage. About 11 o'clock we will put Monsieur d'Escorval in a carriage, and we will all sup together at the Borderie. Heaven comes to my aid," thought Marie Anne as she walked homeward. She thought that she would no longer be alone, that Mme. d'Escorval would be with her to talk to her of Maurice, and that all the friends who would surround her would aid her in driving away the thoughts of Martial which haunted her. So the next day she was more cheerful than she had been for months, and once, while putting her little house in order, she was surprised to find herself singing at her work. 8 o'clock was sounding when she heard a peculiar whistle. It was the signal of the younger Poignot, who came bringing an armchair for the sick man, the abbe's box of medicine, and a bag of books. These articles Marie Anne deposited in the room which Chanlouineau had adorned for her, and which she intended for the baron. After arranging them to her satisfaction, she went out to meet the young Poignot, who had told her that he would soon return with other articles. The night was very dark, and Marie Anne, as she hastened on, did not notice two motionless figures in the shadow of a clump of lilacs in her little garden. End of chapter 44. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Chapter 45 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Detected by Madame Blanche in a palpable falsehood, Chupin was quite crestfallen for a moment. He saw the pleasing vision of a retreat at Courtornieu vanish. He saw himself suddenly deprived of frequent gifts, which permitted him to spare his hoarded treasure, and even to increase it. But he soon regained his assurance, and with an affectation of frankness he said, "I may be stupid, but I could not deceive an infant. Someone must have told you falsely." Madame Blanche shrugged her shoulders. "I obtained my information from two persons who were ignorant of the interest it would possess for me." "As truly as the sun is in the heavens, I swear—" "Do not swear. Simply confess that you have been wanting in zeal." The young lady's manner betrayed such positive certainty that Chupin ceased his denials and changed his tactics. With the most abject humility, he admitted that the evening before he had relaxed his surveillance. He had been very busy. One of his boys had injured his foot. Then he had encountered some friends who persuaded him to enter a drinking saloon, where he had taken more than usual, so that... He told this story in a whining tone, and every moment he interrupted himself to affirm his repentance and to cover himself with reproaches. "Old drunkard," he said, "this will teach you." But these protestations, far from reassuring Madame Blanche, made her still more suspicious. "All this is very well, Father Chupin," she said dryly, "but what are you going to do now to repair your negligence? "What do I intend to do?" he exclaimed, feigning the most violent anger. "Oh, you will see! I will prove that no one can deceive me with impunity. Near the Borderie is a small grove. I shall station myself there. And may the devil seize me if a cat enters that house unbeknown to me." Madame Blanche drew her purse from her pocket, and taking out 3 louis, she gave them to Chupin, saying, "Take these, and be more careful in the future. Another blunder like this, and I shall be compelled to ask the aid of some other people." The old poacher went away, whistling quite reassured. But he was wrong. The lady's generosity was only intended to allay his suspicions. And why should she not suppose he had betrayed her? This miserable wretch who made it his business to betray others. What reason had she for placing any confidence in his reports? She paid him. Others, by paying him more, would certainly have the preference. But how could she ascertain what she wished to know? Ah, she saw but one way. A very disagreeable, but a sure way. She herself would play the spy. This idea took such possession of her mind that, after dinner was concluded and twilight had enveloped the earth in a mantle of grey, she summoned Aunt Medea. "Get your cloak quickly, aunt," she commanded. "I am going for a walk, and you must accompany me." Aunt Medea extended her hand to the bell rope, but her niece stopped her. "You will dispense with the services of your maid," said she. "I do not wish anyone in the chateau to know that we have gone out." "Are we going alone?" "Alone." "Alone? And on foot? At night?" "I'm in a hurry, aunt," interrupted Blanche, "and I am waiting for you." In the twinkling of an eye, Aunt Medea was ready. The Marquis had just been put to bed, the servants were at dinner, and Blanche and Aunt Medea reached the little gate leading from the garden into the open fields without being observed. "Good heavens! Where are we going?" groaned Aunt Medea. "What is that to you? Come!" Madame Blanche was going to the Borderie. She could have followed the banks of the Oiselle, but she preferred to cut across the fields, thinking she would be less likely to meet someone. The night was still, but very dark, and the progress of the 2 women was often retarded by hedges and ditches. Twice Blanche lost her way. Again and again Aunt Medea stumbled over the rough ground and bruised herself against the stones. She groaned, she almost wept, but her terrible niece was pitiless. "Come," she said, "or I will leave you to find your way as best you can." And the poor dependent struggled on. At last, after a tramp of more than an hour, Blanche ventured to breathe. She recognized Chanlouineau's house, and she paused in the little grove of which Chupin had spoken. "Are we at our journey's end?" inquired Aunt Medea timidly. "Yes, but be quiet. Remain where you are. I wish to look about a little." "What? You are leaving me alone? Blanche, I entreat you. What are you going to do? Mon Dieu, you frighten me. I am afraid, Blanche." But her niece had gone. She was exploring the grove, seeking Chupin. She did not find him. "I knew the wretch was deceiving me," she muttered through her set teeth. "Who knows but Martial and Marie Anne are there in that house now, mocking me and laughing at my credulity." She rejoined Aunt Medea, whom she found half dead with fright, and both advanced to the edge of the woods, which commanded a view of the front of the house. A flickering crimson light gleamed through 2 windows in the second story. Evidently there was a fire in the room. "That is right," murmured Blanche bitterly. "Martial is such a chilly person." She was about to approach the house when a peculiar whistle rooted her to the spot. She looked about her, and, in spite of the darkness, she discerned in the footpath leading to the Borderie a man laden with articles which she could not distinguish. Almost immediately a woman, certainly Marie Anne, left the house and advanced to meet him. They exchanged a few words, and then walked together to the house. Soon after the man emerged without his burden and went away. "What does this mean?" murmured Madame Blanche. She waited patiently for more than half an hour, and, as nothing stirred, "Let us go nearer," she said to Aunt Medea. "I wish to look through the windows." They were approaching the house when, just as they reached the little garden, the door of the cottage opened so suddenly that they had scarcely time to conceal themselves in a clump of lilac bushes. Marie Anne came out, imprudently leaving the key in the door, passed down the narrow path, gained the road, and disappeared. Blanche pressed Aunt Medea's arm with a violence that made her cry out. "Wait for me here," she said in a strained, unnatural voice, "and whatever happens, whatever you hear, if you wish to finish your days at Courtornieu, not a word. Do not stir from this spot. I will return." And she entered the cottage. Marie Anne, on going out, had left a candle burning on the table in the front room. Blanche seized it, and boldly began an exploration of the dwelling. She had gone over the arrangement of the Borderie so often in her own mind that the rooms seemed familiar to her. She seemed to recognize them. In spite of Chupin's description, the poverty of this humble abode astonished her. There was no floor save the ground. The walls were poorly whitewashed. All kinds of grain and bunches of herbs hung suspended from the ceiling. A few heavy tables, wooden benches, and clumsy chairs constituted the entire furniture. Marie Anne evidently occupied the back room. It was the only apartment that contained a bed. This was one of those immense country affairs, very high and broad, with tall fluted posts, draped with green serge curtains, sliding back and forth on iron rings. At the head of the bed, fastened to the wall, hung a receptacle for holy water. Blanche dipped her finger in the bowl. It was full to the brim. Beside the window was a wooden shelf supported by a hook, and on the shelf stood a basin and bowl of the commonest earthenware. "It must be confessed that my husband does not provide a very sumptuous abode for his idol," said Madame Blanche with a sneer. She was almost on the point of asking herself if jealousy had not led her astray. She remembered Martial's fastidious tastes, and she did not know how to reconcile them with these meagre surroundings. Then there was the holy water. But her suspicions became stronger when she entered the kitchen. Some savory compound was bubbling in a pot over the fire, and several saucepans, in which fragrant stews were simmering, stood among the warm ashes. "All this cannot be for her," murmured Blanche. Then she remembered the 2 windows in the story above, which she had seen illuminated by the trembling glow of the firelight. "I must examine the rooms above," she thought. The staircase led up from the middle of the room. She knew this. She quickly ascended the stairs, pushed open a door, and could not repress a cry of surprise and rage. she found herself in the sumptuously appointed room which Chanlouineau had made the sanctuary of his great love, and upon which he had lavished, with the fanaticism of passion, all that was costly and luxurious. "Then it is true!" exclaimed Blanche. "And I thought just now that all was too meagre and too poor. Miserable dupe that I am! Below, all is arranged for the eyes of comers and goers. Here, everything is intended exclusively for themselves. Now I recognize Martial's astonishing talent for dissimulation. He loves this vile creature so much that he is anxious in regard to her reputation. He keeps his visits to her a secret, and this is the hidden paradise of their love. Here they laugh at me, the poor forsaken wife whose marriage was but a mockery." She had desired to know the truth. Certainty was less terrible to endure than this constant suspicion. And, as if she found a little enjoyment in proving the extent of Martial's love for her hated rival, she took an inventory, as it were, of the magnificent appointments of the chamber, feeling the heavy brocaded silk stuff that formed the curtains, and testing the thickness of the rich carpet with her foot. Everything indicated that Marie Anne was expecting someone. The bright fire, the large armchair placed before the hearth, the embroidered slippers lying beside the chair. And whom could she expect save Martial? The person who had been there a few moments before probably came to announce the arrival of her lover, and she had gone out to meet him. For a trifling circumstance would seem to indicate that this messenger had not been expected. Upon the mantel stood a bowl of still smoking bouillon. It was evident that Marie Anne was on the point of drinking this when she heard the signal. Madame Blanche was wondering how she could profit by her discovery, when her eyes fell upon a large oaken box standing open upon a table near the glass door leading into the dressing room, and filled with tiny boxes and vials. Mechanically she approached it, and among the bottles she saw two of blue glass, upon which the word "Poison" was inscribed. Poison! Blanche could not turn her eyes from this word, which seemed to exert a kind of fascination over her. A diabolical inspiration associated the contents of these vials with the bowl standing upon the mantel. "And why not?" she murmured. "I could escape afterward." A terrible thought made her pause. Martial would return with Marie Anne. Who could say that it would not be he who would drink the contents of the bowl? "God shall decide," she murmured. "It is better one's husband should be dead than belong to another." And with a firm hand she took up one of the vials. Since her entrance into the cottage, Blanche had scarcely been conscious of her acts. Hatred and despair had clouded her brain like fumes of alcohol. But when her hand came in contact with the glass containing the deadly drug, the terrible shock dissipated her bewilderment. She regained the full possession of her faculties. The power of calm deliberation returned. This is proved by the fact that her first thought was this: "I am ignorant even of the name of the poison which I hold. What dose must I administer, much or little?" She opened the vial, not without considerable difficulty, and poured a few grains of its contents into the palm of her hand. It was a fine, white powder, glistening like pulverized glass, and looking not unlike sugar. "Can it really be sugar?" she thought. Resolved to ascertain, she moistened the tip of her finger and collected upon it a few atoms of the powder, which she placed upon her tongue. The taste was like that of an extremely acid apple. Without hesitation, without remorse, without even turning pale, she poured into the bowl the entire contents of the vial. Her self-possession was so perfect, she even recollected that the powder might be slow in dissolving, and she stirred it gently for a moment or more. Having done this, she seemed to think of everything. She tasted the bouillon. She noticed a slightly bitter taste, but it was not sufficiently perceptible to awaken distrust. Now Madame Blanche breathed freely. If she could succeed in making her escape, she was avenged. She was going toward the door when a sound on the stairs startled her. 2 persons were ascending the staircase. Where should she go? Where could she conceal herself? She was now so sure she would be detected that she almost decided to throw the bowl into the fire and then boldly face the intruders. But no, a chance remained. She darted into the dressing-room. She dared not close the door. The least click of the latch would have betrayed her. Marie Anne entered the chamber, followed by a peasant bearing a large bundle. "Ah, here is my candle!" she exclaimed as she crossed the threshold. "Joy must be making me lose my wits! I could have sworn that I left it on the table downstairs." Blanche shuddered. She had not thought of this circumstance. "Where shall I put this clothing?" asked the young peasant. "Lay it down here. I will arrange the articles by and by," replied Marie Anne. The boy dropped his heavy burden with a sigh of relief. "This is the last," he exclaimed. "Now our gentleman can come." "At what hour will he start?" inquired Marie Anne. "At 11 o'clock. It will be nearly midnight when he gets here." Marie Anne glanced at the magnificent clock on the mantel. "I have still 3 hours before me," said she. "More time than I shall need. Supper is ready. I am going to set the table here by the fire. Tell him to bring a good appetite." "I will tell him, and many thanks, mademoiselle, for having come to meet me and aid me with my second load. It was not so very heavy, but it was clumsy to handle." "Will you not accept a glass of wine?" "No, thank you. I must hasten back. Au revoir, mademoiselle Lacheneur." "Au revoir, Poignot." This name, Poignot, had no significance in the ears of Blanche. Ah, had she heard Monsieur d'Escorval's or the Abbé's name mentioned, she might have felt some doubt of Marie Anne's guilt. Her resolution might have wavered, and who knows? But no. Young Poignot, in referring to the Baron, had said, "our gentleman." Marie Anne said, "he." Is not he always the person who is uppermost in our minds, the husband whom one hates, or the lover whom one adores? Our gentleman, he. Blanche translated Marshal. Yes, it was the Marquis de Sairmeuse who was to arrive at midnight. She was sure of it. It was he who had been preceded by a messenger bearing clothing. This could only mean that he was about to establish himself at the Borderie. Perhaps he would cast aside all secrecy and live there openly, regardless of his rank, of his dignity, and of his duties, forgetful even of his prejudices. These conjectures inflamed her fury still more. Why should she hesitate or tremble after that? Her only dread now was lest she should be discovered. Aunt Medea was, it is true, in the garden. but after the orders she had received the poor woman would remain motionless as stone behind the clump of lilacs the entire night if necessary. For 2 hours and a half Marie Anne would be alone at the Borderie. Blanche reflected that this would give her ample time to watch the effects of the poison upon her hated rival. When the crime was discovered, she would be far away. No one knew she had been absent from Courtornieu. No one had seen her leave the chateau. Aunt Medea would be as silent as the grave. And besides, who would dare to accuse her, Marquise de Sairmeuse, née Blanche de Courtornieu, of being the murderer? "But she does not drink it," Blanche thought. Marie Anne had, in fact, forgotten the bouillon entirely. She had opened the bundle of clothing and was busily arranging the articles in a wardrobe near the bed. Who talks of presentiments? She was as gay and vivacious as in her days of happiness, and as she worked, she hummed an air that Maurice had often sung. She felt that her troubles were nearly over. Her friends would soon be around her. When her task of putting away the clothing was completed and the wardrobe closed, she drew a small table up before the fire. Not until then did she notice the bowl standing upon the mantel. "Stupid!" she said with a laugh, and taking the bowl she raised it to her lips. From her hiding place Blanche had heard Marie Anne's exclamation. She saw the movement, and yet not the slightest remorse struck her soul. Marie Anne drank but one mouthful, then, in evident disgust, set the bowl down. A horrible dread made the watcher's heart stand still. "Does she notice a peculiar taste in the bouillon?" she thought. No, but it had grown cold, and a slight coating of grease had formed over the top. Marie Anne took the spoon, skimmed the bouillon, and then stirred it up for some time to divide the greasy particles. After she had done this, she drank the liquid, put the bowl back upon the mantel, and resumed her work. It was done. The denouement no longer depended upon Blanche de Courtornieu's will. Come what would, she was a murderess. But though she was conscious of her crime, the excess of her hatred prevented her from realizing its enormity. She said to herself that it was only an act of justice which she had accomplished, that the vengeance she had taken was not proportionate to the offense, and that nothing could atone for the torture she had endured. But in a few moments a sinister apprehension took possession of her mind. Her knowledge of the effects of poison was extremely limited. She had expected to see Marie Anne fall dead before her, as if stricken down by a thunderbolt. But no. The moments slipped by, and Marie Anne continued her preparations for supper as if nothing had occurred. She spread a white cloth over the table, smoothed it with her hands, and placed a dish upon it. "What if she should come in here?" thought Blanche. The fear of punishment which precedes remorse made her heart beat with such violence that she could not understand why its throbbing were not heard in the adjoining room. Her terror increased when she saw Marie Anne take the light and go downstairs. Blanche was left alone. The thought of making her escape occurred to her. But how, and by what way could she leave the house without being seen? "It must be that poison does not work," she said in a rage. Alas, no. She knew better when Marie Anne reappeared. In the few moments she had spent below, her features had become frightfully changed. Her face was livid and mottled with purple spots. Her eyes were distended and glittered with a strange brilliancy. She let the plates which she held fall upon the table with a crash. "The poison! It begins!" thought Blanche. Marie Anne stood on the hearth, gazing wildly around her, as if seeking the cause of her incomprehensible suffering. She passed and repassed her hand across her forehead, which was bathed in a cold perspiration. She gasped for breath. Then suddenly, overcome with nausea, she staggered, pressed her hands convulsively upon her breast, and sank into the armchair, crying, "Oh God, how I suffer!" End of chapter. Recording by Ezwa in Belgium in December 2011. Chapter 46 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kneeling by the half-open door, Blanche eagerly watched the workings of the poison which she had administered. She was so near her victim that she could distinguish the throbbing of her temples, and sometimes she fancied she could feel upon her cheek her rival's breath, which scorched like flame. An utter prostration followed Marie Anne's paroxysm of agony. One would have supposed her dead, had it not been for the convulsive workings of the jaws and her labored breathing. But soon the nausea returned, and she was seized with vomiting. Each effort to relieve seemed to wrench her whole body, and gradually a ghastly tint crept over her face. The spots upon her cheeks became more pronounced in tint, her eyes appeared ready to burst from their sockets, and great drops of perspiration rolled down her cheeks. Her sufferings must have been intolerable. She moaned feebly at times, and occasionally rendered heart-rending shrieks. Then she faltered fragmentary sentences. She begged piteously for water, or entreated God to shorten her torture. "It is horrible. I suffer too much. Death! My God, grant me death!" She invoked all the friends she had ever known, calling for aid in a despairing voice. She called Madame d'Escorval, the Abbé, Maurice, her brother, Chanlouineau, Marshall. Marshall! This name was more than sufficient to extinguish all pity in the heart of Madame Blanche. "Go on, call your lover, call," she said to herself bitterly. "He will come too late." And as Marie Anne repeated the name in a tone of agonized entreaty, "Suffer," continued Madame Blanche, "suffer, you who have inspired Marshall with the odious courage to forsake me, his wife, as a drunken lackey would abandon the lowest of degraded creatures. Die, and my husband will return to me repentant." No, she had no pity. She felt a difficulty in breathing, but that resulted simply from the instinctive horror which the sufferings of others inspire, an entirely different physical impression which is adorned with the fine name of sensibility, but which is, in reality, the grossest selfishness. And yet Marie Anne was perceptibly sinking. Soon she had no strength even to moan. Her eyes closed, and after a spasm which brought a bloody foam to her lips, her head sank back, and she lay motionless. "It is over," murmured Blanche. She rose, but her limbs trembled so that she could scarcely stand. Her heart remained firm and implacable, but the flesh failed. Never had she imagined a scene like that which she had just witnessed. She knew that poison caused death. She had not suspected the agony of that death. She no longer thought of augmenting Marie Anne's sufferings by upbraiding her. Her only desire now was to leave this house, whose very floor seemed to scorch her feet. A strange, inexplicable sensation crept over her. It was not yet fright. It was the stupor that follows the commission of a terrible crime, the stupor of the murderer. Still, she compelled herself to wait a few moments longer. Then, seeing that Marie Anne still remained motionless and with closed eyes, she ventured to softly open the door and to enter the room in which her victim was lying. But she had not advanced 3 steps before Marie Anne suddenly, and as if she had been galvanized by an electric battery, rose and extended her arms to bar her enemy's passage. This movement was so unexpected and so frightful that Madame Blanche recoiled. "The Marquise de Sairmeuse," faltered Marie Anne. "You, Blanche, here!" And her suffering, explained by the presence of this young girl who once had been her friend, but who was now her bitterest enemy, she exclaimed, "You are my murderer!" Blanche de Courtornieu's was one of those iron natures that break, but never bend. Since she had been discovered, nothing in the world would induce her to deny her guilt. She advanced resolutely, and in a firm voice, "Yes," she said, "I have taken my revenge. Do you think I did not suffer that evening when you sent your brother to take away my newly wedded husband, upon whose face I have not gazed since?" "Your husband? I sent to take him away? I do not understand you. Do you then dare to deny that you are not Martial's mistress?" "The Marquis de Sairmeuse? I saw him yesterday for the first time since Baron d'Escorval's escape." The effort which she had made to rise and to speak had exhausted her strength. She fell back in the armchair. But Blanche was pitiless. "You have not seen Martial? Tell me, then, who gave you this costly furniture, these silken hangings, all the luxury that surrounds you?" "Chanlouineau?" Blanche shrugged her shoulders. "So be it," she said with an ironical smile. "But is it Chanlouineau for whom you are waiting this evening? Is it for Chanlouineau you have warmed these slippers and laid this table? Was it Chanlouineau who sent his clothing by a peasant named Poignot? You see that I know all." But the victim was silent. "For whom are you waiting?" she insisted. "Answer." "I cannot." "You know that it is your lover. Wretched woman! My husband, Martial!" Marie Anne was considering the situation as well as her intolerable sufferings and troubled mind would permit. Could she tell what guests she was expecting? To name Baron d'Escorval to Blanche, would it not ruin and betray him? They hoped for safe conduct, a revision of judgment, but he was none the less under sentence of death, executory in 24 hours. "So you refuse to tell me whom you expect here in an hour, at midnight?" "I refuse." But a sudden impulse took possession of the sufferer's mind. Though the slightest movement caused her intolerable agony, she tore open her dress and drew from her bosom a folded paper. "I am not the mistress of the Marquis de Sairmeuse," she said in an almost inaudible voice. "I am the wife of Maurice d'Escorval. Here is the proof. Read." No sooner had Blanche glanced at the paper than she became as pale as her victim. Her sight failed her. There was a strange ringing in her ears. A cold sweat started from every pore. This paper was the marriage certificate of Maurice and Marie Anne, drawn up by the cure of Vigano, witnessed by the old physician and Bavois, and sealed with the seal of the parish. The proof was indisputable. She had committed a useless crime. She had murdered an innocent woman. The first good impulse of her life made her heart beat more quickly. She did not stop to consider. She forgot the danger to which she exposed herself, and in a ringing voice she cried, "Help! Help!" 11 o'clock was sounding. The whole country was asleep. The farmhouse nearest the Borderie was half a league distant. The voice of Blanche was lost in the deep stillness of the night. In the garden below, Aunt Medea heard it, perhaps, but she would have allowed herself to be chopped in pieces rather than stir from her place. And yet there was one who heard that cry of distress. Had Blanche and her victim been less overwhelmed with despair, they would have heard a noise upon the staircase which creaked beneath the tread of a man who was cautiously ascending it. But it was not a saviour, for he did not answer the appeal. But even though there had been aid near at hand, it would have come too late. Marie Anne felt that there was no longer any hope for her, and that it was the chill of death which was creeping up to her heart. She felt that her life was fast ebbing away. So, when Blanche seemed about to rush out in search of assistance, she detained her by a gesture, and gently said, "Blanche." The murderess paused. "Do not summon anyone. It would do no good. Remain. Be calm, that I may at least die in peace. It will not be long now." "Hush! Do not speak so! You must not! You shall not die! If you should die, great God, what would my life be afterward?" Marie Anne made no reply. The poison was pursuing its work of dissolution. Her breath made a whistling sound as it forced its way through her inflamed throat. Her tongue, when she moved it, produced in her mouth the terrible sensation of a piece of red-hot iron. Her lips were parched and swollen. Her hands, inert and paralyzed, would no longer obey her will. But the horror of the situation restored Blanche's calmness. "All is not yet lost!" she exclaimed. "It was in that great box there upon the table where I found—" She dared not utter the word poison. "The white powder which I poured into the bowl. You know this powder. You must know the antidote." Marie Anne sadly shook her head. "Nothing can save me now," she murmured in an almost inaudible voice. "But I do not complain. Who knows the misery from which death may preserve me? I do not crave life. I have suffered so much during the past year. I have endured such humiliation. I have wept so much. A curse was upon me." She was suddenly endowed with that clearness of mental vision so often granted to the dying. She saw how she had wrought her own undoing by consenting to accept the perfidious role imposed upon her by her father, and how she, herself, had paved the way for the falsehoods, slander, crimes, and misfortunes of which she had been the victim. Her voice grew fainter and fainter. Worn out by suffering, a sensation of drowsiness stole over her. She was falling asleep in the arms of death. Suddenly, such a terrible thought pierced the stupor which enveloped her, that she uttered a heart-breaking cry. "My child!" Collecting, by a superhuman effort, all the will, energy, and strength that the poison had left her, she straightened herself in her armchair, her features contracted by mortal anguish. "Blanche," she said, with an energy of which one would have supposed her incapable, "Blanche, listen to me. It is the secret of my life which I am about to disclose. No one suspects it. I have a son by Maurice. Alas, many months have elapsed since my husband disappeared. If he is dead, what will become of my child? Blanche, you who have killed me, must swear to me that you will be a mother to my child." Blanche was utterly overcome. "I swear," she sobbed, "I swear." "On that condition, but on that condition alone, I pardon you. But take care, do not forget your oath. Blanche, God sometimes permits the dead to avenge themselves. You have sworn, remember. My spirit will allow you no rest if you do not fulfill your vow." "I will remember," sobbed Blanche, "I will remember. But the child—" "Ah, I was afraid. Cowardly creature that I was! I dreaded the shame. Then Maurice insisted. I sent my child away. Your jealousy and my death are my punishment. Poor child, I abandoned him to strangers. Wretched woman that I am! Ah, this suffering is too horrible! Blanche, remember!" She spoke again, but her words were indistinct, inaudible. Blanche frantically seized the dying woman's arm and endeavored to arouse her. "To whom have you confided your child?" she repeated. "To whom, Marie Anne? A word more, a single word, a name, Marie Anne!" The unfortunate woman's lips moved, but the death rattle sounded in her throat. A terrible convulsion shook her form. She slid down from the chair and fell full length upon the floor. Marie Anne was dead. Dead, and she had not disclosed the name of the old physician at Vigano, to whom she had entrusted her child. She was dead, and the terrified murderess stood in the middle of the room, as rigid and motionless as a statue. It seemed to her that madness, a madness like that which had stricken her father, was developing itself in her brain. She forgot everything. She forgot that a guest was expected at midnight, that time was flying, and that she would surely be discovered if she did not flee. But the man who had entered when she cried for aid was watching over her. When he saw that Marie Anne had breathed her last, he made a slight noise at the door and thrust his leering face into the room. "Chupin!" faltered Madame Blanche. "In the flesh," he responded. "This was a grand chance for you. Ha ha! The business riled your stomach a little, but nonsense, that will soon pass off. But we must not dawdle here, someone may come in. Let us make haste." Mechanically, the murderess advanced, but Marie Anne's dead body lay between her and the door, barring the passage. To leave the room, it was necessary to step over the lifeless form of her victim. She had not courage to do this, and recoiled with a shudder. But Chupin was troubled by no such scruples. He sprang across the body, lifted Blanche as if she had been a child, and carried her out of the house. He was drunk with joy. Fears for the future no longer disquieted him, now that Madame Blanche was bound to him by the strongest of chains, complicity in crime. He saw himself on the threshold of a life of ease and continual feast. Remorse for Lacheneur's betrayal had ceased to trouble him. He saw himself sumptuously fed, lodged, and clothed, above all, effectually guarded by an army of servants. Blanche, who had experienced a feeling of deadly faintness, was revived by the cool night air. "I wish to walk," said she. Chupin placed her on the ground, about 20 paces from the house. "And Aunt Medie!" she exclaimed. Her relative was beside her. Like one of those dogs who are left at the door when their master enters a house, she had instinctively followed her niece on seeing her borne from the cottage by the old poacher. "We must not stop to talk," said Chupin. "Come, I will lead the way." And, taking Blanche by the arm, he hastened toward the grove. "Ah, so Marie Anne had a child," he said, as they hurried on. "She was pretending to be such a saint, but where the devil has she put it? I shall find it. That is easier said than done." A shrill laugh, resounding in the darkness, interrupted him. He released his hold on the arm of Blanche and assumed an attitude of defense. Vain precaution! A man concealed behind a tree bounded upon him, and plunging his knife 4 times into the old poacher's writhing body, cried, "Holy Virgin, now is my vow fulfilled. I shall no longer be obliged to eat with my fingers." "The innkeeper!" groaned the wounded man, sinking to the earth. For once in her life, Aunt Medie manifested some energy. "Come!" she shrieked, wild with fear, dragging her niece away. "Come, he's dead!" Not quite. The traitor had strength to crawl home and knock at the door. His wife and youngest son were sleeping soundly. His eldest son, who had just returned home, opened the door. Seeing his father prostrate on the ground, he thought he was intoxicated, and tried to lift him and carry him into the house. But the old poacher begged him to desist. "Do not touch me," said he. "It is all over with me. But listen. Lacheneur's daughter has just been poisoned by Madame Blanche. It was to tell you this that I dragged myself here. This knowledge is worth a fortune, my boy, if you are not a fool." And he died, without being able to tell his family where he had concealed the price of Lacheneur's blood. End of chapter. Recording by Ezwa in Belgium in December 2011.
Chapter 47 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile GABORIAU, Part 2, Chapter 47. Of all the persons who witnessed Baron d'Escorval's terrible fall, the abbe was the only one who did not despair. What a learned doctor would not have dared to do, he did. He was a priest, he had faith, he remembered the sublime saying of Ambroise Paré, "I dress the wound, God heals it." After a 6 months' sojourn in Father Poignot's secluded farmhouse, Monsieur d'Escorval was able to sit up and to walk about a little with the aid of crutches. Then he began to be seriously inconvenienced by his cramped quarters in the loft, where prudence compelled him to remain; and it was with transports of joy that he welcomed the idea of taking up his abode at the Borderie with Marie Anne. When the day of departure had been decided upon, he counted the minutes as impatiently as a schoolboy pining for vacation.
"I am suffocating here," he said to his wife. "I am suffocating. Time drags so slowly. When will the happy day come?"
It came at last. During the morning, all the articles which they had succeeded in procuring during their stay at the farmhouse were collected and packed; and when night came, Poignot's son began the moving.
"Everything is at the Borderie,"
said the honest fellow, on returning from his last trip,
"and Mademoiselle Lacheneur bids the baron bring a good appetite."
"I shall have one, never fear," responded the baron, gaily. "We shall all have one."
Father Poignot himself was busily engaged in harnessing his best horse to the cart which was to convey Monsieur d'Escorval to his new home. The worthy man's heart grew sad at the thought of the departure of these guests, for whose sake he had incurred such danger. He felt that he should miss them, that the house would seem gloomy and deserted after they left it. He would allow no one else to perform the task of arranging the mattress comfortably in the cart. When this had been done to his satisfaction, he heaved a deep sigh and exclaimed:
"It is time to start."
Slowly he ascended the narrow staircase leading to the loft. Monsieur d'Escorval had not thought of the moment of parting. At the sight of the honest farmer who came toward him, his face crimsoned with emotion to bid him farewell. He forgot all the comforts that awaited him at the Borderie, in the remembrance of the loyal and courageous hospitality he had received in the house he was about to leave. The tears sprang to his eyes.
"You have rendered me a service which nothing can repay, Father Poignot," he said, with intense feeling. "You have saved my life."
"Oh, we will not talk of that, Baron. In my place, you would have done the same, neither more nor less."
"I shall not attempt to express my thanks, but I hope to live long enough to prove that I am not ungrateful."
The staircase was so narrow that they had considerable difficulty in carrying the baron down; but finally they had him comfortably extended upon his mattress, and threw over him a few handsful of straw, which concealed him entirely.
"Farewell, then,"
said the old farmer, when the last handshake had been exchanged,
"or rather, au revoir, Monsieur le Baron, Madame, and you, my good cure. All ready?"
inquired young Poignot.
"Yes,"
replied the invalid. The cart, driven with the utmost caution by the young peasant, started slowly on its way. Mme. d'Escorval, leaning upon the abbe's arm, walked about 20 paces in the rear. It was very dark, but had it been as light as day, the former cure of Sairmeuse might have encountered any of his old parishioners without the least danger of detection. His hair and his beard had been allowed to grow, his tonsure had entirely disappeared, and his sedentary life had caused him to become much stouter. He was clad like all the well to do peasants of the neighborhood, and his face was hidden by a large slouch hat. He had not felt so tranquil in mind for months. Obstacles which had appeared almost insurmountable had vanished. In the near future he saw the baron declared innocent by impartial judges. He saw himself reinstalled in the presbytery of Sairmeuse. The recollection of Maurice was the only thing that marred his happiness. Why did he not give some sign of life?
"But if he had met with any misfortune, we should have heard of it," thought the priest. "He has with him a brave man, an old soldier who would risk anything to come and tell us."
He was so absorbed in these thoughts that he did not observe that Mme. d'Escorval was leaning more and more heavily upon his arm. "I am ashamed to confess it," she said at last, "but I can go no farther. It has been so long since I was out of doors that I have almost forgotten how to walk." "Fortunately, we are almost there," replied the priest. A moment after, young Poignot stopped his cart in the road, at the entrance of the little footpath leading to the Borderie. "Our journey is ended," he remarked to the baron. Then he uttered a low whistle, like that which he had given a few hours before, to warn Marie Anne of his arrival. No one appeared. He whistled again, louder this time, then with all his might. Still no response. Mme. d'Escorval and the abbe had now overtaken the cart. "It is very strange that Marie Anne does not hear me," remarked young Poignot, turning to them. "We cannot take the baron to the house until we have seen her. She knows that very well. Shall I run up and warn her?" "She is asleep, perhaps," replied the abbe. "You stay with your horse, my boy, and I will go and wake her." Certainly he did not feel the slightest disquietude. All was calm and still. A bright light was shining through the windows of the second story. Still, when he saw the open door, a vague presentiment of evil stirred his heart. "What can this mean?" he thought. There was no light in the lower rooms, and the abbe was obliged to feel for the staircase with his hands. At last he found it and went up, but upon the threshold of the chamber he paused, petrified with horror by the spectacle before him. Poor Marie Anne was lying on the floor. Her eyes, which were wide open, were covered with a white film. Her black and swollen tongue was hanging from her mouth. "Dead!" faltered the priest. "Dead!" But this could not be. The abbe conquered his weakness, and approaching the poor girl, he took her hand. It was icy cold. The arm was rigid as iron. "Poisoned!" he murmured. "Poisoned with arsenic." He rose to his feet and cast a bewildered glance around the room. His eyes fell upon his medicine chest, open upon the table. He rushed to it, and unhesitatingly took out a vial, uncorked it, and inverted it on the palm of his hand. It was empty. "I was not mistaken," he exclaimed. But he had no time to lose in conjectures. The first thing to be done was to induce the baron to return to the farmhouse without telling him the terrible misfortune which had occurred. To find a pretext was easy enough. The priest hastened back to the wagon, and with well affected calmness told the baron that it would be impossible for him to take up his abode at the Borderie at present; that several suspicious looking characters had been seen prowling about, and that they must be more prudent than ever. Now they could rely upon the kindly intervention of Martial de Sairmeuse. At last, but not without considerable reluctance, the baron yielded.
"You desire it, cure,"
he sighed.
"So I obey. Come, Poignot, my boy, take me back to your father's house."
Mme. d'Escorval took a seat in the cart beside her husband. The priest watched them as they drove away, and not until the sound of their carriage wheels had died away in the distance did he venture to go back to the Borderie. He was ascending the stairs when he heard moans that seemed to issue from the chamber of death. The sound sent all his blood wildly rushing to his heart. He darted up the staircase. A man was kneeling beside Marie Anne, weeping bitterly. The expression of his face, his attitude, his sobs, betrayed the wildest despair. He was so lost in grief that he did not observe the abbe's entrance. Who was this mourner who had found his way to the house of death? After a moment, the priest divined who the intruder was, though he did not recognize him. "Jean!" he cried. "Jean Lacheneur!" With a bound, the young man was on his feet, pale and menacing, a flame of anger drying the tears in his eyes. "Who are you?" he demanded, in a terrible voice. "What are you doing here? What do you wish with me?" By his peasant dress and by his long beard, the former cure of Sairmeuse was so effectually disguised that he was obliged to tell who he really was. As soon as he uttered his name, Jean uttered a cry of joy. "God has sent you here!" he exclaimed. "Marie Anne cannot be dead. You who have saved so many others will save her." As the priest sadly pointed to heaven, Jean paused, his face more ghastly than before. He understood now that there was no hope. "Ah!" he murmured, with an accent of frightful despondency, "fate shows us no mercy. I have been watching over Marie Anne, though from a distance. And this very evening I was coming to say to her, 'Beware, sister, be cautious.'" "What? You knew?" "I knew she was in great danger. Yes, monsieur, an hour ago, while I was eating my supper in a restaurant at Sairmeuse.
Grolet's son entered. "Is this you, Jean?" said he. "I just saw Chupin hiding near your sister's house. When he observed me, he slunk away. I ran here like one crazed. But when fate is against a man, what can he do? I came too late."
The abbe reflected for a moment.
"Then you suppose that it was Chupin?" "I do not suppose, sir. I swear that it was he, the miserable traitor, who committed this foul deed."
Still, what motive could he have had? Jean burst into one of those discordant laughs that are perhaps the most frightful signs of despair.
"You may rest assured that the blood of the daughter will yield him a richer reward than did the father's. Chupin has been the vile instrument, but it was not he who conceived the crime. You will have to seek higher for the culprit, much higher, in the finest chateau of the country, in the midst of an army of valets, at Sairmeuse, in short."
"Wretched man, what do you mean?"
"What I say."
And coldly he added:
"Martial de Sairmeuse is the assassin."
The priest recoiled, really appalled by the looks and manner of the grief stricken man. "You are mad," he said, severely. But Jean gravely shook his head.
"If I seem so to you, sir," he replied, "it is only because you are ignorant of Martial's wild passion for Marie Anne. He wished to make her his mistress. She had the audacity to refuse this honor. That was a crime for which she must be punished. When the Marquis de Sairmeuse became convinced that Lacheneur's daughter would never be his, he poisoned her, that she might not belong to another."
Any attempt to convince Jean of the folly of his accusation would have been vain at the moment. No proofs would have convinced him. He would have closed his eyes to all evidence. "To morrow, when he is more calm, I will reason with him," thought the abbe. Then turning to Jean, he said: "We cannot allow the body of the poor girl to remain here upon the floor. Assist me, and we will place it upon the bed." Jean trembled from head to foot, and his hesitation was apparent. "Very well," he said at last, after a severe struggle. No one had ever slept upon this bed, which poor Chanlouineau had destined for Marie Anne. "It shall be for her," he said to himself, "or for no one." And it was Marie Anne who rested there first, dead. When this sad task was accomplished, he threw himself into the same armchair in which Marie Anne had breathed her last, and with his face buried in his hands, and his elbows supported upon his knees, he sat there as silent and motionless as the statues of sorrow placed above the last resting places of the dead. The abbe knelt at the head of the bed and began the recital of the prayers for the dead, entreating God to grant peace and happiness in heaven to her who had suffered so much upon earth. But he prayed only with his lips. In spite of his efforts, his mind would persist in wandering. He was striving to solve the mystery that enshrouded Marie Anne's death. Had she been murdered? Could it be that she had committed suicide? This explanation recurred to him, but he could not believe it. But on the other hand, how could her death possibly be the result of a crime? He had carefully examined the room, and he had discovered nothing that betrayed the presence of a stranger. All that he could prove was that his vial of arsenic was empty, and that Marie Anne had been poisoned by the bouillon, a few drops of which were left in the bowl that was standing upon the mantel. "When daylight comes," thought the abbe, "I will look outside." When morning broke, he went into the garden and made a careful examination of the premises. At first he saw nothing that gave him the least clue, and was about to abandon the investigations, when upon entering the little grove, he saw in the distance a large dark stain upon the grass. He went nearer. It was blood. Much excited, he summoned Jean to inform him of the discovery. "Someone has been assassinated here," said Lacheneur, "and it happened last night, for the blood has not had time to dry." "The victim lost a great deal of blood," the priest remarked. "It might be possible to discover who he was by following these stains." "I am going to try," responded Jean. "Go back to the house, sir. I will soon return." A child might have followed the track of the wounded man. The bloodstains left in his passage were so frequent and so distinct. These telltale marks stopped at Chupin's house. The door was closed. Jean rapped without the slightest hesitation. The old poacher's eldest son opened the door, and Jean saw a strange spectacle. The traitor's body had been thrown on the ground in a corner of the room. The bed was overturned and broken. All the straw had been torn from the mattress, and the wife and sons of the dead man, armed with pickaxes and spades, were wildly overturning the beaten soil that formed the floor of the hovel. They were seeking the hidden treasures.
"What do you want?"
demanded the widow, rudely.
"Father Chupin. You can see very plainly that he has been murdered,"
replied one of the sons. And brandishing his pick a few inches from Jean's head, he exclaimed:
"And you, perhaps, are the assassin. But that is for justice to determine. Now decamp, if you do not."
Had he listened to the promptings of anger, Jean Lacheneur would certainly have attempted to make the Chupins repent their menaces. But a conflict was scarcely permissible under the circumstances. He departed without a word, and hastened back to the Borderie. The death of Chupin overturned all his plans, and greatly irritated him.
"I had sworn that the vile wretch who betrayed my father should perish by my hand," he murmured, "and now my vengeance has escaped me. Someone has robbed me of it."
Then he asked himself who the murderer could be.
Is it possible that Martial assassinated Chupin after he murdered Marie Anne? To kill an accomplice is an effectual way of assuring one's self of his silence.
He had reached the Borderie and was about going upstairs when he thought he heard the sound of voices in the back room.
"That is strange," he said to himself. "Who can it be?"
And impelled by curiosity, he went and tapped upon the communicating door. The abbe instantly made his appearance, hurriedly closing the door behind him. He was very pale and visibly agitated.
"Who is it?"
inquired Jean, eagerly. It is. Guess who it is."
"How can I guess?"
"Maurice d'Escorval and Corporal Bavois."
"My God!"
"And it is a miracle that he has not been upstairs."
"But whence does he come? Why have we received no news of him?"
"I do not know. He has been here only 5 minutes, poor boy. After I told him that his father was safe, his first words were: 'And Marie Anne?' He loves her more devotedly than ever. He comes with his heart full of her, confident and hopeful, and I tremble. I fear to tell him the truth."
"Oh, terrible,
terrible! I have warned you. Be prudent. And now, come in." They entered the room together, and Maurice and the old soldier greeted Jean with the most ardent expressions of friendship. They had not seen each other since the duel on the Reche, which had been interrupted by the arrival of the soldiers. And when they parted that day, they scarcely expected to meet again. "And now we are together once more," said Maurice, gayly, "and we have nothing to fear." Never had the unfortunate man seemed so cheerful, and it was with the most jubilant air that he explained the reason of his long silence. 3 days after we crossed the frontier," said he, "Corporal Bavois and I reached Turin. It was time, for we were tired out. We went to a small inn, and they gave us a room with 2 beds. That evening, while we were undressing, the corporal said to me, 'I am capable of sleeping 2 whole days without waking.' I, too, promised myself a rest of at least 12 hours. We reckoned without our host, as you will see. It was scarcely daybreak when we were awakened by a great tumult. A dozen rough-looking men entered our room and ordered us, in Italian, to dress ourselves. They were too strong for us, so we obeyed, and an hour later we were in prison, confined in the same cell. Our reflections, I confess, were not couleur de rose. I well remember how the corporal said again and again, in that cool way of his, 'It will require 4 days to obtain our extradition, 3 days to take us back to Montaignac. That is 7 days. It will take 1 day more to try me. So I have in all 8 days to live.'" "Upon my word, that was exactly what I thought," said the old soldier, approvingly. "For 5 months," continued Maurice, "instead of saying good night to each other, we said, 'To morrow they will come for us.' But they did not come. We were kindly treated. They did not take away my money, and they willingly sold us little luxuries. They also granted us 2 hours of exercise each day in the courtyard, and even loaned us books to read. In short, I should not have had any particular cause to complain if I had been allowed to receive or to forward letters, or if I had been able to communicate with my father or with Marie Anne. But we were in the secret cells and were not allowed to have any intercourse with the other prisoners. At length, our detention seemed so strange and became so insupportable to us that we resolved to obtain some explanation of it, cost what it might. We changed our tactics. Up to that time, we had been quite submissive. We suddenly became violent and intractable. We made the prison resound with our cries and protestations. We were continually sending for the superintendent. We claimed the intervention of the French ambassador. We were not obliged to wait long for the result. One fine afternoon, the superintendent released us, not without expressing much regret at being deprived of the society of such amiable and charming guests. Our first act, as you may suppose, was to run to the ambassador. We did not see that dignitary, but his secretary received us. He knit his brows when I told him my story, and became excessively grave. I remember each word of his reply. "Monsieur," said he, "I can swear that the persecution of which you have been the object in France had nothing whatever to do with your detention here. And as I express my astonishment, one moment," he added, "I shall express my opinion very frankly. One of your enemies, I leave you to discover which one, must exert a very powerful influence in Turin. You were in his way, perhaps. He had you imprisoned by the Piedmontese police." With a heavy blow of his clenched fist, Jean Lacheneur made the table beside him reel.
"Ah, the secretary was right!" he exclaimed. "Maurice, it was Martial de Sairmeuse who caused your arrest."
"Or the Marquis de Courtornieu," interrupted the abbe, with a warning glance at Jean. A wrathful light gleamed for an instant in the eyes of Maurice, but it vanished almost immediately, and he shrugged his shoulders carelessly. "Nonsense," said he. "I do not wish to trouble myself any more about the past. My father is well again. That is the main thing. We can easily find some way of getting him safely across the frontier. Marie Anne and I, by our devotion, will strive to make him forget that my rashness almost cost him his life. He is so good, so indulgent to the faults of others. We will take up our residence in Italy or in Switzerland. You will accompany us, Monsieur l'Abbe, and you also, Jean. As for you, Corporal, it is decided that you belong to our family." Nothing could be more horrible than to see this man, upon whose life such a terrible blight was about to fall, so bright and so full of hope and confidence. The impression produced upon Jean and the abbe was so terrible that in spite of their efforts it showed itself in their faces, and Maurice remarked their agitation. "What is the matter?" he inquired, in evident surprise. They trembled, hung their heads, but did not say a word. The unfortunate man's astonishment changed to a vague, inexpressible fear. He enumerated all the misfortunes which could possibly have befallen him. "What has happened?" he asked in a stifled voice. "My father is safe, is he not? You said that my mother would desire nothing if I were with her again. Is it Marie Anne?" He hesitated. "Courage, Maurice," murmured the abbe; "courage." The stricken man tottered as if about to fall. His face grew whiter than the plastered wall against which he leaned for support. "Marie Anne is dead!" he exclaimed. Jean and the abbe were silent. "Dead!" Maurice repeated. "And no secret voice warned me. Dead! When?" "She died only last night," replied Jean. Maurice rose. "Last night!" said he. "In that case, she is still here. Where? Upstairs?" And without waiting for any response, he darted toward the staircase so quickly that neither Jean nor the abbe had time to intercept him. With 3 bounds he reached the chamber. He walked straight to the bed, and with a firm hand turned back the sheet that hid the face of the dead. He recoiled with a heartbroken cry. Was this indeed the beautiful, the radiant Marie Anne, whom he had loved to his own undoing? He did not recognize her. He could not recognize these distorted features, this face swollen and discolored by poison, these eyes which were almost concealed by the purple swelling around them. When Jean the priest entered the room, they found him standing with head thrown back, eyes dilated with terror, and rigid arm extended toward the corpse. "Maurice," said the priest, gently, "be calm. Courage!" He turned with an expression of complete bewilderment upon his features. "Yes," he faltered, "that is what I need. Courage!" He staggered. They were obliged to support him in an armchair. "Be a man," continued the priest. "Where is your energy? To live is to suffer." He listened, but did not seem to comprehend. "Live!" he murmured. "Why should I desire to live, since she is dead?" The dread light of insanity glittered in his dry eyes. The abbe was alarmed. "If he does not weep, he will lose his reason," he thought. And in an imperious voice he said: "You have no right to despair thus. You owe a sacred duty to your child." He recoiled with a heartbroken cry. The recollection which had given Marie Anne's strength to hold death at bay for a moment, saved Maurice from the dangerous torpor into which he was sinking. He trembled as if he had received an electric shock, and springing from his chair: "That is true!" he cried. "Take me to my child." "Not just now, Maurice. Wait a little." "Where is it? Tell me where it is." "I cannot. I do not know." An expression of unspeakable anguish stole over the face of Maurice, and in a husky voice he said: "What! You do not know? Did she not confide in you?" "No, I suspected her secret. I alone." "You alone? Then the child is dead, perhaps, even if it is living. Who can tell me where it is?"
"We shall undoubtedly find something that will give us a clue."
"You are right," faltered the wretched man. "When Marie Anne knew that her life was in danger, she would not have forgotten her child. Those who cared for her in her last moments must have received some message for me. I wish to see those who watched over her. Who were they?" The priest averted his face. "I asked you who was with her when she died," repeated Maurice in a sort of frenzy. And as the abbe remained silent, a terrible light dawned on the mind of the stricken man. He understood the cause of Marie Anne's distorted features now. "She perished the victim of a crime!" he exclaimed. "Some monster has killed her. If she died such a death, our child is lost forever. And it was I who recommended, who commanded the greatest precautions. Ah! it is a curse upon me!" He sank back in his chair, overwhelmed with sorrow and remorse, and silent tears rolled slowly down his cheeks. "He is saved," thought the abbe, whose heart bled at the sight of such despair. Suddenly someone plucked him by the sleeve. It was Jean Lacheneur, and he drew the priest into the embrasure of a window. "What is this about a child?" he asked, harshly. A flood of crimson suffused the brow of the priest. "You have heard," he responded, laconically. "Am I to understand that Marie Anne was the mistress of Maurice, and that she had a child by him? Is this true? I will not, I cannot believe it. She whom I revered as a saint, did her pure forehead and her chaste looks lie? And he, Maurice, he whom I loved as a brother, so his friendship was only a mask assumed to enable him to steal our honor." He hissed these words through his set teeth in such low tones that Maurice, absorbed in his agony of grief, did not overhear him. "But how did she conceal her shame?" he continued. "No one suspected it, absolutely no one. And what has she done with her child? Appalled by a dread of disgrace, did she commit the crime committed by so many other ruined and forsaken women? Did she murder her own child?" A hideous smile curved his thin lips. "If the child is alive," he said, "I will find it, and Maurice shall be punished for his perfidy as he deserves." He paused. The sound of horses' hoofs upon the road attracted his attention, and that of Abbe Midon. They glanced out of the window and saw a horseman stop before the little footpath, alight from his horse, throw the reins to his groom, and advance toward the Borderie. At the sight of the visitor, Jean Lacheneur uttered the frightful howl of an infuriated wild beast. "The Marquis de Sairmeuse here!" he exclaimed. He sprang to Maurice, and shaking him violently, he cried: "Up! Here is Martial, Marie Anne's murderer! Up! He is coming! He is at our mercy!" Maurice sprang up in a fury of passion, but the abbe darted to the door and intercepted the infuriated men as they were about to leave the room. "Not a word, young men, not a threat," he said, imperiously. "I forbid it. At least respect the dead who is lying here." There was such an irresistible authority in his words and glance that Jean and Maurice stood as if turned to stone. Before the priest had time to say more, Martial was there. He did not cross the threshold. With a glance he took in the whole scene. He turned very pale, but not a gesture, not a word escaped his lips. Wonderful as was his accustomed control over himself, he could not articulate a syllable, and it was only by pointing to the bed upon which Marie Anne's lifeless form was reposing that he asked an explanation. "She was infamously poisoned last evening," replied the abbe, sadly. Maurice, forgetting the priest's commands, stepped forward. "She was alone and defenseless. I have been at liberty only 2 days, but I know the name of the man who had me arrested at Turin and thrown into prison. They told me the coward's name." Instinctively, Martial recoiled. "It was you, infamous wretch!" exclaimed Maurice. "You confess your guilt, scoundrel!" Once again the abbe interposed. He threw himself between the rivals, persuaded that Martial was about to attack Maurice. But no, the Marquis de Sairmeuse had resumed the haughty and indifferent manner which was habitual to him. He took from his pocket a bulky envelope, and throwing it upon the table: "Here," he said, coldly, "is what I was bringing to Mademoiselle Lacheneur. It contains, first, a safe conduct from His Majesty for Monsieur d'Escorval. From this moment he is at liberty to leave Poignot's farmhouse and return to Escorval. He is free, he is saved. He is granted a new trial, and there can be no doubt of his acquittal. Here is also a decree of his non complicity rendered in favor of Abbe Midon, and an order from the bishop which reinstates him as cure de Sairmeuse. And lastly, a discharge, drawn up in due form, and an acknowledged right to a pension in the name of Corporal Bavois." He paused, and as his astonished hearers stood rooted in their places with wonder, he turned and approached Marie Anne's bedside. With hand uplifted to heaven over the lifeless form of her whom he had loved, and in a voice that would have made the murderess tremble in her innermost soul, he said solemnly: "To you, Marie Anne, I swear that I will avenge you." For a few seconds he stood motionless. Then suddenly he stopped, pressed a kiss upon the dead girl's brow, and left the room. "And you think that man can be guilty?" exclaimed the abbe. "You see, Jean, that you are mad." "And this last insult to my dead sister is an honor, I suppose?" said Jean, with a furious gesture. "And the wretch binds my hands by saving my father!" exclaimed Maurice. From his place by the window the abbe saw Martial remount his horse. But the marquis did not take the road to Montaignac. It was toward the Chateau de Courtornieu that he hastened. End of Chapter 47. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Chapter 48 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile GABORIAU, Part 2, Chapter 48. The reason of Mme. Blanche had sustained a frightful shock when Chupin was obliged to lift her and carry her from Marie Anne's chamber; but she lost consciousness entirely when she saw the old poacher stricken down by her side. On and after that night, Aunt Medea took her revenge for all the slights she had received. Scarcely tolerated until then at Courtornieu, she henceforth made herself respected and even feared. She, who usually swooned if a kitten hurt itself, did not utter a cry. Her extreme fear gave her the courage that not unfrequently animates cowards when they are in some dire extremity. She seized the arm of her bewildered niece, and by dint of dragging and pushing, had her back at the chateau in much less time than it had taken them to go to the Borderie. It was 1:30 o'clock when they reached the little garden gate by which they had left the grounds. No one in the chateau was aware of their long absence. This was due to several different circumstances. First, to the precautions taken by Blanche, who had given orders, before going out, that no one should come to her room, on any pretext whatever, unless she rang. It also chanced to be the birthday of the Marquis's valet de chambre. The servants had dined more sumptuously than usual. They had toasts and songs over their dessert, and at the conclusion of the repast they amused themselves by an extempore ball. They were still dancing at 1:30. All the doors were open, and the two ladies succeeded in gaining the chamber of Blanche without being observed. When the doors of the apartment had been securely closed, and when there was no longer any fear of listeners, Aunt Medea attacked her niece.
"Now, will you explain what happened at the Borderie, and what you were doing there?" she inquired.
Blanche shuddered.
"Why do you wish to know?"
she asked.
"'Cause I suffered agony during the 3 hours that I spent in waiting for you. What was the meaning of those despairing cries that I heard? Why did you call for aid? I heard a death rattle that made my hair stand on end with terror. Why was it necessary for Chupin to bring you out in his arms?"
Aunt Medea would have packed her trunks, perhaps, that very evening, had she seen the glance which her niece bestowed upon her. Blanche longed for power to annihilate this relative, this witness who might ruin her by a word, but whom she would ever have beside her, a living reproach for her crime.
"You do not answer me,"
insisted Aunt Medea. Blanche was trying to decide whether it would be better for her to reveal the truth, horrible as it was, or to invent some plausible explanation. To confess all, it would be intolerable. She would place herself, body and soul, in Aunt Medea's power. But on the other hand, if she deceived her, was it not more than probable that her aunt would betray her by some involuntary exclamation when she heard of the crime which had been committed at the Borderie?
"For she is so stupid,"
thought Blanche. She felt that it would be the wisest plan, under such circumstances, to be perfectly frank, to teach her relative her lesson, and to imbue her with some of her own firmness. Having come to this conclusion, she disdained all concealment.
"Ah, well," she said, "I was jealous of Marie Anne. I thought she was Martial's mistress. I was half crazed, and I killed her."
She expected despairing cries or a fainting fit. Nothing of the kind. Stupid though Aunt Medea was, she had divined the truth before she interrogated her niece. Besides, the insults she had received for years had extinguished every generous sentiment, dried up the springs of emotion, and destroyed every particle of moral sensibility she had ever possessed.
"Oh!" she exclaimed, "it is terrible! What if it should be discovered?"
Then she shed a few tears, but not more than she had often wept for some trifle. Blanche breathed more freely. Surely she could count upon the silence and absolute submission of her dependent relative. Convinced of this, she began to recount all the details of the frightful drama which had been enacted at the Borderie. She yielded to a desire which was stronger than her own will, to the wild longing that sometimes unbinds the tongue of the worst criminals, and forces them, irresistibly impels them, to talk of their crimes, even when they distrust their confidant. But when she came to the proofs which had convinced her of her lamentable mistake, she suddenly paused in dismay. That certificate of marriage signed by the cure of Vigano, what had she done with it? Where was it? She remembered holding it in her hands. She sprang up, examined the pocket of her dress, and uttered a cry of joy. She had it safe. She threw it into a drawer and turned the key. Aunt Medea wished to retire to her own room, but Blanche entreated her to remain. She was unwilling to be left alone. She dared not. She was afraid. And as if she desired to silence the inward voice that tormented her, she talked with extreme volubility, repeating again and again that she was ready to do anything in expiation of her crime, and that she would brave impossibilities to recover Marie Anne's child. And certainly the task was both difficult and dangerous. If she sought the child openly, it would be equivalent to a confession of guilt. She would be compelled to act secretly and with great caution.
"But I shall succeed," she said. "I will spare no expense."
And remembering her vow, and the threats of her dying victim, she added:
"I must succeed. I have sworn, and I was forgiven under those conditions."
Astonishment dried the ever ready tears of Aunt Medea. That her niece, with her dreadful crime still fresh in her mind, could coolly reason, deliberate, and make plans for the future seemed to her incomprehensible.
"What an iron will!"
she thought. But in her bewilderment she quite overlooked something that would have enlightened any ordinary observer. Blanche was seated upon her bed, her hair was unbound, her eyes were glittering with delirium, and her incoherent words and her excited gestures betrayed the frightful anxiety that was torturing her. And she talked and talked, exclaiming, questioning Aunt Medea, and forcing her to reply, only that she might escape from her own thoughts. Morning had dawned some time before, and the servants were heard bustling about the chateau, and Blanche, oblivious to all around her, was still explaining how she could, in less than a year, restore Marie Anne's child to Maurice d'Escorval. She paused abruptly in the middle of a sentence. Instinct had suddenly warned her of the danger she incurred in making the slightest change in her habits. She sent Aunt Medea away then at the usual hour, rang for her maid. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and she was just completing her toilet when the ringing of the bell announced a visitor. Almost immediately a maid appeared, evidently in a state of great excitement.
"What is it?"
inquired Blanche eagerly.
"Who has come? Ah, madame, that is, mademoiselle, if you only knew." "Will you speak? The Marquis de Sairmeuse is below in the blue drawing room, and he begs mademoiselle to grant him a few moments' conversation."
Had a thunderbolt riven the earth at the feet of the murderess, she could not have been more terrified.
"All must have been discovered."
This was her first thought. That alone would have brought Martial there. She almost decided to reply that she was not at home, or that she was extremely ill. But reason told her that she was alarming herself needlessly, perhaps, and that in any case the worst was preferable to suspense.
"Tell the marquis that I will be there in a moment,"
she replied. She desired a few minutes of solitude to compose her features, to regain her self-possession if possible, and to conquer the nervous trembling that made her shake like a leaf. But just as she was most disquieted by the thought of her peril, a sudden inspiration brought a malicious smile to her lip.
"Ah!"
she thought,
"my agitation will seem perfectly natural. It may even be of service."
As she descended the grand staircase, she could not help saying to herself:
"Martial's presence here is incomprehensible."
It was certainly very extraordinary, and it had not been without much hesitation that he resolved upon this painful step. But it was the only means of procuring several important documents, which were indispensable in the revision of Monsieur d'Escorval's case. These documents, after the baron's condemnation, had been left in the hands of the Marquis de Courtornieu. Now that he had lost his reason, it was impossible to ask him for them, and Martial was obliged to apply to the daughter for permission to search for them among her father's papers. This was why Martial said to himself that morning: "I will carry the baron's safe conduct to Marie Anne, and then I will push on to Courtornieu." He arrived at the Borderie gay and confident, his heart full of hope. Alas! Marie Anne was dead. No one would ever know what a terrible blow it had been to Martial, and his conscience told him that he was not free from blame, that he had, at least, rendered the execution of the crime an easy matter. For it was indeed he who, by abusing his influence, had caused the arrest of Maurice at Turin. But though he was capable of the basest perfidy when his love was at stake, he was incapable of virulent animosity. Marie Anne was dead. He had it in his power to revoke the benefits he had conferred, but the thought of doing so never once occurred to him. And when Jean and Maurice insulted him, he revenged himself only by overwhelming them with his magnanimity. When he left the Borderie, pale as a ghost, his lips still cold from the kiss pressed on the brow of the dead, he said to himself: "For her sake, I will go to Courtornieu. In memory of her, the baron must be saved." By the expression on the faces of the valets when he dismounted in the courtyard of the chateau and asked to see Mme. Blanche, the marquis was again reminded of the profound sensation which this unexpected visit would produce. But what did it matter to him? He was passing through one of those crises in which the mind can conceive of no further misfortune, and is therefore indifferent to everything. Still, he trembled when they ushered him into the blue drawing room. He remembered the room well. It was here that Blanche had been wont to receive him in the days gone by, when his fancy was vacillating between her and Marie Anne. How many pleasant hours they had passed together here! He seemed to see Blanche again as she was then, radiant with youth, gay and laughing. Her naivete was affected perhaps, but was it any the less charming on that account? At this very moment Blanche entered the room. She looked so careworn and sad that he scarcely knew her. His heart was touched by the look of patient sorrow imprinted upon her features. "How much you must have suffered, Blanche!" he murmured, scarcely knowing what he said. It cost her an effort to repress her secret joy. She saw that he knew nothing of her crime. She noticed his emotion, and saw the profit she could derive from it.
"I can never cease to regret having displeased you,"
she replied, humbly and sadly.
"I shall never be consoled."
She had touched the vulnerable spot in every man's heart, for there is no man so skeptical, so cold, or so blase that his vanity is not pleased with the thought that a woman is dying for his sake. There is no man who is not moved by this most delicious flattery, and who is not ready and willing to give at least a tender pity in exchange for such devotion.
"Is it possible that you could forgive me?"
stammered Martial. The wily enchantress averted her face, as if to prevent him from reading in her eyes a weakness of which she was ashamed. It was the most eloquent of replies. But Martial said no more on this subject. He made known his petition, which was granted. Then, fearing, perhaps, to promise too much, he said: "Since you do not forbid it, Blanche, I will return to morrow, another day." As he rode back to Montaignac, Martial's thoughts were busy. "She really loves me," he thought. "That pallor, that weakness could not be feigned. Poor girl! She is my wife, after all. The reasons that influenced me in my rupture with her father exists no longer, and the Marquis de Courtornieu may be regarded as dead." All the inhabitants of Sairmeuse were congregated on the public square when Martial passed through the village. They had just heard of the murder at the Borderie, and the abbe was now closeted with the justice of the peace, relating the circumstances of the poisoning. After a prolonged inquest, the following verdict was rendered: that a man known as Chupin, a notoriously bad character, had entered the house of Marie Anne Lacheneur and taken advantage of her absence to mingle poison with her food. The report added that said Chupin had been himself assassinated, soon after his crime, by a certain Balstain, whose whereabouts were unknown. But this affair interested the community much less than the visits which Martial was paying to Mme. Blanche. It was soon rumored that the Marquis and the Marquise de Sairmeuse were reconciled, and in a few weeks they left for Paris with the intention of residing there permanently. A few days after their departure, the eldest of the Chupins announced his determination of taking up his abode in the same great city. Some of his friends endeavored to dissuade him, assuring him that he would certainly die of starvation. "Nonsense!" he replied, with singular assurance. "I, on the contrary, have an idea that I shall not want for anything there." Chapter 48. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico.